What's up guys, welcome back. This is Anime Crossover. You'll be watching What If Naruto Was a Super Genius Secretly. Now, let's begin. The first chapter. The quiet of the swing, the Hidden Leaf Village's atmosphere often buzzed with the everyday sounds of contemporary life. Electric trams clattered along their routes, massive gaming consoles dominated living rooms, and the relentless building of towering skyscrapers now overshadowed the Hokage Rock. Then, in a heartbeat, the sound was gone. The air was still. No trace of hostile chakra detected. 1 minute, the new wave of shinobi were just living their lives. Training, grabbing a bite at Thunderburger, or, the usual gripes about their folks. Then, in an instant, the world vanished, replaced by a blinding, clinical white. As the illumination dimmed, the familiar pull of gravity reasserted itself. Yet, the earth beneath their feet felt altered. It felt slick and frigid, made of a dark, glassy substance that swallowed the surrounding illumination. "Boruto, you alright?" Sarada Uchiha's voice filled the air. Already up, kunai in hand, her Sharingan whirled with a single tomo, desperately searching the area. Boruto Uzumaki let out a groan, his hand going to the back of his head as he pushed himself upright. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just a bit lightheaded. What the hell just happened? Was that a screw-up with a scientific ninja tool?" "Unlikely," came the cool, robotic voice. Mitsuki lingered, his bright eyes fixed on something. The shift happened in a heartbeat, skipping past every precaution the community had in place. It was space-time manipulation, sure, but on a level I'd never seen before. The others started to move, sensing the shift in the air. It wasn't only Team 7, Shikadai, Inojin, and Chocho were already getting up. Kawaki was already upright, the karma seal on his palm pulsing slightly. His eyes, filled with the wild energy of a cornered animal, scanned the area. Himawari was holding onto Hinata, who seemed utterly confused. It wasn't only the kids, either. The grown-ups were present as well. Sasuke Uchiha, blade partially unsheathed, positioned himself in front of Sakura, a protective stance. Shikamaru Nara was already in a tactical crouch, the shadows around him elongating even without a defined light source. Sai, Konohamaru, and the other Kage, Gaara, Darui, Chojuro, and Kuretsuchi, were all there, their expressions mirroring the same bewilderment. "Where is the seventh?" Kawaki's voice sliced through the quiet, a command wrapped in tension. The room went still. The chamber, reminiscent of an amphitheater, stretched out before them. The theater's velvet seats, a sea of softness, were arranged to face a colossal screen, its dimensions practically swallowing the room. At that moment, the screen was a void, utterly black. Naruto Uzumaki was absent. "Dad?" Boruto's voice wavered, the words catching in his throat as a wave of unease washed over him. "Dad? He's not here," Sasuke stated, his voice a quiet command that seemed to resonate. He put away his sword, but his stance stayed tense. Whatever circumstances led us to this point, he doesn't appear to be part of the picture. "Troublesome," Shikamaru grumbled, his footsteps echoing as he approached the obsidian floor's perimeter. The view appeared to plunge into an endless expanse, a cosmos of shimmering stars. "We're not in our world anymore. It feels different, like something from a long time ago." The room was suddenly filled with a noise, cutting off any chance for further conjecture. It wasn't a voice, nor from a speaker, but a vibration that resonated deep into their bones. "Take a seat." The order was final. The burden was so great, it made knees give way. It wasn't an assault. It was a force of will, a pressure so intense that resisting seemed futile. With a sense of resignation, compelled by an ingrained urge to comply, the shinobis settled into their places. The seating was clearly planned. The younger folks sat up front, with the parents and Kage straight behind. "Who are you?" Sasuke snapped, his Rinnegan flaring to life, the purple ripples radiating forth. "Reveal yourself." "I am the observer. I am the archivist of the divine," the voice intoned, its timbre both flat and monumental. "You've come here to see the truth. The story of the savior of this world has, for ages, been told through the filter of how things seem, rather than how they are. You see the Hokage. You see the hero. You see the father." The display stuttered. The vast expanse shimmered with static, a dance of white and gray. "You know nothing," the voice thundered. "You know him only by the facade. Today, that mask comes off. You'll see Naruto Uzumaki's life, not as it's been told, but as he lived it. You'll hear his inner voice. You'll understand his suffering. And you'll see the brilliance he concealed only to keep going." "Genius?" Boruto echoed, a hint of skepticism lacing his words. "My dad? The one who sends shadow clones to my birthday parties. He's tough, sure, but he's a bit of a doofus. I mean, everyone knows he bombed the academy, what, 3 times? Sarada leveled a warning look at him. Boruto piped down. "Look," the voice instructed. The darkness swallowed the last flickers of illumination. The screen ignited. The broadcast the view was from a low vantage point. The camera, mirroring Naruto's gaze, bobbed with a youthful, even playful energy. The colors were quite bright, perhaps too much, making the world seem more intense. The sandals, battered and dusty, were kicking up a little cloud. "Hungry." The word pulsed from the speakers. Naruto's voice rang out, but it was impossibly young, maybe 4 or 5. "I'm broke. The elderly man handed me the envelope at the beginning of the month, but the milk was pricier this time around. Inflation, I guess." I overheard the shopkeeper mutter that term. The camera tilted upwards. The street in Konoha was bustling as they walked. The village was a relic, untouched by modernity. No towering structures, just the familiar sight of timber and tile. The audience in the theater shivered as the viewpoint shifted, the air around them suddenly chill. It wasn't the chill of winter that got to me, it was the isolation. Each gaze that locked upon the camera seemed to sharpen. The adults huddled, their voices low. Mothers yanked their kids, hauling them across the road. Naruto's acute hearing, a byproduct of his unique abilities, caught fragments of dialogue, each word magnified in his mind. "It's him. Why is he still out and about? A demon. Don't even glance, Kenji. Keep moving." Boruto recoiled. The animosity in those eyes was palpable. He'd witnessed the way people regarded his father, with respect, perhaps a touch of envy, or even irritation on occasion. But this was something else entirely. Disgust. What is this? "This is his childhood," Hinata murmured, a hand instinctively rising to her mouth, her lavender eyes glistening with unshed tears. Naruto continued his journey, the screen displaying his progress. His inner thoughts, however, didn't align with what anyone anticipated. It wasn't the bewilderment of a child, questioning the world. Third shop on the left. Taken, the owner, had a thing for saltwater. If I got too close, he'd douse me, Naruto mused. The internal voice, oddly enough, was quite eloquent, even clinical, without the expected sorrow. The chakra trail of the Anbu tailing me has changed. It's typically dog. But now, it feels like cat. Cat's less active. He waits on the rooftops, 3 jumps behind. That blind area gives me a 14-second head start. Sasuke straightened his posture. He just dissected an Anbu patrol schedule, and he was 5. "That's just not possible," Shikamaru mumbled, his gaze fixed on the display. He was the very worst. Back then, he couldn't tell a shuriken from a kunai, not a chance. The image on the screen changed. Naruto slipped into a narrow alley. 14 seconds, young Naruto mused. Look in the dumpsters, now. Small hands sifted among the refuse behind a bakery. Each action was deliberate, almost clinical in its execution. He wasn't simply picking up trash, he was examining it. Stale bread. Mold creeping up the left edge. Slice that away, the rest is fine. Spotted a mostly eaten apple. Perfect. Evening's calories are accounted for. Naruto's view changed in an instant. He stuffed the remnants into his pocket and bolted from the alley, the shadow above him hardly registering. The cats returned. Act like everything's fine. Smile. Play the fool. Naruto stumbled, his feet betraying him, and he went down hard, his face meeting the ground. His cry was a loud, grating howl. Ow. That stung, I swear. The Anbu, the one with the cat mask, let out a visible sigh from his perch on the roof. The audio was captured without any distortion. The guard grumbled something under his breath, then turned his gaze elsewhere. The moment the guard turned his head, the wailing on the monitor ceased abruptly. Naruto rose, brushing away the dirt. The ruse worked. The risk was lessened. He thinks I'm a fool. Fools aren't threats. If I'm not a threat, they won't take me out. The audience was suddenly hushed. A chill settled in Boruto's gut. He actually did that deliberately. Kawaki whispered, his gaze fixed. He's playing them. He's playing the frail card to get by. I played it with Jigen, too. But he's just so tiny. The world shifted, then settled into something new. The apartment's interior. The darkness has settled. The room felt cramped, even claustrophobic. The wallpaper was coming off in strips. A solitary light bulb dangled from the ceiling, its glow a weak, flickering presence. The camera shifted its focus to the little fridge. Naruto's little fingers unfurled. A lone carton of milk sat inside. 3 days past the expiration date, Naruto's inner voice observed. He lifted it, bringing it to his nose for a quick assessment. Sour. Likely a bacterial bloom. Still, these stomachaches are preferable to the gnawing emptiness. I can probably cook the bacteria out with the heat from my insides. The heat in his belly? Sarada inquired. Does he mean? Kurama, Sasuke said, affirming the point. He realized he could leverage the Kyuubi's chakra to fortify his immune system, specifically to combat food poisoning. He's actively employing this technique. Naruto, on screen, downed the curdled milk. He winced, a hand pressed against his abdomen, his sight momentarily swimming. Concentrate, the child told himself. Move the energy. The fiery red energy. Direct it toward your core. Incinerate the illness. A subtle crimson mist wafted off Naruto's skin, visible on the screen. The ache lessened. Finished. Time to train. Boruto's eyes were glued to the scene, a mix of fascination and dread. Training? He's just a child. He ought to be occupied with playthings. He didn't have any toys, Boruto, Hinata murmured, her voice barely a whisper. The focus shifted, settling on the heart of the disarray. Young Naruto was seated, legs crossed in a lotus pose. The villagers despise me, all because of the fox. The fox represents strength. Yet, mere might is meaningless without the ability to wield it. I observed the Hyuga heiress before. Her grace, it was like a flowing stream. Naruto shut his eyes. The screen flickered, went dark for a heartbeat, and then illuminated once more. He rose. Reproduce. Gasps rippled through the crowd when the 5-year-old Naruto suddenly assumed a flawless Hyuga gentle fist stance. This wasn't the kind of messy fighting Boruto had seen from his father. It had been polished. Exact. Center of gravity, low. Chakra directed to the palms. I lack the Byakugan, which means I can't target Tenketsu. However, I can generate internal shockwaves. His hand shot out. The movement was deliberate, a well-rehearsed action. A sharp crack sounded in the air. The pile of dusty magazines, huddled 3 feet distant, suddenly collapsed, as though a phantom breeze had swept through. Neji Hyuga's combat approach, or, at the very least, the groundwork. He used the gentle fist, Himawari breathed, astonished. That was much like the way Grandpa used to dance. He copied the whole thing flawlessly, just by observing, Shikamaru remarked, his unlit cigarette quivering slightly. Do you get the implications? We assumed he was just unable of grasping the fundamentals, that he was, in essence, slow. The truth was quite different. He wasn't struggling with the basics because of a lack of intelligence. He was disengaged. He was dissecting complex taijutsu techniques before he could even read the instructions. Useless. Naruto's internal voice dismissed the accolades. He let his guard down, shoulders sagging. Showing this would just make them more afraid. The demon is learning to fight. The fox is getting stronger. They'll either imprison me or take my life. Naruto collapsed into his bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, which bore the marks of past leaks. I have to be the very worst. The obnoxious joker who can't hit the broad side of a barn with a kunai. It's the only disguise that actually works. If they're laughing at me, they aren't trying to catch me. A single tear escaped, tracing a path down Naruto's cheek, his eyesight momentarily swimming. I'm feeling quite isolated. The crowd was visibly moved, their hearts breaking at the rawness of the concept. The shift was jarring, a sudden departure from the frigid, methodical brilliance that had just been on display. The sound was a child's, a cry born of a brutal necessity, to become a soldier within, simply to secure the means to live. Boruto's fingers tightened on the chair's armrests. I called him lame, he breathed, his voice trembling. I told him he had no idea what real struggle was. I didn't know. None of us had any idea, Sakura admitted, brushing away her tears. He concealed it. All of it. Even from us. The landscape changed once more. Time had moved on. Naruto seems to have reached 12, the age when the graduation exam was typically taken. The academy swing, a familiar sight, the day was drawing to a close. The results of the exam were now available. Naruto perched on the swing, his signature goggles pushed up against his forehead. Mothers and fathers embraced their kids. Well done on your graduation. That's fantastic. How about some barbecue? Naruto observed. He focused on the grins, the gentle pats on the head, the hugs that lingered. Oxytocin release. Bonding rights, Naruto's inner voice assessed, the words laced with a palpable ache. The village's social system relies on families. Without this, a person is seen as separate, an anomaly. He watched Mizuki and Iruka, their conversation a distant murmur. Mizuki. My presence makes his pulse quicken. His eyes, those dark pools, widen. It's all there, the signs of a predator. He's after something. He's been working on me for weeks now, being all sweetness and light when everyone else is busy. A textbook case of manipulation. He knew. Iruka's voice, barely a whisper, floated from the shadows at the back of the theater, a note of disbelief threading through it. The retired educator observed, keeping her thoughts to herself. Did he know Mizuki was playing him? I botched the clone jutsu on purpose, Naruto mused, examining his hands. A typical bunshin is just that. An illusion. It's not real, not something you can touch. It's almost worthless in a fight. Why waste chakra on a glorified hologram? But I had to fail. If I passed, I'd be assigned to a team. And if I got put on a team, the Jonin captain would see my actual chakra levels. They'd know. I need more time to bring the seal under control. He failed, on purpose? Kiba's voice cut through the air, incredulous. You've got to be joking. I put in so much effort to win. Tonight, Mizuki's making his move, Naruto pondered. He got off the swing. He's going to explain the scroll of seals to me. I can sense his purpose. At last. Access to jutsu that shouldn't be known. I've overheard the Hokage talking about it. The multi-shadow clone jutsu. Clones with substance. Actual mass. That works with what I have. That's a jutsu I can wield. Naruto donned his mask. He fixed a huge, silly smile, the kind that stretched from ear to ear, and rubbed the back of his head as he sprinted toward Mizuki. Mizuki-sensei, you won't believe how Iruka-sensei is treating me. The performances were outstanding. The transformation from the cool, calculating genius to the boisterous, attention-seeking child was immediate. It's terrifying, Mitsuki said, her voice barely above a whisper. He's more than just a ninja. He's a spy, and he's spent his whole life in deep cover. The forest was dark, the kind of blackness that seemed to swallow the light whole. The transmission leapt ahead. Naruto's breath came in ragged gasps as he clutched the enormous scroll of seals. He leaned back against the trunk of a tree. Mizuki's got some explaining to do about that graduation, Naruto mused, unfurling the scroll. He's trying to pin the robbery on me, hoping I'll accept the blame so he can hand this over to Orochimaru. That name, I heard it mentioned, a hushed voice in the tower. But this is my opportunity. Naruto's gaze flicked across the scroll. The content was dense, replete with old Japanese characters and illustrations of chakra. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Rank. It's forbidden, a risk because of chakra depletion. But for me, negligible. The chakra roots. Splitting the flow evenly. Memory transfer when dispelled. Hold on. The diagram's display stuttered, then became still. Memory transmission upon dispelling. It's not only a technique for battle. If I make a clone and it reads a book, I get all that knowledge when it disappears. It's a way to study faster. Naruto's gaze, the camera's own, grew wide. With 1,000 clones at my disposal, I could accelerate my learning exponentially. Years of instruction could be compressed into mere hours. Whoa, Boruto exhaled. That's his method. That's how he stays on top of things. 3 hours. That's how long Naruto figured he had until either Iruka or Mizuki showed up. I won't stop at just mastering the clone jutsu. I'm going to commit this entire scroll to memory. The crowd fell silent, eyes glued on Naruto as his gaze flickered across the scroll with a speed that seemed almost unreal. Flying Raijin. Too intricate at this stage, need formula markers. Edo Tensai. A moral breach, pass. Reaper Death Seal. A self-sacrificing technique, pass. 8 inner gates. Intriguing. The chakra network's restrictions. If I could open the initial gates, using the fox's chakra to absorb the physical toll. He was immersed. He was captivating. Mizuki's almost here. 2 minutes, tops. I have to play it up, look like I'm on the verge of panic. I need to make it seem like I've only mastered the one technique he wanted. The others? Those are staying hidden. Naruto tucked the scroll away, the part about shadow clones now the sole thing on display. He rose, brushing the perspiration from his forehead. His breath hitched, and suddenly, his expression was that of a terrified little boy. It's time. The screen went dark, signaling the conclusion of the broadcast's opening act. The theater lights stayed low. Silence stretched, thick and palpable. The knucklehead ninja persona was no more. Instead, a boy stood there, a child who'd been playing 4D chess with the whole community while he was still in diapers. He memorized the scroll of seals. Tsunade's voice cut through the stillness, her gaze fixed on the present cage. That scroll held the village's most perilous kinjutsu. We'd assumed he'd only mastered the Kage Bunshin, convinced he was too thick to grasp the others. He played us, Sasuke admitted, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his features. He had us all fooled. He projected an image of innocence, ensuring the community saw him as nothing to worry about, even while he amassed power in secret. The black screen seemed to swallow him whole, and Boruto's hands shook. The memory of the spoiled milk and the empty swing haunted him, and so did the chilling logic of his father's thoughts. "Who are you, Dad?" Boruto murmured. "The broadcast will continue," the observer's voice declared. Next. The land of waves. The demon in the mist, and the concealed eyes stirring from their slumber. The theater was still, the air thick with a hush that seemed like a weight, a shroud spun from the remnants of broken illusions. The picture of a 12-year-old, his fingers deftly rolling up the scroll of seals, remained etched on the darkened screen. His mind, a repository of remembered kinjutsu, was a steel trap. Boruto slouched, staring blankly ahead, his gaze locked on the empty space where his father's features used to be. Beside him, Sarada fiddled with her spectacles, a recent nervous habit. Her hands shook a little. "He played us," Boruto said, the admission bitter on his tongue. "The entire time. The tricks. The slipping marks. It was all a cover." "Survival, Boruto," Sasuke's voice came from the row behind. His voice didn't waver, although the tension in his jaw was unmistakable, a new development. "In the ninja world, knowledge is lethal. If Danzo or any of the other villages had realized a Jinchuriki possessed that kind of intelligence and skill, they'd never have allowed him to roam freely. They'd have locked him away, transforming him into a tool for their own ends. But he was my dad," Boruto said, glancing at his teacher. "He brought me up. Was that just a performance? Does he actually care about us, or are we simply factors in his equations?" Hinata leaned in, her hand resting lightly on her son's shoulder. "Boruto, did you see what he did? He mastered those jutsu to stay alive, sure, but he remained in the village. He took the abuse. A man solely driven by self-interest would have run. He stayed because of love. He just had to conceal his true power to keep that love safe." "The simulation resumes," the observer declared, its voice slicing through the lingering emotions. Location: the land of waves. Mission rank: C. Escalated to A. Target: Zabuza Momochi. The screen sprang to life. The broadcast, the visuals were sharp, however the colors were dulled by a heavy, choking fog. The camera, mirroring Naruto's gaze, swept over a bridge still taking shape. Mist, Naruto's inner voice whispered. The atmosphere was serene, a stark contrast to the frenzy that had often defined his public persona, as recorded in the annals of history. Humidity hovered at 98%. Visibility was down to a few meters. The acoustic dampening was substantial. It was, in short, ideal for a silent killing specialist. On the screen, Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja of legend, assumed a defensive posture before Tazuna, the bridge builder. Sakura and Sasuke stood beside him, kunai at the ready, their hands trembling. Naruto, though, remained at a distance. He was visibly shaking, his teeth a constant clatter. "I can't see," Naruto shouted, his arms a wild blur. Heart rate of teammates elevated, the internal monologue assessed with a detached air. Sasuke's breaths came in quick, sharp gasps. He was panicking. Sakura stood stock still. Kakashi, though, remained collected, though his eyes held a flicker of caution. Their adversary was Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, one of the 7 swordsmen. The sword, a colossal thing, emerged from the swirling fog. Trajectory confirmed. Targeting the choke point, take cover. Naruto hit the dirt an instant before Kakashi's voice rang out, "Get down." The executioner's swing missed, the blade finding only the wood of a tree as it buried itself deep. Zabuza's figure loomed on the hilt, his back turned toward the genin. In the theater, Shikadai leaned in. "Did you catch that?" He was already moving before Kakashi had finished his command. He must have anticipated the sword's trajectory by the sound of the wind. The fight exploded on-screen. Kakashi faced off against Zabuza. The water clones splashed. You could just feel the strain in the air. The audience, however, was witnessing a different kind of conflict altogether, the war raging within Naruto himself. Naruto saw Kakashi ensnared by the water prison jutsu. The massive water sphere imprisoned the Jonin. "Go!" Kakashi shouted, his voice echoing from within the protective sphere. "Get Tazuna and go. You can't win." Naruto stood still. Or so it appeared. Option A. Back off. Chances of winning: 0. Zabuza will use water clones to track us down. We'll be exhausted and dead. Option B. Fight him head-on. A death sentence. Zabuza's physical abilities are 10 times more than mine without the fox's cloak. If I use the cloak, I show my hand. It's not the right time. Naruto's gaze fixed on Sasuke. Sasuke's unraveling. The specter of mortality is trumping everything he's learned. I have to bring him back. I need a strategy that leverages his abilities, but without his knowing I'm orchestrating things. Naruto faced Sasuke, his expression hardening into a mask of resolve. "You scaredy cat. You aren't going to let me outshine you, are you?" The barb landed. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, a flicker of pride igniting, momentarily quelling his trepidation. Adrenaline surged, a jolt of clarity. The fog lifted. Time to execute. Naruto used the shadow clone jutsu. Various approaches. Draw the duplicate's attention away. Then, strike when the moment is right. The crowd settled down, eyes glued to the screen as the well-known scene unfolded. Naruto, mid-transformation, becoming a colossal Fuma shuriken. Sasuke's reflexes kicked in. Spin velocity. 400 RPM is necessary to slice through the water's resistance. The angle of attack is dictated by the clone's mass, which creates a blind spot. Zabuza's hands are elsewhere engaged, holding the cage. He can't perform any hand signs. Sasuke launched the shuriken. It bent. Zabuza evaded the blow. "Wait for it," Naruto's head instructed. The shadow shuriken. Zabuza catches the first one. He's ready. The second, however, he doesn't spot in the blur until it's already there. Zabuza leapt. The second shuriken detonated. Naruto materialized in the air, a kunai gripped tightly. 2 meters to the objective. Zabuza's options. Release the prisoner's hold to defend, or accept a kunai to the throat. A forced, binary choice. Checkmate. Zabuza freed the captive. Kakashi was unbound. Naruto hit the water with a splash, making a bit of a mess, and then he whooped. "All right. We did it. Sasuke. Tactical goal accomplished. Jonin asset secured." Threat neutralized. Time to feign ignorance. Let Sasuke believe his intervention was the decisive factor. His self-assurance must be at its zenith for the Chunin tests. In the dim light of the theater, Sasuke's eyelids fluttered shut, a fleeting smile ghosting across his features. He played me, even back then. He understood precisely how to provoke me into action. Papa, he made you look good, Sarada said, her voice filled with wonder. He orchestrated the whole thing, making sure you'd be the one to deliver the final blow. Scene shift. The forest training. The display shifted. The darkness has fallen. The forest was a shadowy, hushed place. Naruto and Sasuke were hard at work, attempting to scale trees using only their feet. That week, etched in history, was a crucible of hard work, a time when people forged connections through competition. Naruto stood at the foot of a colossal oak, the screen displaying the scene. Sasuke slumbered, his back pressed against a gnarled root, utterly spent. Chakra control, Naruto mused, gazing up at the treetops. Textbooks often advise a static emphasis on the soles of the feet. That's not quite right. The ground isn't flat. The pressure needs to shift with each step, constantly making tiny changes. Naruto shut his eyes. Adjust. He climbed the tree. He stayed put. He held his ground. He strolled, hands tucked away, up to the tallest branch, where he hung, inverted, like a bat. He actually did it on the first attempt, Konohamaru stammered, eyes wide. But the story claims he took days. Naruto perched on the branch, his gaze fixed on the slumbering Sasuke below. I could wrap this up immediately. I could head back to Tazuna's crawl into bed, but then Sasuke would know he's lagging. If he believes he's falling behind, he might start looking for shortcuts to power, and fast. Or, even worse, he might just quit. Naruto dropped off the branch and landed silently. He grabbed up a kunai and scratched the bark at a low angle, creating a phony progress point. I have to struggle. I have to fall. We need to be equals. Rivalry breeds growth. If I am a god and he is immortal, there is no bond. Only worship or resentment. I need a brother, not a follower. Naruto spent the next hour purposefully falling from the tree, generating loud thuds so that if Sasuke awoke, he would hear the failure. Pain is data, Naruto thought as he scratched his elbow against a root. This bruise will sell the lie. Boruto felt tears welling up in his eyes again. He hurt himself. Just to be friends with you, Master Sasuke. Sasuke did not respond, but his hold on his sword was tight. Naruto's sacrifice was overwhelming. He gave up his own ego and comfort to ensure Sasuke didn't feel alone. Scene change. The bridge battle. The atmosphere in the theater changed. The air became frigid. The screen revealed Haku's ice mirrors. Naruto and Sasuke were stuck inside the icy dome. Senbon needles showered down on them mercilessly. Sasuke was gasping and bleeding from 12 wounds. Naruto seemed to be in the same state. Analysis of ice release. Naruto's inner voice echoed over the slow-motion carnage. Temperature drop is affecting muscle viscosity. Reaction times are slowing. The mirrors are not just reflective, they act as transport nodes. The enemy enters one, dematerializes into chakra, and rematerializes in another. Naruto batted aside a needle, but another scratched his cheek. He is not moving at light speed. He is moving at the speed of chakra flow. Fast, but finite. Sasuke stood in front of Naruto, delivering a barrage of needles. He collapsed. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed loudly, his voice cracking. Internally, the tone was different. It was a frigid rage. Vital signs. Critical. Lung punctured. Heart rate dropping. He protected me. Illogical. He sacrificed his ambition for my survival. This was not in the calculation. The screen warped. The margins became red. Seal integrity, 85%. Requesting access. Kyuubi. You want power, brat? The Nine-Tails voice rang in Naruto's consciousness. I want flow. Give me 0.5% of your total reserves. Filter the hatred. I need the kinetic energy, not the consciousness. Red chakra bubbled forth from Naruto's skin. The bottom of the bridge had cracked. In the theater, the audience was horrified. They had seen this metamorphosis before, but they had always assumed it was due to berserker wrath. Adrenaline synthesis maxed. Pain receptors disabled. Muscle density enhanced by chakra cloak. Target acquired. Naruto looked up. His eyes were crimson, his pupils slit, but there was a frightening intellect behind them. Haku moved. He was a blur of light. Too slow. Naruto's hand shot out. It was not a wild swing. It was a precise interception. He seized Haku's wrist in the air. Got you. Haku's eyes widened in surprise on the television. How? Your trajectory is linear, Naruto reasoned as he drew back his hand. Once you exit the mirror, you are subject to physics. And in my domain, physics answers to me. Boom. The punch landed. It wasn't just a strike, it was a catastrophic kinetic impact. Haku smashed through the mirror, flying 50 feet before falling into the concrete, his mask shattering. Naruto stood on the fractured ice, the red vapor fading. Target neutralized. Chakra usage, optimal. Sasuke. Stabilize him. The scene shifted onward. Zabuza was dead. Haku was dead. Snow was falling. Naruto stood over Zabuza's body. He was crying since his talk no jutsu had just ended. He wanted to be a tool, Naruto reflected, wiping his tears. The grief was palpable, yet the analysis persisted. But a tool cannot protect. Only a human can protect. By breaking his philosophy, I allowed him to die with honor. I gave him back his humanity in the final moments. It is the only mercy I could offer. The screen turned to darkness. The intermission, the lights in the theater stayed low. The hush was absolute. Shikamaru emitted a puff of smoke, having lighted a cigarette despite the no smoking signs that were undoubtedly there in this reality. He dissected Haku's Kekkei Genkei in seconds. He regulated the Nine Tails chakra like a faucet. Do you understand how insane that is? Jiraiya-sama spent years trying to teach him that, and he was already doing it intuitively. He led us to believe he was the underdog, Sakura stated softly. All those times I hit him. All those times I called him annoying. He was protecting us. He was the adult in the room, and we were the children. Kawaki stared at the blank screen, his thoughts whirling. The Otsutsuki. Hagoromo. The introduction described Naruto as Shibei's heir. Was this intellect a part of that? Was his ability to adapt and learn a latent Otsutsuki trait? He's not just a genius, Kawaki mumbled, he's a divergent. He evolves in real time. Boruto stared down at his hands. He possessed karma, which is a shortcut to power, but what about his father? His father had built his power brick by brick, concealing it in the dark and nourishing it while the world spat at him. I want to see more, Boruto stated, his voice steely. I need to see the Chunin exams. I need to see him fight Neji. I need to know the truth. Request acknowledged, the observer said. The Chunin exams. The Forest of Death, and the encounter with the snake. Preparing Chapter 3. The screen started to hum once more. The theater was quiet, except for the hum of the big screen and the eerie silence of the audience. They were no longer seeing a historical drama, but rather an autopsy of their own memories. The image of Naruto, the boy they thought they knew, had been replaced by a stranger with his face. The Chunin exams, Shikamaru said, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. This was where everything changed. Orochimaru. The curse mark. The invasion. If he was analyzing us back then, he must have seen things even the Jonin missed. The simulation resumes, the observer said, his voice resonating through the floorboards. Phase 1. The written exam. An exercise in information gathering. The screen changed from black to the stark, sterile white of the examining room. The broadcast Ibiki Morino stood in the front of the room, his scarred face somber. The genin were sitting, tense, and sweating. The camera, which represented Naruto's eyes, looked down at the test paper. Question 1. Decipher a code using the trajectory of a shuriken thrown at a 45-degree angle in varying wind speeds. Naruto's inner voice was instant. Wind shear coefficient is missing from the variable list. Assuming standard Konoha atmospheric pressure. Calculation complete. The answer is B7. Too easy. He looked at question 2. Cryptography based on the Second Great War dialect. I read a scroll on this in the library when the librarian was on lunch break. Substitution cipher. The key is thunder, done. Inogen gasped aloud at the theater. He knew the answers. Dad always said the seventh left the paper blank because he was stupid. On screen, Naruto's hand was hovering over the pencil. He started writing, then stopped abruptly. Stop, his inner voice demanded. Look around. Naruto's gaze moved gradually left and right. Hinata is using Byakugan. Sasuke is using Sharingan. Gaara has created a sand eye. The purpose of this test isn't knowledge. It's intelligence gathering. If I answer these questions perfectly without cheating, I become an anomaly. An anomaly draws attention. Attention gets me killed. Naruto placed the pencil down. I must leave it blank. A 0 score fits the profile. It reinforces the dead last narrative. But the final question. That is the true test. The scene was fast-forwarded. Ibiki posed the 10th question. Stay and risk becoming a genin forever, or go and try again next year. Naruto lifted his hand. The room held its breath. I'm not gonna run away. Naruto said as he smashed his hand on the desk. I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way. The room erupted in cheers. The tension broke. Ibiki smiled. However, Naruto's thinking was chilly. Psychological pressure released. By acting the fool, I shattered the tension for the weaker minds in the room. If too many teams drop out, the exam is cancelled. I need the exam to continue to access the forest of death. There are rare herbs there I need for my seal maintenance. Manipulation complete. He gave that speech. To keep the test going? Boruto murmured, feeling an odd mix of admiration and treachery. It wasn't just bravery, it was crowd control, scene shift, the forest of death. The image changed to the lush, green canopy of the 44th training grounds. The trees were huge, with roots winding like big snakes. Team 7 was advancing through the thicket. Chakra signature detected, Naruto's thinking repeated. Direction. North-northeast, distance, 2 kilometers. Species. Giant centipede. Threat level. Low. He halted and sniffed the air. Wait. New signature. Cold. Slimy. Malicious. Naruto's walk came to an end. I have to pee. Guys, be right back. Ah, Naruto, you're disgusting. Sakura exclaimed. Naruto dashed into the woods. When he was out of sight, his posture shifted. He straightened upright, his eyes narrowing into slits. It's not a beast. It's a person. The chakra density is monstrous. Sannin level. Why is a Sannin in a genin exam? He turned his attention back to his teammates. They're the target. Specifically, Sasuke. The predator is toying with them. I need to intervene, but I cannot reveal my full speed. I have to make it look like luck. The scene cut to a clearing. A grass ninja, Orochimaru in disguise, confronted Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke was paralyzed and vomiting from intense dread. The killing intent appeared as a purple aura on screen. Genjutsu based on pure fear, Naruto reflected as he observed from the tree line. Sasuke's amygdala is overloaded. He can't move. Sakura is catatonic. I have 3 seconds before the enemy strikes. Naruto jumped. According to history, Naruto arrived just in time to block the gigantic snake with a kunai while shouting. On television, however, the viewers noticed the micro-movements. Kunai throw. Adjust for wind. Aim for the snake's eye to blind it. Use the momentum of the fall to drive the blade deep. Stab. The massive snake recoiled. Naruto landed in front of Sasuke. Are you hurt? Scaredy cat? The taunt was delivered with a sneer, but Naruto's mind was racing. Enemy analysis. Skin texture is synthetic. A mask. Chakra flow is disrupted in the throat. He's suppressing a different voice. It's Orochimaru. The snake Sannin. This is bad. This is a catastrophe. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. You have an interesting gaze, boy. He sees it, Naruto observed. He sees the intelligence. Mask slip. I need to be chaotic. Unpredictable. Naruto charged. To the naked eye, it appeared to be a wild, flailing strike. The audience in the theater witnessed a masterclass on feints. Right hook is a decoy. Shift weight to left foot, heel dodge right. When he dodges, he exposes his ribcage. Strike. Naruto delivered a good kick to Orochimaru's face. The Sannin flew back in astonishment. He actually hit him, Mitsuki muttered. My parent, Orochimaru, was caught off guard. He's playing with us, Naruto realized as he wiped blood off his lip. He wants to test Sasuke's potential. I am merely the obstacle. I need to use the fox. Naruto closed his eyes for a single second. Valve open. 2% output. Directed to the legs for speed. Do not let the consciousness leak. Red chakra erupted around Naruto. His eyes became crimson. Kill him, Kyuubi hissed from the background. Quiet, fox. I'm driving. Naruto moved, he was a blur. He intercepted the enormous snake again, this time using pure physical might to keep its jaws open. Muscle fibers tearing. Regenerating instantly. The heat is burning my skin. Good. The pain keeps me sharp. Orochimaru stood on the branch, his tongue out. He made a hand sign. Wind release, a great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind leveled the woodland. Wind release, Naruto said as he was blasted back, burying his claws into the soil to stabilize himself. High compression. No hand signs for the second burst. He's breathing chakra. I can learn that. Compress the air in the lungs, mix with chakra, expel. Naruto stood up, the red chakra blazing. He glanced at Sasuke, who was still trembling. Sasuke. Move. Sasuke did not move. Useless. I have to buy time. Naruto charged Orochimaru again. This time, the Sannin stopped smiling. You are an annoyance, Orochimaru snarled. His neck extended, reaching 50 feet, and his head rushed toward Naruto like a rocket. Kusanagi blade in the mouth? Naruto examined. No, just teeth. He's going to bite. No. The fingers. Look at his fingers. Orochimaru's fingers were glowing with 5 separate flames. Purple chakra. Fuinjutsu. Sealing art. 5 distinct points. The 5 elements seal. Naruto was in midair, he was unable to dodge. Orochimaru slammed his hand into Naruto's midriff, directly above the 8 trigrams seal. Slam. Naruto screamed. The misery was obvious, a shockwave rippled across the screen. However, even as his vision faded, his intellect continued to function. Analyzing. Chakra pattern. Fire, water, lightning, earth, wind. He is overlaying an odd-numbered seal on top of an even-numbered seal. 5/8. It creates a dissonance. He's jamming the lock. The camera focused on the seal searing into Naruto's skin. Memorize the pattern. The swirl. The kanji placement. If I know the design, I can reverse engineer the key. Don't pass out yet. Memorize it. Naruto's eyes rolled back, but for a brief moment, they focused with terrible clarity on Orochimaru's palm. Got it. 5 elements unseal. Requires a focused chakra burst at the odd intervals. I can't do it myself. I need someone. Jiraiya. The thought evaporated. Naruto collapsed, plummeting to the woodland floor. The aftermath: the screen displayed Sakura dragging Naruto and Sasuke into a hollow tree. She was crying and fatigued. Naruto lay unconscious. But the transmission did not end. It moved to the subconscious realm, the sewage within his thoughts. Naruto, his mental avatar, faced the huge cage of the 9 tails. The water surrounding his ankles was agitated. That snake. He messed with my seal, the fox hissed as its enormous eye peered through the bars. I cannot lend you chakra properly. The flow is erratic. I know, the mental Naruto said calmly. He moved up to the bars, ignoring the beast's murderous intent. He used a 5-element seal. It disrupts the sync ratio. But I memorized the torque and the chakra signature. Naruto created a piece of paper in his mindscape, a mental construct. He began drawing the seal neatly. I can't get it out from inside, Naruto remarked, inspecting his drawing. But I can route my own chakra around the blockage. It will be painful. It will feel like burning alive every time I mold chakra. But it will work. You are a madman, Kurama muttered. Why do you fight so hard for that Uchiha brat? He was ready to give up. Naruto stared up at the fox, his blue eyes penetrating. Because he is the only one who understands the silence. And because, if I save him, maybe this village will finally see that a monster can be a hero. They will never see you as anything but a monster, Kyuubi told them. Then I will be a monster that protects them, Naruto muttered, moving away from the cage. Until I become something else entirely. The scene faded. Scene shift. Preliminaries. The theater was silent. The idea of Naruto mentally rearranging his chakra flow while unconscious was difficult to grasp. He was fighting a war inside his own body, Hinata muttered. All that time. He was in pain. The simulation advances, the observer stated. The preliminaries. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. The screen displayed the tower arena. Naruto stood facing Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba was confident and laughing. You're lucky you even made it here, dead last. Kiba yelled. Naruto grinned and rubbed his nose. I'm gonna beat you, Kiba. Believe it, opponent analysis. Kiba Inuzuka, Naruto's inner voice responded to the grin. Taijutsu specialist. Relies on speed and coordination with the Ninken, ninja dog. Their primary asset is their sense of smell. It is 10,000 times more sensitive than a human's. That is their strength. That is also their critical weakness. The fight started. Kiba used a smoke bomb. He was too quick. Naruto was taking hits. Speed is overwhelming. I can't track him with my eyes. I need to disrupt his tracking. Smoke bombs obscure vision, but not scent. He can smell my fear. He can smell my sweat. Naruto got a blow to the gut. He tipped over. I need a biological weapon. Something that overwhelms the olfactory nerves. Something that causes temporary paralysis of the senses. Naruto's stomach rumbled. He drank some bad milk today. Gastrointestinal pressure is high. Methane, hydrogen sulfide. If I compress my abdominal muscles at the exact moment he strikes from behind. The audience watched Kiba rush in for the kill. Now. Release. PFFT. The sound was funny. The outcome was not. On screen, the world became a smell heat map. The gas cloud erupted in Kiba's face. To Kiba's improved nose, it was like a flashbang grenade landed directly on his retina. Kiba gagged, eyes watering, and clutched his nose. My nose. It burns. Olfactory overload was successful, Naruto reported clinically. Target is disoriented. Equilibrium is shattered. Akamaru is incapacitated. Opportunity window. 4 seconds. Naruto demonstrated the Uzumaki barrage. Clone A. Left flank, Clone B. Right flank, launch him. Aerial trajectory calculated. Finish with a heel drop. Slam. Kiba collided into the ground, out in the cold. Naruto landed and posed with a peace sign. Hee, don't mess with me. Victory secured. Method. Unorthodox. Shame level, high. Strategic value. Absolute. The screen turned to darkness. The intermission in the theater, the tension had subsided slightly, to be replaced by bemused amusement. The fart. Boruto lowered his head into his hands. The legendary fart that beat Kiba. It was a calculated chemical attack? It makes sense, Shino Aburame said from behind, his voice monotone yet impressive. Against an Inuzuka, the nose is the most vulnerable point. We always assumed it was luck. To think he timed a biological function to the millisecond. He turned his own indigestion into a weapon, Shocho added, nodding respectfully. That is a level of food appreciation I haven't reached yet. Sasuke, however, did not laugh. He was thinking of the forest of death. About the seal. He memorized the 5 elements seal while being branded by it, Sasuke explained quietly to Sakura. Do you know how complex that seal is? It took me weeks to understand the basics of Fuinjutsu with Orochimaru. Naruto analyzed the counter seal in seconds. He's a genius, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, her eyes sorrowful. A genius who was desperate to be seen as a fool. The simulation prepares for the next phase, the observer reported. The finals approach. The encounter with the Toad Sage. And the battle against the genius of the Hyuga. Boruto looked up. Neji, he answered. The fight where Dad changed Uncle Neji's destiny. Correct, the voice said. But destiny looks different when you can see the strings. The theater's atmosphere had deepened. It was no longer a place of bewilderment, but of serious scholarly research. Notebooks had appeared, as beckoned by the observer, and numerous of the younger generation, particularly Mitsuki and Shikadai, were taking notes. They realized that the shinobi world's history had been authored by the smartest, not the strongest. And the boy on TV, who is currently starring at a goofy-looking sage at the hot springs, could have been the wisest of them all. The simulation resumes, the observer stated. Time frame: 1 month before the final rounds. Objective: power acquisition. Mentor: Jiraiya of the Sannin. The broadcast the screen displayed a sun-soaked afternoon. Naruto stood along the riverbank. Ebisu, the elite tutor, was unconscious on the ground. Standing over him was a huge man with a mane of white hair, giggling strangely at a bunch of women in towels. "You knocked out my teacher, you pervy old man," Naruto exclaimed, raising an accusing finger. Naruto appeared to be having a temper tantrum. Internally, the world was a stream of information. Subject: male. Estimated age: 50s. Chakra signature: immense. It feels like nature itself, dense, heavy, and vast. Comparable to the third Hokage. No. Stronger. Naruto's eyes, the camera, focused on the metal guard on the man's forehead. The kanji for oil, it's him. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. One of the legendary Sannin, master of the fourth Hokage. Intelligence reports suggested he was out of the village. Naruto continued to yell, demanding that the man accept responsibility. Ebisu's training was efficient for basics, but linear. I have hit a plateau with standard chakra control. To beat Neji, I need a catalyst. I need a paradigm shift. This man is the key. On television, Jiraiya waved him away. I have no time for brats. I am conducting research. He is dismissive. He values freedom and hedonism. Direct requests for training will be rejected. I must manipulate him. I need to leverage his ego or his vices. Or, I need to annoy him into submission until he trains me just to shut me up. The annoying brat persona is the optimal strategy here. Naruto clutched onto Jiraiya and whined loudly. Teach me. Teach me. You owe me. He deduced Jiraiya's identity instantly, Shikamaru said, expelling smoke. And he immediately switched to the personality type most likely to get a reaction out of him. Scene shift. The summoning contract. Days had passed on-screen. They were in a woodland clearing. Jiraiya has just offered the summoning contract. Naruto unraveled the enormous scroll. He looked at the names scrawled in blood. Minato Namikaze. Naruto's gaze rested on the name. The audience felt a pulse of familiarity. The fourth Hokage. The hero who saved the village. Why is his name here? Wait. The stylistic curvature of the kanji. It matches the ceiling formula on my stomach. The handwriting is identical. Naruto's heart rate increased on the monitor overlay. The fourth Hokage sealed the fox. The fourth Hokage summoned toads. I look nothing like my parents, whoever they were. But this connection. Is it coincidence? No, in shinobi logistics, coincidence is a myth. Is he? Naruto shook his head, both physically and psychologically. Irrelevant data for now. Focus on the jutsu. Space-time ninjutsu. It requires a blood sacrifice to bridge the dimensional gap. The chakra cost is variable based on the mass of the summoned creature. To summon a boss toad, I need a massive chakra spike. My normal blue chakra is too suppressed by the seal. I need the red. Naruto signed his name. The handwriting was untidy and childish. Sloppy on purpose. Keep the expectations low. Scene shift. The cliff. Everyone was expecting this moment. The bottomless ravine. Jiraiya stood behind Naruto. To control the fox's power, you need to be in a life or death situation. He pressed. Naruto collapsed. The wind screamed through the speakers. The canyon walls blurred in the past. To a normal child, this meant the end. To Naruto, it was a physics problem. Velocity, increasing by 9.8 meters per second squared. Distance to impact, 400 meters. Time to impact, approximately 9 seconds. Air resistance is negligible at this angle. Naruto flailed his arms and screamed, "Ah! Save me!" Panic is the trigger. The seal loosens under emotional duress. I need to simulate genuine fear to trick the gatekeeper. But I also need to negotiate. The screen flashed white. Interior. The mindscape. Naruto stood in front of the cage again. The water rippled. The 9 tails seemed large and menacing. "Here to die, brat?" "No," Naruto replied. His voice in the mindscape was devoid of the scream he used in real life. It was cold and authoritative. "I'm here to collect rent." "Rent?" Kurama hissed. "You live in my body. You eat my chakra. Today, I need a loan. If I die, you die. It's a mutually assured destruction scenario. Do the math, Fox." Naruto extended his hand. "Hand over the chakra, or we'll both be in deep trouble." "You arrogant little." Kurama stopped mid-sentence. The creature leaned in, its eyes fixed. "You're not asking, you're dictating." "Fascinating," most ships pled. "I don't beg," Naruto stated, his gaze unwavering. "I do the math." Right now, the chamber was awash in red. The ravines outside. Chakra surge registered. Size, enormous. Forming needed. Prevent detonation. Contain it. Picture the toad. Not a hatchling. A stronghold. Naruto clapped his hands, a sharp sound cutting through the air. Summoning jutsu. The ravine was suddenly engulfed in a cloud of smoke. The camera trembled. As the dust settled, Naruto found himself atop Gamabunta, the boss toad, who was precariously gripping the canyon walls. He actually bargained with the 9 tails? Boruto's voice was a whisper, the shock evident on his face. He didn't just happen to do it right, he went after the fox. He treated the tailed beast like a business partner, Kawaki noted, a trace of admiration creeping into his tone. He grasped that even a creature of nightmares has a will to live. Scene shift. The Chunin exam finals. The place was filled to the rafters. The daimyos took their places. The air was electric with applause. Naruto faced Neji Hyuga. Neji appeared every bit the prince, his Byakugan flaring to life, the veins around his eyes standing out starkly. "Fate has spoken, Naruto. You've lost. I am the superior one." Naruto leaned back, hands laced behind his head, a grin plastered across his face. "I'll change your fate. Mark my words, opponent analysis." Neji Hyuga, Naruto's inner voice started, the shift in tone immediately apparent as it became a pure tactical assessment. Gentle fist. The style. The mechanism? Injecting chakra into an opponent's tenketsu, effectively stopping their flow. It's a close quarters technique. For defense, there's Kaden, a revolving shield of chakra that spins in a complete circle. Neji took his position. The Byakugan offers almost complete vision, almost. The catch? A blind spot lurks behind the first thoracic vertebra. But that's a feint. He understands the flaw, and he protects it. I need to outsmart him. I need to make him question what he sees. The clash commenced. Naruto surged forward. Neji's block was flawless, his fist connecting with Naruto's shoulder. My arm felt numb. Chakra wasn't getting to my right shoulder. He's quick, quicker than Lee, even with weights. I couldn't win a fight like this. Naruto devised shadow clones. 4. Neji was swarmed. Neji made quick work of them. Good, Naruto mused, watching the clones disperse in a cloud of smoke. Each clone served as a test subject. I measured how quickly he reacted. He responded to threats within a 2-meter range in 0.1 seconds. However, his reaction time increased to 0.3 seconds for threats outside that range. This delay was due to the time needed for him to refocus his vision. Neji's gaze settled on the genuine Naruto. That's pointless. I can tell the difference. Your chakra isn't quite balanced. Naruto assessed the situation. He's bluffing. The shadow clone splits chakra evenly. They're almost identical from a mathematical standpoint. He's making assumptions based on little facial movements. I need to rein in my emotions. Naruto lunged once more. Neji executed the 8 trigrams, 64 palms technique. The crowd gasped as Neji hammered Naruto with blow after blow. 2 palms. 4 palms. 16. The number 32, 64. Naruto fell. It's done, Neji stated. Your tenketsu are all sealed. You can't move. Naruto sprawled on the ground. Pain. A solid 9. Movement? Forget it. My chakra network? Completely offline. This was the state I was after. Naruto's fingers moved. The gentle fist, as it were, effectively cripples the body's inherent chakra pathways. However, it doesn't anticipate a backup. The seal. He severed the blue conduits, but left the red ones untouched. He just took it. Hinata breathed, incredulous. Why? Because Sasuke understood, his eyes becoming wild. Neji's confidence would be his undoing, a lapse in vigilance. Naruto, on the other hand, had to completely disable his own chakra pathways to compel the Nine Tails' power to emerge unopposed. Naruto rose to his feet, visibly shaken. I told you. Naruto gasped. That's a tough question. When is it time to stop? Access requested. Secondary generator. Bypass main breakers. Surge. Orange-red chakra exploded from Naruto, a cyclone of energy. The earth split. Neji recoiled, his Byakugan flaring with a real, visceral terror. What is this? Neji managed, his voice catching. Kinetic output surged by fourfold. Speed was boosted. Let's find out if your rotation can cope with this much torque. Naruto and Neji's fight began. A crater formed. The arena was engulfed in smoke, obscuring everything. Once the chaos subsided, 2 distinct craters came into view. Neji rose. Naruto sprawled on the ground, vanquished. Not bad, Neji wheezed. Destiny, however, is unyielding. The theater hushed, a collective intake of air from the younger audience. The ending was a foregone conclusion, however the circumstances around it were anything but relaxed. Neji approached the remains of Naruto. Now, the voice echoed from below. The Byakugan can perceive chakra. It can also see through walls. However, when the very ground is saturated with chakra, it generates static. For the past 2 minutes, I'd been flooding the earth with my own chakra, essentially producing a background hum. To him, the ground now resembled a distorted ocean. Neji's footing vanished in a violent eruption. The punch landed. Naruto sprung off the ground, his punch landing cleanly on Neji's chin. It hit hard. Neji soared upward, his eyes glazing over, before plummeting to the earth. The duplicate vanished, a puff of smoke. Naruto loomed above Neji, breathless. I dug a hole? Boruto repeated, his eyes wide. So, that was the plan. Tunneling velocity. 3 meters per second, Naruto mentally noted, his gaze fixed on the comatose Hyuga. As the clone engaged him with the chakra clash, I employed earth release principles, not the jutsu itself, but the physical application of chakra to loosen the ground. To start digging. I concealed my signature inside the chaos of the explosion. Neji cleared his throat, his gaze fixed on Naruto. How did it all go wrong? Naruto's gaze fell. The talk no jutsu commenced. Neji, enough with the destiny nonsense. I was a failure, plain and simple. But I figured it out. You were a bird in a cage because you accepted the cage, Naruto mused, even as he voiced something else entirely. I studied the lock on the cage. That's where we part ways. You're a virtuoso, a natural. I'm a product of sheer determination. The exam proctor called it, the screen declared. Naruto Uzumaki became victorious. The aftermath, the consequences were immediate and far-reaching. The screen went dark. He figured out how the Byakugan sees, Sarada explained, pushing her glasses up her nose. He understood then that if everything radiated chakra, nothing would be distinctive. It was, in essence, a fundamental principle of camouflage. He let Neji hit him 64 times, Himawari said, her hand pressed to her heart. Just to let the fox out. Sasuke's voice was steady, calculated risk. A single miscalculation, a mere 1% off, and he would have been doomed to a life of immobility. He'd gambled everything on his own calculations. The observer announced, the simulation has paused. The audience needs time to understand the invasion that follows. In the confusion of Orochimaru's attack, Naruto Uzumaki didn't just fight a tailed beast, he also analyzed it. Boruto's gaze fixed on the television. Gaara, he said. The one tail. Dad faced a fully changed tailed beast when he was just 12 years old. And they won, Shikadai chimed in. I used to believe it was all about brute force. Now, though, I'm willing to wager he had a strategy in place for that as well. The mood in the auditorium had changed, moving from scholarly interest to a tangible sense of fear. The screen, once a glimpse into a forgotten era, now seemed to open upon a scene of devastation. The Konoha Crush. That day, the Sound and Sand villages attempted to erase the leaf from existence, leaving a deep, lasting mark on the world. For the younger crowd, though, it was just another page in a textbook. Now, they were about to witness it from the perspective of the boy who had intervened. The simulation resumes, the observer intoned, his voice a deep, rumbling echo. The Chunin exam stadium. An invasion was underway. The threat? Total village destruction? The transmission. The screen came alive with a sudden burst of light. Snow-white feathers fell, a delicate shower from above. The crowd in the stands began to collapse, a wave of drowsiness sweeping through them, row by row, as if a spell had been cast. Naruto perched in the stands, his gaze fixed on the drifting feathers. Genjutsu. Temple of Nirvana, Naruto's mind registered immediately. A wide area of effect. Multiple signatures, discovered in the VIP box. Kabuto Yakushi is the source. Naruto's eyes began to close. He let out a big yawn, then slouched. I'm utterly exhausted, but within his thoughts, the math was precise. Chakra disruption. Required. Dispel. Kai. A surge of blue chakra ignited within, dispelling the illusion before it could fully materialize. Naruto was up. Absolutely clear. Option A. Get up and go. Chances of making it out alive. Slim. The opposition consists of Jonin. I'm just a genin. If I move, I'm the first one they'll go after. Option B. Pretend to be out cold. Size up the situation. Let Kakashi and Guy, the real powerhouses, take the lead. Naruto collapsed into the concrete bench, the impact muffled by the surface. His snores erupted, a cacophony of sound. Get up, you moron! Sakura shrieked, shaking him awake. The village is under siege. Naruto cracked one eye wide, feigning sleepiness. Sakura-chan? What's taking so long with the ramen? From his perch in the back row, Kakashi Hitaki shielded his exposed eye with his hand as he watched. He'd been awake the entire time. I wasted 5 minutes trying to rouse him, convinced his genjutsu resistance was weak. Turns out, he was simply biding his time, waiting for me to finish up. Sakura broke the illusion, Naruto mused, getting to his feet and massaging his temples. Shikamaru's playing possum, too. I can hear his breathing, it's way too measured for someone asleep. Clever. He's doing the same risk assessment I am. The chase was on. The screen flickered, and the scene shifted to the woods. Team 7, excluding Sasuke, who was already in the lead, and Pakun, were hot on the trail of the Sand siblings. Sasuke's fighting Gaara, Naruto thought, his mind racing. The air is thickening, the pressure shifting. This isn't simply a gust of wind. It's something else entirely. The chakra I'm sensing is that of a tailed beast. Raw. Old. It carries the scent of decay and violence. A band of sound ninja appeared before them. Shikamaru offered to be the decoy. I'll buy you some time, Shikamaru stated, his expression a mix of ennui and fear. Naruto's gaze met his. Shikamaru Nara. IQ. 200 plus, give or take. Shadow Possession Jutsu. His abilities are most potent in a thick forest, where the dappled light plays tricks. Statistically, he's the best bet for a rearguard. If I stick around, I'm just burning through chakra in a fight. If Sakura stays, she's dead. It's got to be him. Naruto flashed Shikamaru a thumbs up. Shikamaru, we're relying on you. Don't die, the internal voice urged, a trace of real concern momentarily disrupting the cold logic. You're a rare constant in this hamlet, a reassuring presence. The monsters collided. The screen displayed the woodland clearing. Sasuke lay on the ground, the curse mark fading, his body still locked in the aftermath. Gaara loomed, a figure caught between states. Half of him was human. The rest was a grotesque fusion of sand and purple patterns. Sakura was caught between them, shaking, a kunai clutched tightly. Move. Gaara's voice, twisted and raw, echoed the command of the beast within. The sand surged, slamming Sakura against a tree. Naruto touched down on the branch overhead. Situation critical, the screen's overlay declared. Hostiles. 1. Jinchuriki, allies. 2. Out of commission, threat level, total. Naruto leapt down. Get away from them, you freak. Taunts up. I've got his attention, he'll be looking at me. Gaara spun around, his lone yellow eye alight with a frenzied gleam. You'll keep me amused, won't you? The clash commenced. He shifted. He hadn't resorted to shadow clone spam just yet. He was evading. The sand moves at a speed of 45 meters per second. Although it can follow movement, it has a delay when changing direction. Also, the sand has mass, which means it has inertia. Naruto weaved. Gone. Okay. Hold on. All right. The sand struck the tree, the exact spot where he'd just been. He was covered in metal. Any physical strike would be pointless. I had to find a way through the defenses. The back. The tail's base. The chakra was weakest there, thanks to the metamorphosis spreading outward. Naruto made the tiger hand seal. Secret taijutsu. 1,000 years of death. The theater audience, a mix of dread and delight, witnessed Naruto's audacious move. He hurled himself at Gaara, a kunai with an explosive tag clutched in his hand. He shoved it in. Well, then, let's get to the vulnerable spot. The sky exploded. The blast hurled Gaara through the air. The sand armor fractured. Boruto's eyes widened, and he felt his mouth go dry. It wasn't a joke. He pulled a fast one, landing an explosive charge right where Gaara was most vulnerable. The 1,000 years of death, it's a legitimate insertion method for poisons or tags, assuming the target is on their toes, Kakashi murmured. But to wield it against a tailed beast? Now, that's some serious guts. Gaara's scream echoed across the screen. The hurt set the following phase in motion. I'll kill you. The sand surged forth, coalescing into a colossal sand tanuki. The trees cracked and splintered, a sound like snapping bones. Shukaku, the one tail, was now completely present. Naruto perched on a tree limb, gazing up at the colossal beast. He seemed very small. Unremarkable. Scale difference. 1 to 500, Naruto assessed, his voice steady even as his hands betrayed him. Standard ninjutsu. Useless. I need something substantial. A counterbalance. I need the boss. Naruto drew his thumb across his teeth. Chakra conversion. At its peak. No holding back now. If I stumble, Sasuke and Sakura perish. The village goes up in flames. And me? I'll have utterly miscalculated. The summoning jutsu. A colossal plume of smoke billowed forth. As the mist dissipated, Gamabunta, the enormous toad, was revealed. A pipe hung from his mouth, and he seemed less than pleased. What's the meaning of this, kid? And why is there a raccoon in my garden? Gamabunta. He's a stubborn one, full of pride. He won't bother to fight unless he respects the person who summoned him, or if he's directly provoked. Naruto gestured towards Shukaku. That fellow just called you a nasty wart toad. Gamabunta's eyelid fluttered. He unsheathed his enormous dosu blade. Did he just say that? The ruse worked. The objective was achieved. The clash of titans commenced. The trees were flattened. The air crackled at the impact of water and wind. The auditorium trembled, echoing the ghostly remnants of the battle. Shukaku, however, proved to be far too powerful. He was composed of sand, and any attempt to harm him was futile. Get in close. Naruto shouted, his voice barely audible over the wind as he perched on Gamabunta's massive head. I must rouse the medium. I can't get close, Gamabunta bellowed. He's a wisp, a nothing. I need something to sink my teeth into. Change, Naruto mused. Gamabunta's size is a problem. I can't handle him on my own. I'll supply the chakra and the mental picture, and he'll do the rest. It's a team effort. Naruto shut his eyes. Consider it. What possesses claws? What has fangs? What could possibly compete with a tailed beast? Only one predator exists at that scale. The image that flickered in Naruto's thoughts wasn't just any fox. The cage. That was it. The hatred was palpable. The 9 tails had arrived. Change. The air filled with smoke. Out of the cloud, a colossal, orange fox materialized, its 9 tails billowing behind it. It wasn't the genuine Kurama, though. Instead, it was a physical replica, a construct born of Gamabunta and chakra. A collective intake of breath rippled through the room. Did he turn into the 9 tails? Sarada inquired. Deliberately. That was the only form he could take that would even come close to Shukaku, Sasuke explained. In a psychological play, he exploited his own struggles to fight against another person. The fox toad made its move. Fingers dug into the sand, anchoring themselves. Shukaku was subdued. Now, Naruto considered. The medium is exposed. Gaara is asleep on the forehead. Defense is 0. Naruto hurled himself away from the metamorphosis. He soared. Chakra reserves. Critical. Physical stamina. A mere 5%. Left arm. Broken. Right leg. Fractured. I have one chance. His fist clenched. The sand, a reflex, surged to defend Gaara. Never, Naruto's thoughts insisted. The screen flickered, then warped. A surge of unperceived power emanated from Naruto. It wasn't chakra. The air was still, it was power. The wind, for a brief while, ceased its relentless assault. The sand paused. The very atmosphere seems to yield to Naruto's command, parting before him. Did you see that? Mitsuki murmured, his gaze suddenly intense. The energy, the very essence of nature itself, parted for him. He hadn't summoned Sage Mode. Instead, he simply willed it. The way ahead was unmistakable, Naruto observed, oblivious to the celestial oddity he just set in motion. Target locked. The sound was like a rifle shot. Naruto's punch landed squarely on Gaara's face. The impact was powerful enough to fracture stone. Gaara's eyes flew open, and he drew in a sharp breath. The Shukaku, its form disintegrating, became nothing but grains of sand. The 2 youngsters tumbled down. The impact sent them sprawling onto the woodland floor. Worn down. Shattered. They were frozen. They were positioned, gazing at one another. Why? Gaara said, his voice barely a breath. Why are you so strong? You're alone, just like me. You have the same eyes. Naruto pulled himself along. He moved forward, dragging himself along with his chin and elbows. Empathy protocol, Naruto's inner voice murmured. The clinical assessment evaporated, giving way to a feeling of profound sorrow. He is me. If I'd surrendered, if I'd let that voice to take over, I'd be him. I'd be a monster. Because, Naruto said, his voice barely above a whisper. Because I have folks who accepted me, and I won't allow you hurt them. Connection established, Naruto mused. Loneliness is a disease. I am the cure. I must be the cure. Naruto reached out. Not to hit, but to connect. It's unbearable, isn't it? Naruto said, his voice thick with emotion as tears mingled with the blood that stained his face. The experience of loneliness can be very painful. Gaara's eyes went wide. For the first time, the sand didn't swirl up to pummel him. It remained still, perhaps subdued by Naruto's grief. Hostility neutralizing, Naruto thought, his sight dimming. Target. Friend. Secured. The screen went dark. The aftermath, the theater was utterly still. Temari and Kankuro, seated next to the sand delegation, appeared visibly shaken. He saved him, Temari breathed. We figured he'd just gotten the better of him, but no, he saw Gaara. He drew him out of that shadow. He commanded the wind, Kawaki said, his gaze lingering on that singular, impossible instant. Just a moment. The sand's halt wasn't triggered by Gaara's awakening. It ceased because Naruto commanded it. That's the legacy of Shibai. That's the power of a god, spilling out of a 12-year-old. Sasuke reclined, his gaze fixed on the ceiling above. I was out cold, didn't witness a thing. All I saw was what came after. I often thought about it, how he managed to bridge that distance in the blink of an eye. He didn't close the gap, Papa, Sarada repeated, her fingers working to clean her glasses once more. He wasn't trailing you. He was simply biding his time, anticipating your arrival. Boruto's gaze was fixed on the empty display. The sight of his father, shattered and smeared with blood, dragging himself toward a beast not to destroy, but to rescue, seared itself into his memory. "He's not a loser," Boruto declared, his voice laced with intensity. "That guy? He's the absolute best." "The simulation is progressing," the observer interjected, albeit its tone now held a hint of deference. "The invasion was thwarted. The third Hokage is gone. A fresh chapter unfolds. Yet, a new menace looms. Two figures, draped in black cloaks adorned with crimson clouds, draw near. The Itachi Uchiha encounter." Sasuke stood still. The temperature in the room plummeted, a sudden decrease of 10 degrees. Chapter 6, the observer declared. "The hatred you feel, and the brilliant mind that pierced the deception of the slaughter." The atmosphere in the theater became tense, a fragile thing that felt like it could break with the little disturbance. Itachi Uchiha was a name that lingered, a specter in the Leaf Village. For one man, however, it was a scar that never quite healed. Sasuke Uchiha was a statue. His Rinnegan was gone, and his gaze was locked into the inky blackness of the screen. Sarada's eyes darted to her father, a look of pure fear etched on her face. He was a stranger to her then. Not furious, not even unhappy, but something else entirely. Empty. "This is the day," Sasuke murmured. "That was the day I understood my own fragility. And the day," the observer continued, "when Naruto Uzumaki grasped the truth you overlooked." Sasuke's expression darkened. The truth? It didn't exist that day. Just a deep, gnawing sense of shame. "Look." The screen sprang to life, revealing a nondescript hotel corridor. The post town station. The hues around me were subdued, and the only noise was the soft whir of the vending machine. Naruto was alone in the hotel room. Jiraiya had left with a beautiful woman, yet it would later be revealed that it was all an illusion. Situational awareness. Compromised, Naruto's inner monologue registered. Pervy Sage had been missing for a quarter of an hour. The woman's chakra was all over the place. A genjutsu was likely at work. He was being led away. That meant the target was left exposed. The target was me. Naruto fixed his gaze on the door. Two signals were drawing near. One was a heavy, damp presence, almost predatory, like a shark sensing its next meal. The other. The internal voice hesitated. The screen's waveforms suddenly shot up. "The other is frigid. Exacting. A touch of sadness lingers. It reminds me of Sasuke. But more profound, more shadowy." A knock sounded. Naruto rose to his feet. He took his time. He approached the door, his fingers lingering near the pouch at his waist. "Open the door. Pretend you didn't see them coming. Make sure they see you before they get through the wall." The door swung open. Two figures, draped in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, stood before me. Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha. Who are you?" Naruto blurted out, bewilderment etched on his features. Visual confirm. Akatsuki, Naruto thought, his head a whirlwind. Itachi Uchiha. An S rank in the bingo book. A clan killer. A master of the Sharingan. Kisame Hoshigaki. The monster of the hidden mist. He wielded Samahata. Naruto's gaze settled on Itachi. To anybody watching, Itachi's expression was a mask of chilling calm. To Naruto, he was basically a living medical record. Skin color. Ashen. Sweat beaded on his forehead, barely visible. Breathing. Labored. He's unwell. Near the end. The energy centers surrounding his lungs are in disarray. He's fading. Sasuke rose from his seat in the auditorium. What? He was dying back then. Naruto's mind raced. Why was a dying man want a Jinchuriki? Kisami's anticipation was palpable. His body coiled like a spring, ready to strike. But Itachi, ever the strategist, was holding back. He glanced at the clock, a subtle tell. Something was on his mind, something that required patience. "Naruto Uzumaki," Itachi stated, his voice steady. "You're coming with us." "No way," Naruto shouted, retreating. "Kisami's sword," Naruto said, studying the wrapped weapon. It's alive, this thing. A living weapon, consuming the chakra that fills the air. Dangerous. Don't try to fight it with hand-to-hand combat. Don't allow it make contact with the chakra network. The world exploded into disorder. Itachi. Sasuke stood at the hallway's far end. Breathless, he clutched Chidori, the little bird still singing in his palm. His gaze burned with fury. I'll kill you, Sasuke lunged. A direct path. Unthinking. The feeling was palpable. Sasuke, no, Naruto thought, a wince crossing his face. The course is set. Straight ahead. The velocity, however, is lacking. You're launching an assault on a master of foresight, and your intentions are all too obvious. Itachi remained facing forward, not even glancing back. He just slapped Sasuke across the face. The Chidori faded away. Sasuke slammed into the wall. You are weak, Itachi stated, his presence overwhelming. Why do you feel weak? Because you don't have hatred. Naruto stood in the doorway, observing. He hadn't stepped in, not yet. His gaze was fixed on Itachi's hands. Naruto understood. He was holding back. That backhand strike aimed for the chest, not the throat. A rib snapped, but he didn't kill. He's trying to elicit a rise out of Sasuke, not finish him off. He wants Sasuke to despise him. But why? Why create an enemy? Kisame advanced, lifting Samahata to sever Naruto's legs. We don't need his legs to get the beast out, Itachi. Threat imminent, Naruto assessed. 3 meters. That's the distance. I need a clone, and fast, to absorb whatever's coming. But hold on a second. Naruto's gaze returned to Itachi. Itachi's finger moved slightly. A subtle shift. Itachi's gaze flicked to the wall behind Kisame. A signal? He knew Jiraiya was approaching. He'd felt it before I had. The explosion. The wall gave apart with a violent crash. Jiraiya showed up, a toad perched on his shoulder. Hands off my student, Jiraiya declared, adopting a dramatic stance. Oi, Jiraiya. You're late. Naruto yelled. Timing was impeccable. Almost suspiciously so. Itachi chose the precise instant Jiraiya's chakra surged to act. His goal wasn't to seize me. He wanted to verify my safety. The truth, when it landed, was a gut punch, wasn't he? Trying to take him? Boruto stammered. Was he just making sure Uncle Jiraiya was actually working? A double agent, Sasuke murmured, slumping into his seat. He returned to the village following the third Hokage's passing. His purpose? To deliver a warning to Danzo. To make it clear he was still present. And to see how things were going with you, Naruto, and with me. The fight played out before them. Jiraiya employed the toad mouth trap. The corridor morphed, becoming a mass of pulsing, raw flesh. We have to fall back, Itachi stated immediately. Retreat. Kisami's voice was a low rumble. We can handle him, your Mangekyo. No, Itachi said, a hand pressed against his eye. My eyes are definitely feeling the strain today. You're lying, Naruto thought, as he watched them flee. You hit Sasuke with Tsukuyomi, and that was it. No Amaterasu, either. You're still got a lot of chakra left. This is just a way to avoid a fight with a Sannin. You don't want to hurt Jiraiya, who's a valuable asset to Konoha. As they escaped, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, the black flames, to incinerate the toad's insides. Naruto's gaze was fixed on the inky flames. Amaterasu. Eternal flames. Its heat? Think the sun chakra nature? Blaze release, with a density to match. If I could just seal a piece of that fire. Naruto, seeing Jiraiya preoccupied with the fire seal, quickly retrieved a blank scroll from his pouch. Jiraiya's handling the bulk of it. I'll deal with the leftovers. Naruto captured a tiny, black flame with a deft stroke of his brush, its bristles suffused with chakra, and sealed it within his scroll. Sample received. Hazardous material secured. Now, I need to figure out the entropy rate. If I can get chakra to ignite at this frequency. Did he take the Amaterasu? Sarada said, her voice almost a whisper. He just picked it up. He's a hoarder, Shikamaru muttered, his head twitching slightly. He collects jutsu, a veritable arsenal. When he spots a doomsday weapon, his mind immediately goes to the future. I'll find a use for that. The world changed. The corridor stretched ahead, devoid of life. Guy had shown up and whisked Sasuke away. Naruto stared at the gaping hole in the wall. Itachi Uchiha, Naruto mused, a shadow crossing his face. He adored Sasuke. It's a mess. It's wrong. Yet, it's love. He was an excellent villain. But he also left clues. He wanted to be beaten. He was preparing Sasuke to be the hero who would end him. Naruto's hand tightened into a fist. Sasuke is headed straight toward a disaster, and I need to be strong enough to prevent him from shattering when the truth finally surfaces. The dust settled. The immediate chaos subsided, leaving behind a landscape of quiet devastation. The screen went dark. Sasuke shook. He knew. By the time he was 12, he'd grasped something that had taken me 10 years, and a bloody conflict, to fully comprehend. He saw Itachi's love, right there in the midst of a war. He listens, Sasuke, Sakura whispered, her fingers brushing against his. Naruto's focus isn't on the technique itself, it's on the individual doing it. He's been collecting information on the Akatsuki, Shikadai stated, glancing over his papers. He verified Itachi's condition. He examined Kisami's weapon. He obtained a sample of Amaterasu's flames. That wasn't an ambush, not in the traditional sense. It was a field study, plain and simple. The simulation progresses, the observer announced. Finding Tsunade. Perfecting the Rasengan. The Sanin's showdown. But first, the voice dropped. The moment Naruto Uzumaki created a jutsu, not by studying it, but by understanding the mechanics of a cyclone, is essential. Boruto leaned in. The Rasengan. Grandpa's technique. The audience was silent. The memory of the dark flames of Amaterasu, trapped on a scroll by a 12-year-old, remained vivid in the audience's recollection. The story was changing, though. Emerging from the shadowy world of the Akatsuki, they headed for the sunlit training grounds of Tanzaku Town. The Rasengan, Boruto breathed, his voice barely above a whisper as he leaned closer. This was the moment. The defining move. Konohamaru-sensei had told him it took his father weeks of relentless setbacks to master it. Failure is part of the scientific method, Amato said, his voice carrying a calm, almost clinical tone from the rear of the room. Hypothesis, experiment, failure, adjustment. What you call struggle, a genius calls data collection. The simulation resumes, the observer declared. The quest for the fifth Hokage. The spiral's 3 stages. And the clash with the medic. The screen flickered to life, revealing a vibrant festival street. Naruto and Jiraiya strolled together. Naruto clutched a water balloon. Naruto's inner voice began its analysis. Step 1, rotation. His gaze locked onto the water, which was splashing around in the rubber. Jiraiya's advice was to spin the water until it pops. Not exactly a detailed explanation. It's a classic intuitive approach. He senses the chakra, but the underlying mechanics? Not so much. Naruto gave the balloon a little shake. Water is a fluid. When spun, it generates a vortex. Centrifugal force pushes the water outward. However, rubber is very strong. A single vortex isn't enough to break the rubber's structure. Naruto's eyelids fluttered shut. I crave turbulence. I want the water to swirl, a maelstrom of motion, left, right, and everywhere in between. A chaotic flow, all at once. I need to conjure a tempest within the shell. Naruto's hand started to tremble on the screen. The water balloon swelled, its shape a chaotic mess of curves and bulges. Bang! It exploded. All right? Naruto shouted, his voice echoing as he leapt into the air. I did it, pervy sage. Jiraiya maintained a facade of indifference, though he was clearly impressed. Not bad, kid. But that was the easy part. Here. He tossed a rubber ball to Naruto. Step 2. Power. Water flows freely. Solid rubber, on the other hand, does not. Now, you need to replicate it, but with a density 100 times greater. Naruto snagged the ball. His smile remained, albeit his eyes, the camera's lens, became slits as he scrutinized the item. Density. High. Elasticity. Low. Simply spinning chakra won't do the trick. I have to match the rubber's density with my own chakra. Compression is the key. Days flickered by in a montage. Naruto sat by the river, his hands raw and trembling. Pain in the carpal tunnels, Naruto observed, his gaze fixed on his unsteady hands. The wrist's chakra coils are running too hot. I need to get them cooled off. The fox's regeneration is taking care of the tissue damage, but the nerve exhaustion is definitely a problem. He stared at the rubber ball. Nothing was happening. Why? I've got the spin. I've got the juice. But the energy fizzles out before it hits the mark. Naruto observed a cat saunter past. The feline pawed at the sphere. The ball whirled, but the cat's paw, coming in from an opposite direction, arrested its motion with a single, decisive swipe. Friction, Naruto understood. My hand is the anchor. I'm grasping it too tightly. I'm smothering the vibration with my own palm. I need to let go at the moment of maximal torque. He grabbed the ball. Twist. Squeeze. Let go. The noise echoed. The rubber ball didn't merely burst, it shattered. Rubber shards scattered across the water, resembling little pieces of shrapnel. He actually cracked the physics of torque release. Katasuke, chief of the scientific ninja tool section, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. That's very sophisticated engineering. He's using centrifuge concepts. The bar. A familiar place. The scene shifted, revealing a pub bathed in low light. Tsunade and Shizune faced Jiraiya and Naruto. Tsunade's eyes glazed over as she absently swirled the sake in her glass. Hokage. Please. What a joke. It's a thankless task. Only a moron would willingly sacrifice themselves for a village that couldn't give a damn. Naruto rose, his palms crashing down onto the tabletop. Don't you even think about disrespecting the Hokage. On the surface, it was fury. Inside, it was a scan. Target. Tsunade Senju. The Slug Princess. Legendary Sannin. Visual age. 20s. Biological reality. 50s. She is maintaining a constant transformation jutsu. That requires delicate, perpetual chakra control. She is vain. Vain people are easily manipulated by challenges to their ego. Naruto challenged her to fight. They went out. Tsunade thrashed him with one finger. She flicked his forehead, sending him falling. Naruto reclined in the ground, massaging his head. Strength. Monstrous, Naruto observed, wincing. She didn't use chakra enhancement. That was raw muscle fiber density. If she uses chakra, she could crack the tectonic plate. But Naruto focused his eyes on her chest, not in a perverse way, but with emphasis on the necklace. The crystal. First Hokage's necklace. High-grade chakra ore. But more importantly, look at her hands. When Naruto wiped some blood off his lip, he noticed a little quiver in Tsunade's finger. Tremor detected. Pupil dilation. Respiration hitch. She saw the blood. She flinched. A medical ninja who flinches at blood. It's a phobia. Severe trauma response. That is her weakness. That is the kill switch. Tsunade teased him. You think you can master the Rasengan? A brat like you? I'll give you a week. If you master it, I'll give you this necklace. If you fail, I take your frog wallet. Naruto grinned. Deal, Grandma. The bet, Naruto mused. She is a gambling addict. Everyone says she has terrible luck. If she bets against me, statistics say I will win. I am weaponizing her own bad luck against her. He weaponized her gambling addiction? Tsunade said from the front row, her face flushing. You little brat. I thought you were just confident. He played the odds, Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru laughed. And the odds are. You always lose. Scene shift, the final step. The week was almost over. Naruto was in a forest. He held a balloon in his hand and attempted to combine steps 1 and 2. It continued to wobble and fizzle out. The third step, containment, Naruto reflected, frustration seeping into his mental voice. This is the paradox. I need to create a hurricane, chaos, but keep it inside a small sphere, order. To do both simultaneously requires a split mind. One part of my brain needs to push the chakra out, the other needs to hold it in. He gazed at his hands. My chakra control is naturally poor because of the fox. I can't do 2 delicate tasks at once with one pair of hands. My multitask processor is overloaded. He sat down to think. If I can't do it with one pair of hands, why try? I have a jutsu that gives me more hands. Naruto's eyes expanded. Shadow clones. I don't need to do it alone. I can act as the generator, shell, and the clone can act as the agitator, core. Or vice versa. The clone can shape the shell while I pump the rotation. He realized he couldn't do it alone, Boruto muttered. So he cheated. But, smart cheating. It's not cheating, Sasuke explained. It's resource management. He turned a one-man job into a two-man job using his own chakra. Scene shift. The three-way deadlock. The battle lines were drawn. Orochimaru and Kabuto face Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Naruto. The gigantic summons, Manda, Gamabunta, and Katsuyu, were clashing in the backdrop. However, the camera concentrated on the ground fighting. Naruto versus Kabuto. Kabuto Yakushi stood there smiling, his fists glowing with blue chakra. You can't beat me, Naruto-kun, Kabuto stated softly. I'm elite. Opponent analysis. Kabuto Yakushi, Naruto's thoughts raced. Data suggest he is roughly Kakashi level in skill. Dangerous. His jutsu. Chakra scalpel. He can sever muscles and tendons without cutting skin. If he touches me, I lose motor function, Kabuto lunged. Naruto avoided, but not quickly enough. Kabuto's hand touched Naruto's thigh. Right quadriceps severed, Naruto stated carefully as his leg buckled. Mobility reduced by 40%. He's targeting the limbs to immobilize me before going for the heart. Kabuto strikes again. Naruto's chest. Intercostal muscles cut. Breathing is difficult. He is toying with me. He thinks he has won. He is arrogant. Kabuto stood over Naruto. Give up. You can't be Hokage if you're dead. Naruto lay on the ground, wheezing. He is in range. He is confident. He has lowered his guard because I am crippled. Perfect. Naruto's hand shot out. He did not punch. He grasped Kabuto's hand, the one holding the scalpel. Squelch. Naruto pressed his own palm on Kabuto's scalpel. The sword penetrated Naruto's palm. What are you doing? Kabuto exclaimed. Lock established, Naruto thought, ignoring the sharp pain of his hand being severed within. By impaling myself on his weapon, I have anchored him to me. He cannot retreat. He is trapped in my radius. Naruto began forming the chakra with his free hand, on the left. Shadow clone. A clone appeared alongside him. Now. Clone. Shape the sphere. Contain the turbulence. Me. Pour everything I have into the rotation. Blue chakra swirling. It yelled. This time, the balloon wasn't shaky. It was a condensed star. Rasengan. Kabuto's eyes grew wider behind his glasses. Impossible. Target. Abdomen, Naruto calculated. The rotational force will grind his internal organs. It won't cut. It will pulverize. Launch. Naruto rammed the sphere into Kabuto's stomach. Boom. The impact was visceral. Kabuto was hurled backward and spun like a ragdoll. The rotational force cut up the dirt behind him. Naruto slumped back, gasping. Attack successful. Enemy incapacitated. Regeneration factor required immediately. Scene shift. The necklace. Tsunade hurried up to Naruto. He was laying in a pool of blood, largely Kabuto's, but also his own. She was shaking. The blood. She's freezing, Naruto realized, his vision fading. The phobia. I need to snap her out of it. I need to show her that blood isn't death. Blood is life. Naruto reached up to take her jewelry. I won. The bet, he muttered. Tsunade gazed at him. Her eyes became filled with awe instead of dread. You crazy kid, she said quietly, her eyes welling up with tears. You really are. She's healing me, Naruto said, feeling a warm green light. Medical ninjutsu. Creation rebirth? No, just standard palm sage. But her hands. They aren't shaking anymore. I fixed her. Naruto grinned, a genuine one this time. I'm gonna be Hokage. He passed out. The aftermath, the screen dimmed. Tsunade sat at the theater, clutching the necklace that had been returned to her by Naruto years later, or perhaps she simply felt the phantom weight of it. He let himself get stabbed, Shizune whispered, hiding her mouth. He sacrificed his hand to trap Kabuto. He calculated the trade-off, Sasuke noted. A hand for a clean hit with an A-rank jutsu. Against an opponent he couldn't beat with speed or skill, it was the only mathematical solution. And he fixed my phobia, Tsunade explained quietly. He knew I was useless if I was afraid of blood, so he forced me to confront it to save him. He manipulated me into being a doctor again. The simulation advances, the observer said solemnly. The retrieval of the rogue Uchiha, the Valley of the End. The day the bond was severed, the atmosphere in the room deteriorated. Everyone feared this moment. The fight in which Naruto and Sasuke attempted to murder each other. The theater was suffocating. The air seemed heavy, filled with static electricity from a memory that defined the present ninja world. The image showed a gray, cloudy sky with rain threatening to fall. The valley at the end. Two huge statues guarded the waterfall, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Their stone hands were clasped in an eternal seal of reconciliation, a dramatic contrast to the bloodshed unfolding beneath them. Sasuke Uchiha sat in the audience, his hands tightly folded in front of his face, hiding his expression. He didn't need to watch to see what happened next, he lived it. He had a dream, but he had never seen it from Naruto's perspective. The simulation resumes, said the observer, his voice quiet and almost sorrowful. The severance of the bond, the clash of ideologies, and the calculation of mercy. The broadcast the camera, or Naruto's eyes, stared up at the Madara Uchiha statue. Sasuke stood atop it, the wind ruffling his hair. He looked different. Darker. The curse mark appeared on his skin like a plague. Target acquired. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto's mental voice was free of the rage he displayed externally. It was chilly, clinical, and filled with a deep grief. Condition. Unstable. Chakra signature is corrupted. The Orochimaru influence has rewritten his neurochemistry. He is not thinking rationally, he is operating on a programmed drive for power. Naruto. Sasuke's voice came down cold and disconnected. You're late. Naruto stood on the water, he yelled. Sasuke. Why? Why run to Orochimaru? Internally, the analysis continued. He is provoking me. He needs to justify his departure. If he can turn me into an enemy, he can sever the emotional attachment. It is a defense mechanism. If he kills me, he proves to himself that he has transcended his humanity. Naruto leapt. The water erupted under his feet. The combat started with taijutsu. Brutal. Fast. Sasuke possessed exceptional technique. He dodged Naruto's fists and landed sharp, bone-rattling strikes. Left ribcage fractured, Naruto said as a kick sent him sliding across the lake. Right radius bruised. He is aiming for soft tissue damage. He wants to disable, then execute. Naruto skidded to a stop. He wiped blood from his lips. I cannot match his technical skill in this state. He has been trained by the Uchiha elite since birth. I was trained by an academy that feared me. I need to override technique with unpredictability. Naruto charged again. This time, he did not throw a punch. He hurled his entire body weight, flailing, creating gaps for bait. Sasuke took the bait. He lunged. Naruto spun in the air, defying momentum, and headbutted Sasuke. Crack. Sasuke fell back and clutched his brow. The forehead protector, Naruto thought, looking at the metal plate. He isn't wearing it. He thinks he has outgrown the village. That metal plate represents the contract of civility. Without it, he is a rogue variable. I told you, Sasuke exclaimed, rage in his eyes. You can't even scratch my forehead. Challenge accepted, Naruto stated. The objective has shifted. Primary goal, retrieval. Secondary goal, psychological domination. I must scratch the headband to prove his superiority is a delusion. The conflict intensified. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Naruto didn't flee. He stood his ground, heat wave incoming. 800 degrees Celsius. If I dodge, I lose ground. If I counter, I lose chakra. Solution. Scream. Naruto inhaled. He focused chakra on his vocal cords and diaphragm. Roar. He shouted at the fireball. It was more than simply sound. It was a shockwave of condensed wind chakra emitted from the lungs. The fire scattered and blew back around him. He yelled the fire away. Boruto inquired, startled. Is that even a jutsu? It's physics, Amato mumbled from behind. A high-pressure sonic boom can disrupt the oxygen fuel source of a flame. He suffocated the fire with his voice. Scene transition. The awakening Sasuke smashed Naruto onto the cliffside. He grabbed him by the collar. He was prepping the Chidori. It's over, Naruto. But then it occurred. The curse mark faded, but Sasuke's eyes changed. The third Tomo came into being. Naruto froze. Visual prowess. Evolved. Naruto reflected, time appearing to slow for him. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Predictive capabilities have increased by 300%. He can now see muscle tension before the movement occurs. He is reading my intent, not my motion. Sasuke started to dominate. Every blow Naruto threw was parried before it could be fully launched. Naruto was being gradually disassembled. Naruto was floating face down in the sea. System failure is imminent, said the internal voice, fading. Organs rupturing. Chakra network critical. I cannot win this with human limits. I need the tenant. Naruto sank further into the water. Fox. I don't need alone this time, I need a partnership. If he takes me to Orochimaru, you become a slave. Do you want to be a snake's pet? Never. The fox's voice yelled in his head, then give me the cloak. One tail. No more. Red bubbles began to boil on the lake's surface. The water hissed. Naruto rose. The crimson chakra created a translucent fox around him. A single tail of pure energy waved behind him. His eyes were no longer blue. They were red, slitted, and, for a brief period, rimmed with a peculiar, purple light that faded as swiftly as it appeared. Otsutsuki resonance detected. The observer's overlay text flashed briefly on the screen, going unseen by most except Kawaki. Chakra density. Critical. Naruto's cognitive process changed. It was more feral now, yet the brain persisted, operating at breakneck speed. Pain receptors. Offline. Speed. Mach 1. The water. It obeys me. Naruto waved his clawed hand. The lake's water came up like a solid limb, matching his movement, rather than simply splashing. He's commanding the environment again, Mitsuki muttered. He's not using water-style hand signs, he's just willing the water to move. Naruto charged. Sasuke could not locate him. The Sharingan saw him, but his body couldn't respond quickly enough. Naruto smashed Sasuke against the cliff wall. The collision fractured the stone. Wake up, Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed out. His curse mark is reacting, Naruto noted as he pinned Sasuke. The seal is feeding on his desperation. It's forcing the mutation. Level 2 imminent. Sasuke screamed. His skin became gray. His hair grew longer. Hand wings erupted from his back. He resembled a devil. You're annoying. Sasuke exclaimed, his voice warped and double-layered. Morphology complete, Naruto said, witnessing the metamorphosis with cool detachment. Flight capabilities added. Chakra capacity increased tenfold. This is no longer a spar. This is a kaiju battle. The climax. The clash. They stood on the statues again. Sasuke is on the left, Naruto on the right. The rain ceased. The air remained still. Sasuke charged a Chidori. It was black, as dark as the void, and screamed like 1,000 dying birds. Naruto lifted his hand. A Rasengan appeared, but it was infused with the red chakra. It became vermilion, aggressive, and unstable. Final calculation. Naruto's thoughts raced as he prepared to jump. Energy output analysis. His Chidori is piercing. My Rasengan is grinding. If we collide head-on, the resulting explosion will vaporize the water in a 50-meter radius. They leapt. Naruto. Sasuke. Time stood still when they met in the midst of the waterfall. The audience held its breath. They were familiar with the past. They were aware that they did not get along. However, they were unaware of the micro-adjustments taking place in that moment. Trajectory confirmed, Naruto thought, staring straight into Sasuke's frantic, yellow eyes. He is aiming for my heart. He intends to kill. Lethal force confirmed. Naruto's gaze shifted to his own hand. I have a clear shot at his chest. If I drive the Vermilion Rasengan into his sternum, I will destroy his heart. I can kill him. I can end the Uchiha line right here. It is the logical choice. He is a rogue asset. He is a threat to the village. The Rasengan hovered inches above Sasuke's exposed chest. No, the concept was tender, defying the cold logic that had been with him since infancy. Logic dictates elimination, but my Nindo, my promise, dictates salvation. If I kill him, I prove Itachi right. I prove that power requires the sacrifice of love. Naruto's wrist twisted. A micro movement that the naked eye cannot detect, altered trajectory. 15 degrees upward. Target. The symbol of his ego. The attacks were connected. Sasuke's hand plunged into Naruto's chest, penetrating a lung but missing the heart by an inch. Naruto's hand, holding the huge ball of energy, completely bypassed Sasuke's chest. Scratch. The chakra cloak's claws, led by the Rasengan's rotation, scraped across Sasuke's forehead protector. A deep, horizontal gash developed, cutting out the leaf emblem. The energy exploded. Boom. A orb of black and purple light enveloped the valley. The sculptures collapsed. Water evaporated. The aftermath Naruto collapsed to the ground as the light faded. Unconscious. The rain started to fall again. Sasuke stood over him. He was back in his human shape, panting and tired. He stared down at Naruto. Then he noticed his headband had fallen off. He took it up. He noticed the scratch. Sasuke's voice shook across the screen. He could have killed me. In the theater, the adult Sasuke closed his eyes, let a solitary tear to escape. He aimed for the headband. I aimed for his heart. He won the fight the moment he decided not to take my life. On screen, Sasuke fixed his gaze on Naruto's prone figure. Vital signs. Weak but stable, Naruto's subconscious thought continued to run, a faint hum in the blackness of his coma. Mission failed. Retrieval. Mission success. Survival of the bond. He didn't finish me. He hesitated. The scratch told him everything. It told him I was strong enough to kill him, but chose not to. Sasuke turned and went away, vanishing into the darkness of the jungle. Go. Naruto's fading thinking repeated. Go and see the darkness, brother. I will be here when you are ready to come back to the light. I will always be the lighthouse. The screen turned to darkness. The theater was quiet for a long time. Sarada was openly crying and holding her knees. You tried to kill him, Papa. You tried. Yes, Sasuke said, his voice husky. And he let me live. Every day since then has been a gift he gave me. Boruto gazed at the TV, his expression darkening. He had always regarded his father as the silly, peace-loving Hokage. Now he saw a fighter with scary restraint. A man with godlike power and a supercomputer's mind who always chose kindness. He's not just strong, Boruto stated. He's better than us. Better than all of us. The simulation advances, the observer said, his voice becoming kinder. The time skip. 3 years of training. The emergence of the Shippuden. And the beginning of the end for the Akatsuki. Chapter 9. The return of the wind, the observer announced. Kasuke's rescue. And the horrifying knowledge of who the Akatsuki are. The screen in the dimensional theater remained black for a moment, the heavy atmosphere of the Valley of the End still lingering like stale smoke. Sasuke was rubbing his forehead where the phantom scratch on his headband used to be, and Boruto was looking at his father with a mix of hero worship and fear. The simulation advances, the observer's voice bellowed, but this time with a tinge of amusement. 2.5 years have passed. The training is completed. The boy is now a teenager. The acting abilities have been refined. Prepare for the premiere of The Loudmouth Returns. Finally, Chocho crunched a chip. I love a good makeover montage. The picture lightened to a beautiful blue sky, and the great green gates of Konoha stood tall. 2 individuals stood in front of them, Jiraiya, who appeared older but just as tough, and Naruto. Naruto had grown taller, his jawline sharper, and he wore the black and orange tracksuit that would become iconic. Home, Naruto's inner voice replied, sounding deeper and more mature. Structural analysis of the main gate. Moss growth suggests that maintenance staff have been slacking on the west pillar. The barrier frequency has shifted by 0.4 Hz. New password encryption? No, it's just a lazy shift change pattern. Naruto took a big breath. Alright, get into character. It's been 3 years. They anticipate the energetic idiot. Give them an energetic idiot. Turn the volume up to 11. Naruto threw his arms up, grinning maniacally. I'm back, everyone. Naruto Uzumaki has returned. He rushed through the gates, climbed a telephone pole to gain a better view. Vantage point is secured. Village layout, updated. Tsunade has opened 3 new medical facilities. Smart. However, putting a takoyaki kiosk that close to the hospital door is a health code violation waiting to happen. Sakura Haruno came beneath him, smiling as she glanced up. Naruto? Is this you? Target. Sakura Haruno, Naruto said, glancing down. Chakra control. Refined. Muscle density is terrifyingly high. She's been practicing alongside Tsunade. Warning, do not irritate her. One punch equals the kinetic impact of a small meteor. Naruto jumped down and peered at her. Sakura-chan. You haven't changed one bit. Lie. She has changed dramatically. Confidence levels increased by 200%. But flattery is the lubricant for social contact. Then Konohamaru emerged. Boss. The youthful Konohamaru attempted to impress Naruto with his sexy jutsu. Smoke cleared, revealing a gorgeous woman. Sakura appeared to be ready to kill someone. Naruto gazed at the transformation. Anatomy. Incorrect, Naruto's inner voice remarked immediately. The center of gravity is too high. That spinal deformity would cause chronic lumbar pain. And chakra distribution is inefficient. He is wasting 30% of his energy on the sparkle effects. Outside, Naruto offered a thumbs up. Nice, Konohamaru. But you are still weak. Watch this. Naruto prepared his own hand gestures, and Sakura raised her fist, ready to punch him for being a pervert. Sakura's hostility is increasing. Perfect. I need to decrease their expectations quickly. If people believe I'm still a pervert, they won't realize I've spent the previous 3 years studying theoretical physics and achieving mastery. Naruto did not morph. He only laughed. Just kidding. I am not that kid anymore. Sakura lowered her hand in relief. Oh, Naruto. You've matured. The psychological feint was successful. She dropped her guard. Now she believes I'm safe. Excellent. In the auditorium, the adult Sakura whimpered, putting her face in her hands. He played me. He played me like a violin from the moment I arrived. Scene shift. The Bell Test 2.0 on the training fields. Kakashi stood opposite Sakura and Naruto, holding the bells. The objective is the same, Kakashi answered, his eyes crinkling in a smile. Take the bells by any means necessary. Opponent. Kakashi Hitaki, Naruto considered. Threat level. High. He has most likely constructed his Mangekyo Sharingan to oppose Itachi. A direct assault is statistically unlikely to succeed unless I reveal my true speed. I need a bypass key. The combat began. Sakura punched the ground, and the earth cracked. Seismic activity confirmed, Naruto stated, scrambling to a branch. Sakura is the siege engine. I am the infiltrator. We need to force Kakashi into a defensive stance. They struggled for hours. Kakashi was too good, reading his book, Make Out Tactics, while avoiding them. That book, Naruto focused on the orange paperback. It's his crutch. His psychological anchor. He is addicted to the narrative's dopamine hits. If I disrupt the narrative flow, I interrupt his cognitive processes. Naruto hid in the bushes with Sakura. Sakura, Naruto said quietly. We can't beat him with force. We have to exploit his weakness. What's his weakness? Sakura inquired. The book. I read the manuscript while Pervy Sage was writing it, Naruto thought, and it was crap. The prose was purple, the plot flaws were huge, and the romantic plotline was based on a deus ex machina. But Kakashi loves it. Naruto jumped from the bushes. Hello. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked up. I know how the book will end. Naruto yelled, cupping his hands around his mouth. The main character isn't in love with the princess. It turns out she's his. Kakashi's visible eyes enlarged in pure fear. The panic response has been triggered. A hijack of the amygdala is currently underway. He cannot process the spoiler while fighting. No. Kakashi screamed, closing his eyes and covering his ears to block out the sound. La 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 la. I can't hear you. Visual senses are blocked. Auditory sensors are blocked. The target is defenseless. Naruto and Sakura lunge, grabbing the bells from the sobbing Jonin's waist. The bells chimed. Kakashi opened his eyes, examined the bells in their hands, and glanced at Naruto. You. Kakashi collapsed in defeat. You used a spoiler attack? That is a forbidden jutsu. In the theater, the audience burst out laughing. That's dirty, Kiba howled, slapping his knee. He weaponized a spoiler. It is a valid psychological warfare tactic, Sai wrote, disrupting enemy morale through cultural sabotage. Kakashi, seated in the back row, was putting his mask up higher, attempting to vanish. It was a good book, he whispered defensively, and I didn't want to know the ending. Scene shift. The sand crisis. The tone turned quickly, and the comedy evaporated. Deidara and Sasori had seized Gaara, Kankuro had been poisoned, and Team Kakashi had arrived at the sand village. Naruto stood over Kankuro's bed as Sakura extracted the poison. Poison analysis, Naruto pondered as he watched Sakura work. A heavy metal base combined with organic neurotoxins. Complex chain. Sakura is removing it with a chakra bubble to create a vacuum. Her control is surgical. She has passed Shizune. Maybe even Tsunade. Naruto walked out to the balcony and gazed at the desert. Gaara lost. Why? Analysis of the battlefield points to an aircraft assault. Someone dropped bombs on the village. Gaara used the sand to protect the civilians while leaving himself vulnerable. He gave up his defense for the greater good. He did everything a cage should do. Naruto grasped the handrail, which creaked and buckled beneath his fingers. They took him, because he contains a demon within him. Exactly like me. They treat us like containers, like batteries. A tear streamed from Naruto's eye. Anger levels are rising. 70%. 80%. Logic is becoming more difficult to sustain. I need to find them. I need to disassemble them. Scene transition. The chase after Team Kakashi and Team Guy intercepted the Akatsuki hideout. The cave opened. Deidara flew out atop a massive clay bird, Gaara's lifeless body trapped in its throat. Catch me if you can, Jinchuriki, Deidara cackled. Naruto snapped, give him back. He chased Deidara, and Kakashi followed. Target. Deidara, Naruto's inner voice was a mix of rage and icy judgment. Long-range fighter. Explosive clay. He transforms chakra into kinetic bombs. He believes he is an artist. He is a vandal with a chemistry set. Deidara dropped miniature, exploding spiders, clay spiders. Crude. Bipedal movement is inefficient in pursuit mines. Rolling would be faster. He gives up efficiency for aesthetic. Idiot. Naruto dodged the spiders by hopping from tree to tree. Your artwork is awful. Naruto yelled outside. What? Deidara turned, offended. My art is an explosion. Its ephemeral beauty, provocation was successful. Keep him chatting. If he's discussing philosophy, he's not concerned about flight path optimization. This is not art, Naruto exclaimed, leaping over a branch. It's just terrible structural engineering. That bird has poor aerodynamics. The drag coefficient of such wings is a disaster. You're flying a brick. Deidara would have been furious in the theater, whether she had been reanimated or was watching from the afterlife VIP section. Is he criticizing the bird's lift-to-drag ratio? Shikadai inquired, perplexed. In the midst of a rage-fueled chase? He's trying to make Deidara turn around, she said. An artist can't walk away from a bad review. It worked. Deidara slowed down and turned the bird. You uncultured swine. Deidara yelled. I'll show you aerodynamics. Kakashi landed next to Naruto. Naruto, calm down. We need a plan. I have a strategy, Naruto thought. His gaze locked on Deidara's kaleidoscope eye, the scope. He is a long-range fighter. He panics at close range. We need to ground the bird. Kakashi-sensei has a new jutsu. I can feel the chakra growing in his left eye. It feels as if space-time. Like a black hole. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto directed, do the thing with the eye. Snipe his arm off. Kakashi blinked. How did you know I could? Just do it. I will distract him with my poor taste. Naruto developed a shadow clone, which morphed into a gigantic, ugly, and poorly designed imitation of Deidara's bird, rather than a shuriken. Look! The clone yelled. This is what your art looks like. It is derivative. Deidara twitched. I'm going to blow you up. While Deidara was distracted by an artistic insult, Kakashi triggered Kamui. The area surrounding Deidara's arm twisted. Snap! The arm disappeared into another dimension. Arg! Deidara shrieked. Target compromised, Naruto stated. Center of gravity lost. The flight path was destabilized. Now, we retrieve the package. Naruto catapulted himself into the air without using any jutsu, relying solely on his leg power and a spark of crimson chakra. He landed atop the bird and seized Gaara's body. Cold, Naruto thought, and the analysis froze. Body temperature. Ambient. Pulse. 0. Chakra flow has ceased. Naruto stood atop the fallen clay bird, clutching his friend. He's gone. The comedy, the strategies, the insults, all vanished. They killed him. They removed the beast and discarded the vessel. They threw him out as rubbish. Red chakra began to boil up, not the predicted 2% or 5%, but the seal weakening due to pure, unadulterated sadness. Kill him, the fox whispered. For the first time in a long time, Naruto did not argue. Agreed. The image began to warp, with the red chakra searing the borders of the transmission. 2 tails appeared, followed by 3. In the auditorium, the air turned frigid, and the comic, spoiler attack, felt like a lifetime ago. They were looking at a youngster who was going to lose control because his heart was too big for his calculations. The simulation ceases, the observer said quietly. The beast awakens. But even in the craziness of the 4 tails, there is a plan. Prepare yourself for the rampage. Chapter 10, the voice said. The bridge of heaven and earth. The 4-tailed fox versus the snake. And the terrible resilience of a youngster who refuses to die. Gaara had been resurrected by Chiyo. A moment the broadcast skipped over to focus on Naruto's combat evolution. But the emotional scar from the image of the clay bird falling, carrying the lifeless body of the cage, still lingered in the audience. The screen now indicated a new location, the Tenchi Bridge, also known as the Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Naruto knelt in the brush, his eyes locked on the bridge where Yamato, disguised as Sasori, waited for the spy. The wind whistled down the canyon, and Team Kakashi, now led by Yamato, Sakura, and the new member, Sai, stood in hiding. The simulation resumes, the observer said, his voice heavy and rumbling at a low frequency that troubled the stomach. The beast is a nuclear reactor. Most vessels contain radiation. Naruto Uzumaki learned to weaponize the meltdown. The broadcast Yamato's disguise was superb, but the master, not the spy, triggered the trap. Orochimaru appeared from the forest, and the presence of Snake Sanin distorted the air on the screen. Naruto's internal monologue was quick and intense. The target is Orochimaru. The source. The kidnapper. The variable that stole Sasuke. Naruto emerged from his hiding place, his jacket blown away by the wind, and his expression was unusually blank. Naru-kun, Orochimaru purred, a smile playing on his lips. Still chasing after nothing, I see. How's Sasuke? Oh, right, he's with me now. Provocation detected, Naruto's inner voice announced. Adrenaline surge. Cortisol levels were through the roof. He was about to do it. He wanted to see the thing. Naruto's fingers tightened on the bridge's handrail. The metal twisted, yielding under pressure. He wants the monster. Fine. Tactical change of plans. Disengage the limiters. Safety protocols, offline. The red chakra started seeping from Naruto. This time, it wasn't the gradual trickle of years gone by. A geyser that was. 1 tail. Physical augmentation. Insufficient. 2 tails. Sensory override. Insufficient. 3 tails. The chakra was getting thick, almost tangible, but it wasn't quite there. Naruto's voice erupted. The bridge's wooden planks splintered under the force of the sound wave. 4 tails. The change happening on screen was very awful. The crowd recoiled in horror as Naruto's flesh disintegrated, giving way to a dark, crimson sphere of roiling chakra that seemed to absorb the light. He was something else entirely now. He resembled a pint-sized monster, a rabbit-fox hybrid, all blood and malice. Yet, within the mind's realm, the viewpoint didn't dissolve into chaos. The world changed. The cockpit. The display presented a glimpse of Naruto's inner world. He wasn't shrieking. He drifted in a crimson emptiness, held aloft by strands of chakra. His demeanor was serene, yet his eyes blazed with a luminous, otherworldly white, a subtle echo of his Otsutsuki lineage. System check. Naruto's detached, Otsutsuki voice intoned, analyzing the situation. Biological shell breached. The dermis, gone. Pain receptors, overwhelmed, now silent, were in control of a chakra construct. On the bridge, the 4-tailed Naruto's howl echoed, a sound that crushed the trees around him. Sonic pressure. 200 decibels, the internal voice intoned. The shockwaves reach, 1 kilometer. Target locked. Orochimaru's laughter echoed, and then a torrent of snakes poured forth from his gaping maw. They struck, teeth sinking into the 4-tailed figure. Naruto studied the situation, concluding that the attacks were ineffectual. The cloak's surface temperature is so intense that it instantly cooks the snakes that touch it. Their fangs, before they can even pierce the chakra armor, are reduced to molten metal. The chakra arm from Naruto reached out. It didn't just expand, it grew. It burrowed, defying the natural order. Slam! The ground beneath Orochimaru suddenly gave way, and an arm sprang up, slamming the Sannin against the cliff face, reducing him to a bloody mess. Naruto noted the damage. Target structural integrity destroyed. Hold on. Regeneration in progress. Orochimaru's form contorted. His jaw unhinged, and a new, slick Orochimaru slithered forth from the decaying form, much like a snake losing its skin. Cellular shedding technique, Naruto noted, his gaze fixed on the unfolding process. He's sidestepping cellular death by shedding the compromised vessel. It's a biological cheat, plain and simple. But it drains a tremendous amount of chakra. He can't keep this up forever. I'll wear him down until he runs out of bodies. The bridge conflict. Things got heated. The bridge was gone. The fight shifted to the underbrush. Yamato, Sakura, and Sai stood frozen, their eyes wide with fear. Is that Naruto? Sakura breathed, her fingers trembling. Forward the theater, Tsunade's expression was a mask of concern as she leaned forward. At this point, the Jinchuriki typically loses their identity entirely. They're transformed into mindless creatures. Pay attention, Sasuke instructed, his finger hovering over the display. He's not stumbling. Observe his stance. On the screen, the 4-tailed Naruto was a whirlwind of calculated movements. His strikes weren't just random, flailing attempts. He was blocking any way out. He was corralling Orochimaru. Orochimaru's fist connected with Naruto's jaw. Naruto stood firm. His claws slashed, cleaving Orochimaru in two at the middle. Orochimaru's two halves, linked by serpents, began to merge once more. Regeneration speed. 2.4 seconds, Naruto's thoughts registered. Slowing down. He's wearing out. Time to step it up. Naruto knelt. The crimson energy started to coalesce. Blue and red bubbles, representing positive and negative chakra, started to coalesce at his lips. The tailed beast bomb. Calculation. Chakra ratio, the internal voice intoned. 8 parts black, yin, 2 parts white, yang. Compression is necessary to keep things stable while it's not inside the host. It expanded. The weight of it was considerable. The earth under Naruto's feet fractured and gave way, overwhelmed by the immense gravitational pull of the energy concentrated there. Density check. Neutron star comparable. If I let this go, unaltered, the backlash would obliterate me. I have to consume it. Compress it within. Transform my form into a weapon. Naruto gulped down the spherical. His chest swelled, a hideous sight. Did he actually eat it? Chocho blurted, her chips tumbling from her fingers. He ate the bomb. Internal compression, Amato observed, his pen a blur. He uses his esophagus as a high-pressure chamber, which increases the speed. Orochimaru understood the peril. His hands hit the earth with a thud. Triple Rashomon, I summon thee. 3 enormous, hellish steel gates sprang forth from the ground, forming a barrier like to fortress walls, separating him from the beast. Naruto thought about the Rashomon gates. Ultimate defense. Steel, bolstered by spiritual wards. Regular assaults are futile, yet this. Naruto began to speak. The blaze. A blast of raw, unadulterated annihilation surged forth. Not a ball, but a beam of light. The air vanished, leaving the woods a void. The air crackled with energy. Bam! Bam! The initial gate succumbed to the heat. The second gate exploded. The third gate gave way, collapsing into nothingness. The beam struck Orochimaru. The display faded to a blank, blinding whiteness. The auditorium became silent. The audio sensors, it seemed, had succumbed to the volume, their circuits fried by the sheer intensity of the sound. The forest had vanished when the pictures reappeared. A trench, stretching for kilometers and hundreds of meters across, marred the landscape. Orochimaru was sprawled on the earth, a grotesque sight. He was missing half of himself, and yet he still struggled, dragging his remaining form forward. Target neutralized, Naruto's voice, devoid of any inflection, stated. The damage was severe. Chakra reserves were down to 30%. The seal was breaking. The fox was making a play for control. The friendly fire Naruto spun around. The creature was out of breath. It scanned the surroundings, searching for its next move. It saw Sakura. She sprinted in his direction. Naruto, hold up, it's me. Warning. The internal system blared. Alley incoming. Assessing the situation. An unidentified presence. The creature's primal urges are taking precedence over its analytical functions. It's detected motion. It perceives a target. Kill, the fox bellowed. Naruto's tail lashed out. The decision hadn't been premeditated, it happened without thinking. The tail smacked Sakura's arm. The moment the corrosive chakra touched her, her arm's skin was instantly stripped away. She plummeted, her body slamming on a rock, and everything went black. The mindscape was frozen. The Otsutsuki's composure crumbled. The eerie white glow in the eyes dissipated, giving way to Naruto's frantic blue gaze, now filled with terror. No! Naruto's inner voice roared, his fists hammering against the chakra barriers he'd erected within himself. Sakura! No! Stop! Abort! Shut it down! Now! He noticed the blood. He noticed the burn. I harmed her. Every detail was accounted for. I dictated the force, the reach of the explosion. Yet, the instinct, that was beyond my control. Yamato leapt into action. Wood style. Suppression. The wooden pillars, sturdy and unyielding, sprang out from the earth, surrounding Naruto. The Hokage-style 60-year-old technique. Kakuon entering society with bliss bringing hands. The name flashed on-screen, eliciting a snort from Kiba, even with the strain, came to life. The seal etched on Naruto's chest acted as a dampener, stifling his chakra. The crimson hue faded. The creature diminished in size. Naruto collapsed, his body scorched and hissing, reverting to his original self. The aftermath. Naruto stirred awake a few moments later. Kabuto was working on Sakura, a temporary detour, his reasoning being that the Akatsuki posed a more immediate danger, a point Naruto found curious. Naruto sat up, still half asleep. What happened? Did I get him? Yamato's gaze settled on him. Then, there came Sakura, trying to conceal her hurt arm. You got him, Yamato said, his voice strained. Sakura was injured by some falling stuff. Naruto's gaze settled on Sakura. The camera's gaze focused intently on the bandage. Scan, his inner voice urged, a frail, quavering thing. Chakra remnant clung to the injury. It was corrosive and red, just like my mark. Naruto stared at his own hands. Their hands trembled. The debris didn't leave any tailed beast chakra burns. That was my doing. He studied Sakura's strained expression. I'm okay, Naruto, she managed, even as the hurt lingered in her gaze. Liar, Naruto thought, his heart shattering. You're frightened. Deeply so, and you have every reason to be. Naruto got to his feet, a smile plastered on his face, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. My bad, Captain Yamato. I think I just zonked out there. Comedy protocol, go. Hide the guilt. Bury it, far down. If I let on I understand, they'll see me as a threat. They'll put me away. And I can't get Sasuke out of a prison. Naruto strolled off, his hands tucked behind his head. He needed more control, the chill of determination settling back in. I leaned on the beast, thinking I needed its might. That was a mistake, plain and simple. Never again. Next time, I'll rely on myself. I will conquer wind. I will conquer nature. I will become a storm, one that spares those I hold dear. The library, a hushed sanctuary of knowledge, beckoned. The picture flickered, revealing a quick glimpse of Naruto. He was there, in the aftermath, slipping into Sai's bag as the rest of the team slept soundly. Naruto looked at the art book, trying to understand it, and said, Sai. Root agent. Cold. His purpose, kill. Target, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto snapped the book shut. Danzo was behind it. That relic of a man believed he could tidy things up by eliminating Sasuke. I had to go along with it. I had to act the fool, the useless comrade, so Sai would underestimate me. When the moment arrived, I'd step in and stop the assassination. Naruto glanced across at Sai, who was sound asleep. You create images, Sai. I conjure possibilities. Let's discover which of our visions holds more weight. The screen went dark. The break the theater was hushed. The horror of what happened was tempered by the tragedy that followed. He knew he hurt you, Mama, Boruto said. The answer clicked for him immediately. He carried that guilt, Sakura whispered, a finger brushing her arm. He didn't speak a word. Instead, he simply began to train with greater intensity. After that, he refrained from using the fox's abilities for quite some time. He ate a tailed beast bomb, Mitsuki stated, his gaze still locked on the mechanics of it all. The resilience demanded from inside. His physique is, quite frankly, remarkable. The observer's voice cut through the air. The simulation proceeds. Facing Sasuke in Orochimaru's lair. The stark difference in their abilities became painfully clear. And then, the Rasen Shuriken was conceived. Chapter 11, the voice declared, its tone resonating. The wind that slices through existence. The S-rank jutsu, a mathematical absurdity. And the price of wielding a storm. The theater's lights were low, the atmosphere heavy with the lingering effects of the earlier conflict. The crowd had witnessed Naruto's descent, his transformation into something monstrous, and the pain he inflicted on those he held dear. They watched, curious, as a mind of exceptional talent rose from the wreckage of a setback. The simulation progresses, the observer's voice intoned, its tone measured and detached. The gathering. The acknowledgement of the void, and the birth of the supreme art. Boruto leaned in, his gaze sharp. The Rasen Shuriken. The technique that was outlawed. I'm curious about its construction. He didn't build it, Sasuke murmured, his gaze fixed on the screen. He designed it. The transmission. The screen revealed a stark, poorly lighted cavern, its walls of cold stone. Orochimaru's lair. Team Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Yamato were gathered in the center courtyard. Sasuke Uchiha was on the balcony overhead. His white kimono, left unfastened at the collar, revealed a purple rope belt cinched at his waist. A Chikuto sword was slung over his back. His gaze, devoid of any trace of affection, settled on them. It was a stare that radiated a chilling, unfeeling serenity. Sasuke. Naruto yelled, his voice carrying. Internally, though, the assessment was swift and quite bleak. Target locked. Sasuke Uchiha. 2.5 years have passed since our last meeting. Visual scan. Confirmed growth spurt. Muscle definition. Lean, built for agility rather than brute strength. Posture. Casual. Perhaps too casual. He doesn't seem to see any danger. Sasuke was gone. It wasn't a smoke bomb, after all. He was gone. Movement detected, Naruto's consciousness registered, the world around him suddenly dragging its feet. He's right there, behind me. Speed assessment, subsonic. He's gotten the body flicker technique down so well that it practically seems like teleportation, eliminating any wind resistance beforehand. Naruto unsheathed a kunai. Sasuke's hand rested on Naruto's shoulder. "You're slow, Naruto," Sasuke said, his voice barely audible. Naruto remained still. He's not launching an attack. He's establishing control. He wants me to understand that he could have ended me 3 times over in the blink of an eye, before I even got my gun out. It's psychological warfare. Sasuke unsheathed his kusanagi. The blow landed. Sai blocked it. Yamato intercepted the blow. The earth cracked. Sasuke summoned a surge of electricity. The Chidori stream. A burst of electricity surged from Sasuke, immobilizing everybody within reach. Naruto collapsed, his body suddenly rigid. Chidori variant, Naruto grunted, the pain biting at him as he saw the blue arcs dance. Full body emission. No longer confined to his hand, he's channeling a high-voltage current throughout his entire body. It's a dual-purpose technique, serving as both a protective shield and a means of incapacitation. Graceful. Deadly. Naruto attempted to tap into the fox's might. The crimson energy surged. Sasuke's gaze met his. The Sharingan activated. The world around them abruptly transformed, and they found themselves within Naruto's mindscape. Sasuke found himself within Naruto's consciousness, facing the Nine Tails prison. The fox growled. "Uchiha." Sasuke regarded the colossal creature with a distinct lack of interest. "This is where your strength comes from." He clenched the chakra bubble, and the fox was gone, silenced in an instant. "That color is unsettling," Sasuke remarked, his tone even. Naruto's mental image observed Sasuke, who seemed to contain the tailed beast with little more than a look. "He has infiltrated my mind," Naruto thought, a chill creeping over him. His visual abilities have grown so strong that he can influence another person's mind. He turned off the reactor with just a glance. "I can't depend on the fox. The fox is a weakness when facing a Uchiha of this caliber." In the actual world, Sasuke lifted his sword, ready to finish them out. Orochimaru intervened. "Gone." Naruto knelt amidst the wreckage, his fists hammering the earth. "I can't." He choked out, tears streaming down his face. Hypothesis confirmed, the internal voice intoned, its tone as frigid and unyielding as steel. "Current power level. Inadequate. Growth rate. Sluggish. At this rate, a linear trajectory won't get me anywhere near him. I need a massive, exponential surge. I need to shatter the conventional limits of learning." The training grounds. A change of scene. The screen flared to life. After a few days in the hospital, Naruto was back on his feet, heading to the training field with Kakashi and Yamato. Kakashi grasped a leaf. "We'll be training in nature transformation. Your element is wind." Naruto clutched the leaf. He had to slice through it using his chakra. Wind release. Naruto's mind churned over the idea. It's not simply a gust of wind. It's the very act of honing chakra at a molecular level. I have to force 2 layers of chakra to collide, generating a blade so little, so precise, it can't be seen. Thinness. Sharpness. The right frequency. Kakashi outlined the deadline. Years of dedication are required. We don't have that kind of time. So, Kakashi went on, you'll be using shadow clones. Everything they pick up, you'll know when they disappear. Naruto's eyes, the camera's lens, stretched wide. Memory transfer protocol, Naruto suddenly understood. I knew it. I suspected this back at the academy, back when I was poring over the scroll of seals. But the chakra drain. Thousands of clones, for hours on end. It's something only I could pull off. It's a blunt force approach to leveling up. He weaponized his chakra reserves, Shikadai grumbled, furiously scribbling down the details. He stretched his endurance into hours. He experienced a millennium's worth of life in just one afternoon. The training montage commenced. Naruto summoned 1,000 duplicates. Each of them clutched a leaf. Clone 1 through 500. Emphasize slenderness. Clone 501 through 1000. Prioritize frequency. Data integration will occur at release. A plume of smoke escaped. Naruto's mind was awash with memories. He collapsed. The day began. He went and did it again. Stage 2. The waterfall. Naruto faced a colossal waterfall. Yamato established the Earth platform. Naruto's analysis began with the objective: stop the waterfall. Water has both surface tension and mass. Therefore, simply pushing it isn't enough to cut it. Instead, I need to vibrate the wind chakra at a frequency that exceeds the water's internal attraction. Naruto felt the water's immense force bearing down on him. 2 tons per square meter. Cold, noise, concentrate. He shut his eyes. Don't resist the current. Become the blade that moves effortlessly through the flow. 1,000 duplicates stood submerged. The valley transformed into a sauna, the steam rising from their shared warmth. Yamato's face was a mask of fear, his grip on the suppression seal unyielding. He's completely lost it. He's been going on like this for ages. Not insane, Naruto thought, his eyes flying wide. Sasuke was resolute. He severed the lightning. Lightning travels at a staggering 270,000 miles per hour. Water, by contrast, is still. If he couldn't slice through this, then he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. The breakthrough. A new perspective. Naruto slumped against a boulder, utterly spent. He was attempting to merge the Rasengan's form with wind's elemental properties. It just wouldn't work. The sphere would quiver, then burst. The issue is torque, Naruto said, looking at his hands. The Rasengan, a whirling sphere, moves in every conceivable way. Wind chakra, on the other hand, requires a focused, cutting motion. These two concepts are at odds. It's like trying to force a square peg into a round opening. He recalled, in a fleeting memory or perhaps a dream, Asuma Sarutobi wielding his trench blades. Asuma channels wind over the metal. My approach, however, involves infusing the chakra shell with wind. Naruto stared at a clone. I need additional help. No, that's not quite right. I need a different axis altogether. Suddenly, it clicked. One clone oversees the shape, the shell. Another handles the nature, the blades. And I'm responsible for the core. Naruto rose to his feet. Understood. If I turn my head left, my gaze is stuck. But imagine if there were 2 of me. Then, I could see everything all. I could make a counter-rotation. The shell spins one way, clockwise. The wind, however, spins the opposite way, counterclockwise. The friction between these 2 opposing forces is what causes the vacuum. The scene changed. The screen's brightness faded. The Hidan and Kakuzu arc. Asuma was gone. Team 10 was struggling against the Immortals, and it was a losing struggle. Kakashi was running on empty. Ino and Choji were in a tight spot. Kakuzu, the Waterfall Village's resident monster, had his masks at the ready. Flames, gales, and thunder, he was a human hurricane. Kakuzu's voice was a low growl. I'll take your hearts. The sound of a sudden explosion. A colossal cloud of dust billowed forth. Naruto was there, with Yamato and Sakura at his side. His gaze, however, was fixed entirely on Kakuzu. Target. Kakuzu, Naruto's overlay materialized. Threat level. S rank. Abilities. Earth Grudge Fear. He pilfers hearts to gain control over elemental powers. This individual is, in fact, a colony organism masquerading as a human. Naruto. Ino's voice rang out, a note of relief in her tone. Naruto's expression was blank. He moved ahead. Kakashi-sensei. I'll take care of this. Naruto's mind raced with the thought. I need to test the prototype. Theory alone doesn't go you far. This thing is built to last. A perfect practice target. Naruto conjured up a trio of clones. They rushed forward. Kakuzu chuckled. Shadow clones? A distraction? He unleashed a torrent of fire and wind against them. The clones disappeared. Data collected, Naruto observed. His response to a frontal attack is a swift 0.5 seconds. He leans heavily on his mastery of elemental forces. He operates under the assumption that he cannot be defeated. Naruto started to shape the jutsu. One of the clones grasped his hand. Another duplicate shaped the breeze. The shrill cry sliced through the silence. The sound was like a jet engine's roar. A sphere of brilliant white light coalesced in Naruto's palm. 4 enormous blades, composed of wind chakra, whirled around it, resembling a gigantic shuriken. The sound was overwhelming. The earth trembled, then shattered beneath Naruto, reduced to nothing but powder. Wind style. Rasen Shuriken. What the hell is that? Kakuzu retreated, every fiber of his being shouting a warning. Stability. 80%, Naruto muttered, his grip on the sword faltering. It's weighty. The chakra concentration is so intense, it's bending the light. I've got 5 seconds until it fades. Naruto surged forward. The jutsu shot out from his hands. Kakuzu sidestepped. The technique sputtered and died. Naruto hit the dirt. Failed? Boruto echoed, his voice a breathless whisper. No, Sasuke replied, his gaze fixed. Adjusting. Range miscalculation, Naruto mused, rising to his feet. The technique faltered as soon as my hand was no longer in contact with it. It's not a projectile, not yet. I need to strike him directly. Precision demands I forego my own safety. Kakuzu shifted into his long-range phase. Tentacles burst forth. He's keeping his distance, aware of the peril. I need a diversion, something monumental. Naruto summoned a dozen clones. Kakuzu was besieged. Kakuzu made quick work of them. Is this all you've got, kid? Yet, concealed among the haze, a single clone remained, crouched behind a boulder. The clones aren't mere distractions. They're cover. He's focused on the targets within his line of sight. The area he can't see, that's the problem. Kakuzu skewered a clone. Understood, the genuine article. The clone vanished. What? Kakuzu's voice was a whisper, his body stiffening. Emerging from the swirling particles, the genuine Naruto materialized. The shriek was back. The Rasen Shuriken had coalesced, a brilliant orb of energy. The game was over. Naruto drove the jutsu into Kakuzu's back. Here you go, hit. It wasn't a bang, that much was certain. A hush fell, a perfect sphere of stillness, then a searing white light consumed the clearing, swallowing the woodland whole. The microscopic realm, the camera angle changed. The blast wasn't visible from the street. The image sharpened. Into Kakuzu. The crowd inhaled sharply. Analysis of impact, Naruto's voice intoned, devoid of warmth, a clinical assessment. The Rasen Shuriken isn't just one blade. It's a swirling mass, a vortex, packed with countless small wind needles. The display revealed the cellular structure. The minuscule wind blades sliced through the chakra pathways linking Kakuzu's cells. Cellular separation. I'm not slicing into flesh. I'm dismantling the connections that bind his atoms. I'm removing his chakra from his physical form. Kakuzu's cells were bursting, one after another. The hearts inked on his back faded away. The tendrils crumbled to nothing. Systemic failure. Regeneration is impossible. The nervous system is gone. The perspective widened. The woodland was gone, replaced by a gaping chasm. Kakuzu lay at the bottom, a mere shell of a man. He wasn't bleeding. He appeared to be a shell of himself. Naruto dropped to his knees, his arm shaking. Right arm status, Naruto observed, his gaze fixed on his own arm. Numbness. The humerus and radius showed microfractures. The wind's sting got to me as well. My chakra network was at half strength. Kakashi touched down next to Kakuzu. He surveyed the wreckage. Then, at Naruto. He was better than the fourth Hokage, Kakashi murmured. He pulled off the jutsu that Minato-sensei hadn't managed. The medical review. The setting changed to the Konoha hospital. Tsunade studied the X-ray of Naruto's arm. Her complexion was wan. This damage. Tsunade murmured, her fingers following the delicate, spiderweb-like cracks. It's more than simply fractures. The chakra pathways are in tatters, down to the cellular structure. It's as if he'd been poisoned. She glanced at Yamato and Kakashi. This technique, the Rasen Shuriken, is off limits. Naruto sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wrappings on his arm. Forbidden, Naruto mused. Because it takes the user down just as surely as it takes out the target. It's a weapon of self-destruction. Unless... Naruto's gaze sharpened. Unless I can hurl it. If I can separate the vortex from my grip, I can avoid the recoil. I need Sage Mode. I need to tap into the world's energy to build a shield. Naruto. Did you hear me? Tsunade shouted. That jutsu is off limits from now on. Naruto glanced up, a silly smile spreading across his face. Hee, all right, Granny, I swear, I won't touch anything, I swear. Not until I've got it down. The math isn't done. Anything's only just getting started. The dust settled. The screen went dark. The theater's audience was utterly still. The image of the Cell's demise was seared into their memories. He made a jutsu that goes after cells, Sarada said, her voice trembling. That's a form of biological warfare. That's the pinnacle of wind techniques, Mitsuki declared, clearly impressed. The wind, with its sharpness, disrupts the idea of connectedness. And he saw the flaw right away, Boruto chimed in. He understood he had to act before Tsunade made it official. The simulation progressed, the observer declared. The news came. A death in the family. The Toad Sage was gone. And now, the learner had to become the master. The mood soured. Naruto's fingers tightened on the armrest, lost in thought. Jiraiya. The theater was frigid. The air felt different, not colder, but altered. The atmosphere was different now, lacking the buzz that had surrounded the Rasen Shuriken's initial appearance. The screen flickered to life, revealing the Hokage's office. The room was awash in an orange light, the kind that hinted at a sunset's final moments, a fading ember. Tsunade was at her desk, gaze fixed on the world beyond the glass. Not a sound. The adult Naruto in the crowd bowed his head. Boruto, standing next to him, fell silent. The expression on his father's face was unmistakable, a rare sight he'd only witnessed once previously, during a conversation about pervy sage. The simulation progresses, the observer's voice, usually so cold and clinical, now carried a hint of something more. The instructor collapses. The pupil stays put. The concluding communication, however, isn't verbal, it's numerical. The airwaves. The office door swung open. Naruto strolled in, with Sakura, Sai, and Kakashi trailing behind. Lord Fukasaku, the elder Toad, perched atop Tsunade's desk. He seemed diminutive, almost delicate, and extraordinarily aged. Analysis. Naruto's inner voice started, though the typical flood of information was dragging its feet. Fukasaku-sama. Posture. Kyphotic, a slouch. Shoulders sagging. A tremor in the left hand. The back, marked by dermal scorching, battle damage. Fire style. No, the residue of an explosion. Naruto's gaze surveyed the room. Missing asset, Jiraiya. Probability of delay. Low. Probability of capture. Low. Probability of. The inner voice halted. The calculation failed to complete. Where is he? Naruto wondered aloud, his voice tense. Where is pervy sage? Fukasaku took a long breath. Jiraiya-chan. Died in battle. The words remained in the air. The world slanted on screen. The camera, Naruto's vision, blurred at the borders, the saturation diminishing until the room appeared gray. Cortisol spike. Critical. Adrenaline. 0. Heart rate. Dropping. This is shock. Denial protocol initiating. You're lying, Naruto stated, his voice shaking. He's the Toad Sage. He doesn't just die, he fought the leader of the Akatsuki, Fukasaku explained calmly. He fought pain, and he managed to send back one last message. Naruto gazed at Tsunade. She wouldn't meet his gaze. She sent him, Naruto's mind screamed, his genius persona becoming hostile. She knew the risk. Intelligence reports on the Rain Village were non-existent. She sent a single infiltration unit into a closed dictatorship with zero backup. Tactical error. Gross negligence. Why did you let him go? Naruto exclaimed at her. If he was the Hokage, he never would have let you go. He turned and stormed away. Exit strategy. I need to leave. If I stay, I will say things that cannot be retracted. I will analyze her failure to her face, and I will break the chain of command. Scene shift. Melting ice. It was night. Naruto wandered the streets of Konoha alone. He was holding a double-stick popsicle, the kind you share. He sat on a seat beneath a street lamp. The lights flickered. Thermodynamics, Naruto mused, peering at the blue ice. Phase transition. solid to liquid, energy transfer. The ambient heat is breaking the molecular bonds of the sugar water. It drips. It vanishes. A drop of blue liquid struck the pavement. He is gone. The dataset is incomplete. He didn't finish his book. He didn't finish my training. He promised to teach me the seal key. Naruto sliced the popsicle. He held out the other half to the empty space. Illogical action. There is no recipient. Ghost limb syndrome of the soul. Tears started to fall. They merged with the melting ice. Analysis failed, the inner voice exclaimed, sounding like a terrified kid. I can't calculate this. I can't solve this. There is no jutsu for this. It just hurts. Iruka appeared. He sat down next to Naruto. He did not offer platitudes, he only gave his presence. Jiraiya-sama was proud of you, Iruka added softly. He bragged about you constantly. Naruto looked at Iruka. Iruka Amino. The first variable. The constant. He isn't trying to fix it. He is acknowledging the data loss. Naruto took a mouthful of his popsicle. It tasted salty. He wants me to inherit his will. The will of fire. It isn't a genetic trait. It's a mimetic one. An idea passed down through generations. If I give up, the idea dies. If the idea dies, Jiraiya dies permanently. Naruto wiped his eyes. The frigid, steel-trapped mind restarted. Grief period. Suspended. Objective. Revenge. No objective. Solution. I need to solve pain. Scene transition. The decryption room the following day. The environment was antiseptic, with computers humming and pencils scratching. Shikamaru, Shiho, the cryptanalysis expert, and Kakashi were looking at a photograph of the code burned into Fukasaku's back. 9, 31, 8, 106, 7, 207, 15. It's a cipher, Shikamaru explained, scratching his temples. But without the key, it's unbreakable. It could be coordinates, dates, ID numbers. Naruto stood at the doorway. He looked at the numbers. Key identification. Naruto's thoughts raced. Jiraiya was a writer. Writers think in narrative structures. He wouldn't use a random book code. He would use his own work. His legacy. Naruto approached the table. He took up the photograph. The first character, Naruto indicated. It's a katakana, ta, not a 9. Ta? Shikamaru blinked. Taka? Hawk. No, Naruto said, his eyes narrowing. Ta. Icha Tactics. The newest volume. The manuscript I proofread while he was peeping on the hot springs. Naruto turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, give me your book. Make out tactics. Kakashi hesitated and blushed before handing over the orange book. Memory Palace. Access, Naruto considered. Page 31. Line 8. The first word. Naruto flipped the pages. The first word is real. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Page numbers? Keep going. Naruto flipped quickly. Page 106. Line 7. The sentence starts with a description of. Never mind. The word is 1, page 207, line 15. The word is. Naruto went on, his finger tracing the lines he had remembered months before during downtime. Real. 1. Is. Not. Among. Them. The real one is not among them. The room became silent. What does that mean? Shiho inquired. Deduction, Naruto's internal voice said, overlaying a tactical map of the battle Fukasaku recounted. Fukasaku said there were 6 pains. They all had Rinnegan. They shared vision. But if the real one isn't among them, then the 6 bodies are puppets. It means, Naruto spoke aloud, his voice firm, that there is a 7th. A puppet master controlling them from the shadows. That's why they don't fear death. You can't kill a corpse. A remote control system? Shikamaru inquired, startled. Using chakra receivers? The black rods, Naruto stated, they aren't weapons. They are antennas. In the theater, Shikamaru shook his head. We spent days trying to crack that. Naruto solved it in minutes because he memorized the book. He didn't just memorize it, Kakashi explained. He understood Jiraiya's mind. Scene shift. Mount Myoboku. Naruto stood in the odd, unfamiliar environment of Toad Mountain. Giant plants, red statues, and the secret oil waterfall. Fukasaku stood before him. Sage mode is the manipulation of natural energy. You must draw it in from the atmosphere and balance it with your physical and spiritual energy. The Trinity, Naruto examined: physical energy, yang; spiritual energy, yin; natural energy, environment. It must be a perfect equilateral triangle. If nature exceeds the others by even 1%, I turn into a frog. If it is too low, the jutsu fails. Fukasaku offered him some oil. This will help you feel the energy, but be careful. Naruto applied the oil. His arm immediately began to swell, turning green and warty. Mutation rate. Rapid, Naruto observed, panic briefly rising before being crushed by reasoning. The energy is aggressive. It wants to consume. I need to assert dominance. I don't just accept the energy, I have to command it. Fukasaku whacked him with the baton to expel the energy. Again, Naruto said. Days transformed into a montage. However, unlike the fight in history books, the internal perspective demonstrated a scary efficiency. Naruto sat completely still on a stone slab resting on a spike. Stillness, Naruto mused. To become one with nature, I must cease to be a distinct entity. I must match the frequency of the wind, the stone, the oil. He visualized his chakra network. It was a blue grid. He visualized natural energy. It was a white mist. Merge. Do not force. Allow the mist to fill the gaps in the grid. 33.3% blue. 33.3% red. 33.3% white. Naruto's eyes snapped open. The Toad Sage's horizontal bar emerged in his pupils. A small, white halo pulsed around the bar, however, indicating that the Otsutsuki potential was responding to the planet's energy. I can feel everything, Naruto muttered. Sensory range. Extended to planetary curvature, the internal voice exclaimed. I can feel the chakra of every living thing on this mountain. I can feel the war in the distance. I can feel him. Naruto stared to the horizon, towards Konoha. Pain. He is coming. A massive chakra signature, cold, divine. He is moving towards the village. Fukasaku stared at Naruto, shocked. You mastered it? In half the time it took Jiraiya-chan? Jiraiya-sensei was a man trying to communicate with nature, Naruto reflected, rising up. The orange pigmentation surrounding his eyes was immaculate, unlike Jiraiya's partial change. I am nature realizing it is a man. Scene shift. Invincible skill night on the mountain. Naruto was practicing frog kumite. He pounded the air. A stone statue 3 meters away had shattered. Natural energy extends the reach, Naruto explained. I am surrounding my fist with an invisible aura of nature. I don't need to make contact to impact. It is a phantom hit. Then comes the Rasen Shuriken. You can't throw it, Fukasaku said. It's impossible. Naruto clutched a shrieking shuriken above his head. The problem with throwing it was the shape dissipation, Naruto reasoned. But in Sage mode, the natural energy acts as a containment field. It wraps the wind in a bubble of stability. Naruto expanded the jutsu. It became larger than his body. Aerodynamics. Solved. Stability. 100%. Lethality. Absolute. Naruto threw it. The Rasen Shuriken flew. It ripped through a mountain summit, forming a vast dome of ruin in the distance. Weapon confirmed, Naruto stated, his expression somber. I am ready. A messenger toad emerged unexpectedly in a plume of smoke. It was Kosuke. The toad croaked, emergency. The toad at Konoha. The communication link. It's been severed. Konoha is under attack. Naruto froze. Pain. His inner voice fell mute. The analysis ceased. Only one thought remained. I'm coming. The aftermath, the screen turned to darkness. The atmosphere in the theater was tremendous. They knew what was coming. The destruction of Konoha. The enormous thrust. The arrival of the sage. He sensed pain before the attack began, Sasuke stated. His sensory range in sage mode. It rivals the Rinnegan. He deciphered the code that saved us, Shikamaru stated quietly. If he hadn't realized the real one wasn't there, we would have fought the puppets forever. The simulation advances, the observer stated, his voice rising like a thunderclap. The village is flattened. The god descends, and the hero returns. The theater fell into a suffocating silence. The screen showed a scene of apocalyptic desolation. Konoha, the settlement concealed in the leaves, has vanished. In its place was a huge, burning hole. The Shinra Tensei, almighty push, had destroyed everything. Boruto sat with his mouth open, unable to fathom the scope of the destruction. Sarada gripped her spectacles, her knuckles white. Even the grown-ups who had lived through the reconstruction turned away, the memories of that day still vivid. The simulation advances, the observer's voice roared gravely and definitively. The village is destroyed. The Hokage is fallen, and the child of prophecy returns to a graveyard. The broadcast, a tremendous cloud of smoke emerged in the center of the crater. The poof sounded thunderous. Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro, the three boss toads, landed, shaking the ground. Naruto Uzumaki stood atop Gamabunta. He wore the sage's scarlet coat, a large scroll on his back, and crossed his arms. His eyes were yellow, and the horizontal bar of the toad pupil stood out against the orange coloring. Visual assessment, Naruto's inner voice sounded terrifyingly calm. It was the serenity of a surgeon examining a terminal patient. Topography altered. Landmark triangulation failed. Ichiraku Ramen. Gone. Hokage Tower. Gone. Academy. Gone. His sensory area grew, forming a sphere of invisible sensing over the destruction. Chakra signatures. Diminished by 60%. Casualties. High. Kakashi Sensei's signature. Faint. Too faint. He is in stasis. Or dead. Naruto looked down. Tsunade was there, tired, her transformation jutsu failing in displaying her real age. The Asura Path, the robot, was descending at her. Target. Asura Path, Naruto determined instantaneously. Velocity. 50 meters per second. Attack vector. The Hokage. Threat. Immediate. Naruto did not move his body, he moved the weighty scroll. Crush. The Asura Path was shattered into scrap metal in one swift, blinding action. Threat neutralized. 1 down. 5 to go. Naruto stepped off the toad. He examined the remaining panes. There's no need for the Hokage to deal with trash like this, Naruto exclaimed, his voice reverberating around the crater. Just sit back and sip some tea, Grandma. Tea reference, humor protocol. Purpose. To reassure the survivors. If I look confident, their panic subsides. Panic leads to mistakes. The dismantling the fight started. It was an excellent lesson in tactical deconstruction. The animal path summoned a massive rhinoceros. Mass, 40 tons, Naruto calculated. Momentum. High. Stopping it requires equal force, or leverage. Naruto grabbed the rhinoceros horn. He did not move back an inch. Sage mode strength. Active. Muscles reinforced with nature energy. Throw it. He tossed the massive beast into the air as if it were a toy. Then the Pratapath, the ghost, charged. Naruto created a Rasengan. Test 1. Energy absorption, Naruto reasoned. Jiraiya's message hinted at defensive capabilities. Let's verify. He thrust the Rasengan. The Pratapath did not dodge. It grasped Naruto's hand. The Rasengan disappeared. Absorption confirmed. He sucks chakra directly from the source. Ninjutsu is ineffective against this unit. Switch to taijutsu. Specifically, Frog Kumite. Naruto punched the air. He missed Pratapath's face by 6 inches. The Pratapath grinned before its neck wrenched back, struck by an invisible force. Natural energy acts as an extension of the body, Naruto explained as the path flew backwards. He can only absorb what touches his chakra network. He cannot absorb the ambient energy surrounding my fist. It is a phantom hit. The wind style. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto stood alone against the other 4. He raised his hand. The Rasen Shuriken's screams filled the hole. Distance to targets. 200 meters. Wind speed. Negligible. Trajectory. Curving to intercept. He chucked it. The human path and the animal path stood together. The animal path is the summoner. High priority. If I take her out, the battlefield remains clear of kaiju. The Rasen Shuriken grew. The animal path had disintegrated. Cellular destruction confirmed. 2 down. But then the Diva path, Tendo Pain, came forward. Shinra Tensai. The gravity wave struck the Rasen Shuriken. The jutsu faded. Observation. Naruto's gaze sharpened. He repelled the attack. It wasn't absorption, it was repulsion. A gravity well. Naruto engaged in hand-to-hand fighting. He was trapped by the remaining pathways. Fukasaku attempted to employ genjutsu. The Diva path drew toward him. Bansho Tenin, universal pull. And stabbed him. Naruto's eyes expanded. Fukasaku-sama. Vitals critical. He's dead. Naruto was pinned to the ground by black rods. The interval Naruto lay still on the ground. The rods interrupted his chakra. Chakra receiver analysis, Naruto thought, resisting his paralysis. They inject the user's chakra into my system. It feels cold. Like rain. The source is transmitting from high ground nearby. The Nagato unit. Pain leaned over him. Do you hate me? Naruto gazed at him. He wants a philosophical debate. He is stalling. Why? Naruto rewinded his recollection of the combat. 1. Shinra Tensai demolished the village. 2. He waited to fight me. 3. He resisted the Rasen Shuriken. 4. He paused before pulling paw. Time stamps. Naruto's thoughts raced. There is a gap. Between every gravity manipulation, there is a refractory period. He cannot spam the ability. Naruto counted the seconds inside his memory palace. 5 seconds. The interval is 5 seconds. That is his blind spot. That is the window. I figured you out, Naruto muttered. The trigger before Naruto could exploit the weakness, a stranger dived into the crater. Hinata Hyuga. She stood between God and Jinchuriki. Her Byakugan veins were enlarged. She was afraid, trembling, yet she stood firm. I won't let you lay another finger on Naruto-kun. Boruto rose from his seat in the theater. Mom, what is she doing? She can't fight him. She knows that, Hinata remarked gently from her seat, staring back at her younger self with grief. But I couldn't just watch. Naruto's inner voice, which was usually so composed, shattered. Hinata. Why? Probability of survival. 0. Get out. Get out. Why? Naruto exclaimed out. Why are you here? You'll get killed. Because I love you, Hinata answered. The confession remained in the air. Love? Naruto's analysis paused. Undefined variable. Does not compute. Why sacrifice optimal survival strategy for me? Hinata charged. She fought bravely. She used the gentle step with twin lion fists. She managed to slap a rod, but the pain was too intense. He utilized Shinra Tensai. Hinata was tossed into the air and hit the ground. Pain stepped up to her. He raised the rod. This is how. My parents died, Pain stated without emotion. He drove the rod down. Blood splattered. Naruto observed. Vital signs, undetected. Hinata. Is. The screen turned crimson. Error. Error. Logic processor failing. Emotional containment breached. The seal. Break it. Break it. The 6 tails. There was no calculation this time. There is no tactical appraisal. Roar. Naruto exploded. The ground melted. Red chakra first produced a skeleton, then muscle, and finally armor. 6 tails grew from his back. The fox's skeleton formed over his head. He lunged at Pain. It was no longer a ninja fight. It was a monster crushing a god. Naruto smashed Pain into the soil. He vomited laser beams. He ripped up huge slabs of soil. The theater crowd was horrified. This was not the cool genius, Naruto. This was genuine, unmitigated hate. Kill was the single idea reverberating across the mindscape. Kill. Destroy. Pain. Death. Kill. Pain left the village, leading the monster away. He utilized Shibaku Tensai, planetary devastation. A black sphere appeared in the sky, drawing the ground, trees, and Naruto into a giant moon-sized prison. Naruto was stuck inside the rock sphere. Inside the mind, the vision switched to the sewers. Naruto stood in the water. The water had reached his neck. The cage was open. The nine tails was enormous, towering over him. The fox muttered, "It hurts, doesn't it? Give me your heart. I will make the pain go away. Destroy everything that hurts you." Naruto examined the seal on his tummy. The paper was flaking. Logic. Failing, Naruto murmured, his gaze dulled. Can't. Save. Anyone. Solution. Destroy. World. He reached for the seal. He was about to rip it off entirely. Grab. A hand grabbed his wrist. Naruto looked up. A man with blonde, spiky hair stood there, wearing a white cloak with the words, "Fourth Hokage," engraved on the back. Minato Namikaze. I sealed the 8 trigrams so that if the 8th tail emerged, I would appear inside your consciousness, Minato explained, smiling warmly. I hoped this day wouldn't come, but here we are. Naruto stared at him. The audience held its breath. This was the moment. The father-son reunion. Naruto did not shout. He did not punch him, as the history books stated. He simply glanced at Minato with eyes that were suddenly clear, the red craziness fading. I knew, Naruto said. Minato blinked. You knew? Facial structure. 98% match, Naruto explained, his voice wavering but reverting to its analytical roots. Hair color. Identical. Chakra signature. The same as the contract scroll. The timeline matches. The secrecy matches. Naruto moved nearer, burying his face in his father's cloak. I calculated the probability years ago, Naruto lamented. But I needed to see the variable to confirm the hypothesis. Dad. Minato appeared horrified, but soon softened, wrapped his arms around his kid. You are smart, aren't you, Naruto? Minato murmured. Smarter than I ever was. I had to be, Naruto said quietly into the coat. To survive. Minato pulled back. We don't have much time. The chakra I left is fading. I need to rebuild the seal. And I need to tell you the truth about the masked man. The one controlling pain. The real one, Naruto explained, wiping his tears. Tell me everything. I'll memorize it. The aftermath. Minato fixed the seal, and the screen faded to white. Boruto burst into tears in the theater. He knew, he always knew. He never asked, Kakashi replied gently, he figured it out and kept it to himself. Waiting for the right moment. Sasuke stared at the screen, his expression unreadable. He met his father in the middle of a mental breakdown and immediately switched back to information gathering. His resolve is terrifying. The simulation progresses, the observer reported. The beast is contained. Sage mode returns. The defeat of pain. And the conversation that changed the course of history. The theater was silent, yet the air seemed lighter. The stifling dread of the Six Tails rampage had subsided, replaced by a focused anxiety. On screen, the huge orb of the Chibaku Tensei disintegrated in the sky, sending rocks down like meteors. Naruto Uzumaki rose from the dust. He was back in sage mode, his red coat torn but his eyes bright and piercing. The horizontal bar of the toad pupil remained stable. The simulation moves forward, the observer's voice announced. The beast is caged. The mind is rebooted. Now, the final calculation begins. The broadcast. Naruto stood on the opposite side of the diva path. The remaining pains were annihilated. It was only the two of them. Target analysis. Diva path. Naruto's inner voice was a metronome of calmness. Chakra levels. Low. The Chibaku Tensei consumed a massive amount of his reserves. His durability is compromised, but the gravity manipulation is active. Naruto surveyed the devastation around him. Interval count. Reset. Every time he uses Shinra Tensei, I have 5 seconds. I need to force him to use it, survive it, and strike in the gap. Naruto made shadow clones. They charged. Shinra Tensei. Pain exclaimed. The clones were blown away. Mark, Naruto pondered. Count. 1. 2. Naruto tossed a Rasen Shuriken. Pain avoided. Bansho Tenin. He yanked a rock to stop it. 3. 4. 5. Interval closed. He is ready again. Naruto frowned. The clones weren't sufficient. He required a level of deception so thick that even the Rinnegan couldn't see through it. The Rinnegan sees chakra, Naruto noted. It sees through smoke. It sees through solid objects. But it cannot distinguish between a clone transformed into a rock and a real rock if the chakra distribution is perfectly static. Naruto collected natural energy. Plan. Operation Debris. Hundreds of shadow clones. Transform them into rubble. Scatter them across the battlefield. To him, it will look like background noise. Naruto started the attack. Clones attacked. Pain repulsed them. Smoke engulfed the air. This is pointless, Pain exclaimed, panting. Give up. Count. 1. 2. Hundreds of rocks appeared out of the dust and poofed into Naruto. They enclosed Pain with an orange sphere. What? Pain's eyes became wider. He hid amidst the debris. 3. 4. The clones attacked. Pain used Shinra Tensei again, trying to expel the swarm. Boom. The clones disappeared. The force had cleared the area. Pain stood alone and breathless. Interval is open, Naruto said, his eyes narrowing. 0 seconds elapsed. I have 5 seconds. Pain looked up. Naruto was gone. Where is he? Then he saw it. A shadow fell over him. Naruto was not on the ground. Prior to the explosion, a clone threw him into the air. He was plunging directly towards Pain. Gravity assist. Maximum, Naruto calculated. Rasengan. Formed. Target. Chest. Pain lifted his hand. Shinra. Too slow. You're still in the cooldown. You have 2 seconds left. Rasengan. Naruto pushed the sphere into Pain's chest. The impact was absolute. The Diva path crumbled, and the chakra receivers shattered. The body soared back, lodging itself in a tree trunk. Target neutralized, Naruto said, landing quietly. Puppet strings severed. Now for the puppeteer. Scene shift. The paper tree. Naruto hurried across the forest. He removed a black rod from his shoulder, which he had used to purposefully stab himself during the struggle in order to trace the signal. Triangulation is complete, Naruto thought, cringing as the rod pierced his chakra. The signal is coming from that giant paper tree, origami camouflage. Clever. He arrived to the base. Conan stood there with paper wings extending. I won't let you pass, she said. Move, Naruto said quietly. Conan. The angel. Paper ninjutsu. High flammability. Oil would be effective, but I don't want to fight her. I need to talk to him. Inside the tree, a skeletal guy sat in what appeared to be a walker. Nagato Uzumaki. Red hair, malnourished, coughing up blood. Naruto walked in. He did not assault, he simply looked. Subject. Nagato, Naruto said, his gaze skimming over the man's weak figure. Uzumaki lineage confirmed. Red hair, high vitality despite severe malnutrition. Chakra reserves are monstrous but drained. The Rinnegan. It's taxing him to death. You came, Nagato gasped. To kill me? To take your revenge? Naruto stood there. His hand slid to the purse. Conan tensed, ready to attack. Naruto took out a book. The story of the gutsy ninja. Prop. The anchor, Naruto considered. Jiraiya wrote this. Nagato named the protagonist. I am the legacy of that protagonist. We are brothers separated by ideology. I wanted to kill you, Naruto admitted, his voice trembling. When I saw the village, when I saw Hinata, I wanted to rip you apart. Empathy protocol, Naruto's inner voice instructed. Acknowledge the anger. Validate his worldview before dismantling it. If I deny his pain, he will shut down. I must join him in the darkness to pull him out. But, Naruto added, I want to understand. Why? Why do this? Nagato shared his story. The war. Yahiko died. The pain. Naruto listened. He did not interrupt. He interpreted each word as data points in a sociological study of the ninja world. Cycle of hatred, Naruto explained. Action A leads to retaliation B, which leads to retaliation C. It is a perpetual motion machine of violence. The only way to stop it is for one variable to absorb the energy without outputting a reaction. I understand, Naruto eventually replied. Your logic is sound. In this system, peace is impossible. Nagato seemed astonished. Then you agree? No, Naruto replied. He held up the book. I reject the system. Paradigm shift, Naruto thought. He believes the system is immutable. I need to show him that the variables can be changed. Jiraiya Sensei believed in a time where people could truly understand one another, Naruto told me. He entrusted that dream to you. And you gave up. You stopped calculating the solution and just accepted the error. Naruto stepped forwards. I won't give up, Naruto stated. I will break the cycle. Even if I have to absorb all the hate myself. I'll be the sponge. Nagato stared at him. He looked at the book. He gazed into Naruto's eyes and saw unflinching commitment. He sees it, Naruto added. He sees the resemblance. Not to him, but to Yahiko. To the hope he lost. Nagato closed his eyes. Tears flowed. You really are a strange boy, Nagato muttered. If it's you, maybe you can find the answer. Nagato raised his hands. Ghetto art of Rinne rebirth. Nagato, no, Conan exclaimed. That jutsu will exchange your life for theirs. It's okay, Conan, Nagato said faintly. I am making a choice. My final choice. Green light emerged from the tree. It swept across the village. Mass resurrection jutsu, Naruto explained, gazing at the light with awe. He is manipulating the king of hell to return the souls to their vessels. The chakra cost is lethal. He is calculating his own death as penance. Nagato sank forward. Dead. Conan wrapped his body in paper. She gazed at Naruto. I will believe in you, too, she added. She gave him a bouquet of paper flowers. This is a token of our alliance. Naruto took the flowers. Alliance forged. The Hidden Rain Village's menace has been quelled. Nagato. May you find peace, brother. The hero was back. Naruto made his way back to the village. He was running on empty. He was about to crumple, leaning heavily on the trunk of a tree. Kakashi got him. Well done, Kakashi remarked, a smile playing at the corner of his eye. The clearing opened up before them. Everyone in the village had shown up. The ones that lived. The dread had faded from their gazes. Their gazes were elsewhere. The crowd erupted. He did it. Naruto. Our hero. Naruto halted. He blinked. Data input overload. Naruto's inner voice sputtered. Audio levels are cranked up. Faces are smiling. No signs of aggression. Everyone's on board. He was swarmed. He was tossed aloft. Sakura playfully jabbed him and then wrapped her arms around him. The audience at the theater was visibly moved. That was the moment everything changed. The day the monster turned into the hero. Naruto soared, a laugh escaping him. I calculated survival, Naruto mused, gazing up at the cerulean expanse above him as he drifted. I did the math on winning. I figured out how to get respect, but this, I never saw it coming. The tear, a silent rebel, traced a path down his face, breaking the rules of the acting routine. It feels good. The consequences were far-reaching. The screen went dark. That was the day, Iruka said, dabbing at his tears with a handkerchief. The moment arrived when everyone else finally understood. He talked a mass murderer into suicide, Boruto said, a mix of unease and admiration in his voice. He tore up his own thoughts so thoroughly that he ultimately sacrificed himself to right the wrong. That's not what it was, Boruto, Hinata said softly. He understood. Your father's true brilliance doesn't lie in equations or the laws of motion. It's in his capacity to grasp the human heart. The observer's voice cut through the room. The simulation is progressing. The world readies itself for conflict. The five kage convene. The fourth great ninja war is declared. And the Nine Tails chakra is brought under control. The atmosphere in the theater was electric. The peace that settled over the pain arc seemed tenuous, like a flimsy veneer stretched over a turbulent current. Madara's announcement of the fourth great ninja war has thrown everything into chaos. The five kage were on the move. The globe was primed for conflict. For Naruto Uzumaki, his biggest battle was within himself. The screen revealed a colossal, animated island, a turtle, navigating the tempestuous, electrically charged waters of the Land of Lightning. It was where we learned. The location where Jinchuriki mastered their demons. The simulation progresses, the observer stated, its voice echoing with the gravity of what was to come. To battle hatred, we must first conquer the hatred within ourselves. The biggest challenge for a person of exceptional talent is to overcome their own inner struggles. The transmission. Naruto faced the waterfall of truth. The waterfall thundered, a blinding cascade of white noise. Killer Bee, the Eight Tails host, was perched on a rock, attempting to rap, albeit the results were less than stellar. Kiddo. Peek into the water and see what you've got it? Naruto brushed off the rap. He settled into a lotus position on the mossy platform. Psychological projection. Naruto's inner voice dissected, tuning out the world around him. This waterfall serves as a mirror to the subconscious. It reveals the ego I've kept hidden. It's the aspects of myself I buried to uphold the hero front. Naruto blinked awake. A silhouette stepped from the cascade. Naruto. His eyes, however, were bloodshot, and his smile held a certain malice. You're a liar, Dark Naruto spat. You put up a good show, but you despise them. The villagers. The very ones who humiliated us. You want them to pay. The real Naruto's gaze settled on Dark Naruto. He remained unmoved. The shadow, Naruto observed, his tone flat. The Jungian archetype represents the collection of repressed urges and instincts. This figure is a part of me. Trying to fight against him is a losing battle. If I hurt him, I hurt myself. If I destroy him, I damage my own instinct for survival. Dark Naruto lunged forward. Die. The real Naruto rose to his feet. He kept his hands down. Strategy. Integration. The shadow thrives on rejection. To bring it under control, I need to acknowledge its presence. Dark Naruto threw a punch. Naruto got it. I know, real Naruto murmured. I get it, we can't stand them. Dark Naruto stood still. What? I calculated the probability of revenge daily for 12 years, real Naruto said, squeezing his dark self into an embrace. 400 plots to raise Konoha, all tucked away in my memory palace. I could tell you precisely where the Hokage monument's defenses falter. Naruto's eyes went wide. You do? Yes, the real Naruto confirmed. We figured that devastation would ultimately backfire. We pursued peace, not out of kindness, but because it made the most sense. And your wrath, well, it was a lifesaver. We owe you for that. Validation complete. Emotional circuit close. Dark Naruto dissolved, his form becoming a stream of white energy that seeped into Naruto's body. Shadow integrated. Mental fortitude is now at 100%. Time to head to the basement. Inside the temple. Naruto and Killer Bee stepped into the concealed temple, its entrance obscured by the cascading water. The chamber was enormous, and the centerpiece was a colossal statue of a lion, its face carved with fierce precision. You put your head in the mouth, Bee said. If you're harboring darkness, it's a real head-turner. Just joking, it's a toggle. Naruto gazed at the statue. Mechanism analysis reveals a pressure plate situated in the glottis. No chakra sensors are present in the teeth. This is a mechanical lock, not a means of judgment. B is attempting to intimidate me. Prank level. Amateurish. Naruto popped his head in. He paused, a moment's hesitation. He shrieked, then yanked his head back, tucking his arms under his jacket. It was a clever trick, designed to make him appear headless. Ah! It ate me. The bee was in a tizzy. Seriously? Naruto stretched, his arms flying outward. Actually, I'm just messing about. Humor. Check. Instructor and I are on the same page. Time to get to work. They stepped into the stark emptiness of the sealing chamber. Naruto settled himself. He shut his eyes. System access. The seal. Authorization. Key. Objective. Hostile takeover. The inner conflict. Naruto found himself in the sewer. He didn't just linger at the cage, though. He approached the seal paper. He tore it away. The massive steel gates creaked open. Finally, the nine tails surged upward, a colossal and wicked presence. You think you can take me on, kid? I'm pure hatred, you know. Hatred is just high-density negative chakra, Naruto stated, his eyes flashing as he entered Sage mode. It's a power source, plain and simple. My goal? To construct a generator. The battle commenced. It wasn't a fight, though. The city was under attack. Kurama slashed with his claws. Naruto, tapping into Sage mode, evaded the attack. Target dimensions. Colossal. Velocity. Remarkably swift for its size. Vulnerability. Composed entirely of chakra. Lacking physical musculature. Fatigue is a non-issue. To defeat this entity, I must deplete its energy reserves. Naruto let off a flurry of massive Rasengans. You think these lil rocks can hurt me? Kurama bellowed, shattering them. Distraction, Naruto observed. As he concentrates on the clones, the true me is already setting up the chakra chains. Naruto reached for the chakra. Kurama's rage surged once more. Contamination alert. The screen blared, a crimson warning. The connection is fraying under the weight of this hatred. My resolve is crumbling. I'm losing ground. Naruto's avatar was slowly being swallowed by the dark. Critical failure. The mental firewall's been compromised. I can't think. Just as the shadows threatened to consume him, a sudden flash of golden light erupted from the depths of the sewer. Pure golden chakra chains erupted from Naruto's abdomen, ensnaring the fox. A woman with cascading crimson hair materialized. Her outfit was unadorned, but her smile, strong and full of affection, spoke volumes. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto, she murmured. Naruto's gaze fixed on her. Data analysis, his thoughts stuttered, grappling with the unfamiliar input. Chakra signature. Uncommon. Abundant energy. Uzumaki clan, adamantine ceiling chains. Appearance. Red hair. Facial features. Align with female donor's genetic material. Naruto approached her. You're the previous host, Naruto said. Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina's eyes widened. Well, yeah, but I'm also your mom, okay. Naruto stopped. It halted. The genius mask shattered. Yeah? He wrapped his arms around her. The brilliance flickered off, leaving just the child. Tears streamed down his face. He heard her out. Whirlpools decline. Minato's affection. The night he was born. Even as the tears fell, his mind was already at work, absorbing this newfound power. Mother's chakra. Pure love. Its frequency is high, radiating positivity. This pure love counters Kyuubi's hateful energy, effectively neutralizing it. It's the answer, the remedy. Kushina withdrew. I won't be here for long. I'll keep him pinned. You grab his strength. Naruto brushed away the tears. The determination resurfaced, unyielding. Understood, Mom. Extraction sequence commencing. Naruto faced the pinned Kurama. New plan. The adamantine clamp. As Mom keeps him in check, I'll work on splitting his will. Yin. From his power, Yang. Naruto unleashed colossal Rasengans. Yet, this time, he filled them with the Sage Art. Sage Art. A multitude of massive, spiraling, serial spheres. The fox was pelted by a barrage of Rasengans. It wasn't only destruction, it was a frequency jammer. Erase the hatred from the chakra, Naruto ordered. Strain it. Cleanse it. Take it in. He seized Kurama's tails. He yanked. No, that's mine, Kurama screamed. Rent, Naruto shouted. The fox's white chakra surged into Naruto. The air was warm. The weight of it was considerable. The sun's strength was undeniable. Integration's done. The fox is back in a cage. The new design, the Torii seal. It's tougher, more inviting. But he'll be stuck in the corner until he learns his lesson. The gates crashed shut. The colossal wooden Torii gates plummeted, crashing down and pinning Kurama to the ground. You'll wish you hadn't, Kurama rasped, his form diminished, energy spent. Perhaps, Naruto said, a golden aura surrounding him. For the time being, though, I'm at the helm. The golden mode. Naruto's eyelids fluttered open, revealing the familiar surroundings of the temple. He rose to his feet. The yellow flames consumed him. His clothing transformed into a cloak, woven from chakra. His collar bore strange Magatama markings. He had a striking resemblance to the Sage of Six Paths. Kisame Hoshigaki, concealed within Samahata, and Killer Bee observed, captivated. "Whoa," Bee exclaimed, her eyes wide. "You're on fire, my friend." Naruto stared at his hands. System diagnostic, Naruto's inner voice practically sang. Chakra levels. Essentially limitless. Physical speed? 10 times faster than normal. Reaction time? Processing at near light speed. His gaze drifted upward, to the ceiling. Sensory perception. A new mode of detection has been established. I don't merely perceive chakra anymore. I perceive intention. His gaze fell on Samahata. Malice, Naruto observed. Pure, frigid malevolence emanated from the blade. The sword itself wasn't the source. It was contained within. "He's in there," Naruto stated, gesturing toward Samahata. "Who?" Bee repeated. "Kisame." Kisame sprang from the blade, a fusion of man and shark. "He felt me. Even the sensor kinds couldn't discover me inside Samahata." Kisame sprinted for the door. He shifted. A sudden burst of light. The screen went fuzzy. Naruto didn't bother with running, he vanished. His foot connected with the wall at the exit, effectively cutting Kisame off. He slammed into the wall with such force that his foot became wedged in the stone. "Ow!" Naruto shouted. "Calibration error," Naruto mused, struggling to free his foot. Output was faster than anticipated. I overdid the torque on that step. I'll have to tweak the friction coefficient for this new design. It's like to piloting a rocket vehicle on a slick surface. Seizing the opportunity, Kisame vanished beneath the surface. "He's quick," Guy-sensei bellowed, having just shown up, and promptly kicked Kisame square in the face. "But I've got this, youth," Naruto observed Guy's battle with Kisame. Might Guy. Seventh gate unleashed. No chakra to speak of. Just raw, physical might. He generates a vacuum with a single punch. It's astonishing. He demonstrates that, given enough effort, human biology can challenge even the divine. Naruto shut his eyes, concentrating on the battle. "Now that I possess this power, I can sense everything. The war, the Zetsu army, the friends engaged in battle. They're struggling to keep me here, to shield me." Naruto's fist crackled with energy. "That's just plain wrong. You don't stash the big guns in the bunker when the enemy's already at your door. I'm leaving." The dust settled, and the world began to take stock. The screen went dark. Boruto was stunned. He sensed negative emotions, he added. That's how he stumbled into the Zetsus later on. Flawless copies, sure, but he could sniff out their underlying malevolence. And he met Grandma Kushina, Himawari beamed. Her beauty was undeniable. He hacked the sealing jutsu, Sasuke observed. He repurposed the adamantine chains, transforming the cage into a torii gate. This display of fuinjutsu skill was on par with the Uzumaki clan's most seasoned members. "The simulation proceeds," the observer declared. "The conflict truly starts now. The fallen rise again. The battlefield transforms into a game of chess, and the golden flash joins the battle." Chapter 16, the voice intoned. The multi-front war. The reunion with the reanimated, and the calculation that saved the allied shinobi forces. A peculiar hum filled the theater. The vision of the golden Naruto, cloaked in the chakra mode, was burned into their memories. The conflict, however, had truly started. The map displayed the elemental nations, a jumble of red dots, hostiles, interspersed with green dots, representing allies, in a confusing swirl. "The simulation is progressing," the observer stated. "The golden flash has arrived. A meeting with the departed siblings, and a departure from the historical record of the final deception." Sasuke stood tall. Itachi. The broadcast Naruto and Killer Bee raced through the woods. The colors were vibrant, a dance of yellow and crimson. Naruto halted abruptly. He came to a sudden stop, a cloud of dust erupting about him. Sensory net. Overloaded, Naruto's mind buzzed with a torrent of information. "I can sense them. Not chakra signals, mind you. Those are indistinguishable from our own. It's the purpose I feel. The malice. It's a particular frequency. 400 Hz of raw animosity, masquerading as camaraderie." Naruto observed a cluster of allied ninja their hands busy with the task of caring for the injured. Target: the medic with the bandaged arm. Visual match: Konoha Jonin. Chakra match: perfect. Intent: to slit the throat of the patient. Naruto shifted. Planetary Rasengan. The medic hit the dirt hard. The medic transformed, becoming a white, viscous amalgamation of plant and person. A white Zetsu. Naruto, what the heck are you doing? The other ninja yelled. It's a fake, Naruto said flatly, gesturing toward the puddle of goo. Your sensors are a joke. They mimic chakra, sure, but they can't replicate the soul. Zetsu army analysis, Naruto mused, conjuring a dozen shadow clones. Biomass constructions. Hashirama cell derivatives. Strong, yet fundamentally flawed. They thrive on creating chaos. The answer? I need to be omnipresent. The reunion scene. Naruto and B pressed on, yet their way was obstructed. Two silhouettes emerged from the darkness. Their skin was dry and fissured, and their eyes, pools of darkness, held only gray. Itachi Uchiha. Nagato Uzumaki. The crowd was silent, anticipation hanging thick in the air. The Akatsuki's most formidable members, both undead and possessing boundless chakra. Naruto, Itachi stated, his expression unreadable. You've changed. Well, here we are again, Nagato said with a slight exhale. We're not free. Run, Naruto. Target analysis. Edo Tensei zombies. Naruto's thoughts instantly snapped into battle-ready focus. Regeneration. Boundless. Pain. Non-existent. Stamina. Limitless. To succeed, I must contain them. Death is off the table. Kabuto, manipulating them from a distance, compelled their assault. Itachi unleashed a fireball. B countered with Samahata. Nagato yanked Naruto closer with Bansho Tenin. Gravity pull, Naruto mused, soaring across the sky. Same time frame as pain. Not quite. Nagato is the origin. He doesn't have a cooldown, albeit his movement is restricted. Naruto crashed against a boulder. Itachi was suddenly there, right on top of him. Forgive me, Itachi murmured, his Mangekyo eyes whirling. Then, something changed. Naruto's gut twisted. The crow, a remnant of Itachi's past, stirred within him. It had been there since the Shisui eye implant, and now, it responded to Itachi's own Mangekyo. A crow erupted forth from Naruto's mouth. Getting rid of foreign objects, Naruto said, a little queasy. The crow. Itachi's backup. It's responding to his gaze. Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo, the crow's eye, blazed to life. Koto Amatsukami. The genjutsu took hold of Itachi. The command. Defend Konoha. Itachi's body went rigid. Kabuto's hold was broken. He was replaced. I'm free, Itachi understood. He gazed at the bird. Shisui's eye. It did the trick. Itachi lifted his hand. Amaterasu. He readied himself to set the crow ablaze. Naruto shook his head. It wasn't a scream, a directive. Naruto's chakra-infused arm surged forward, catching Itachi's wrist just as the black flames threatened to consume him. What are you doing? Itachi's gaze sharpened. That eye poses too much risk. Reactivation takes a decade. It's effectively worthless at this point. Logic error, Naruto's inner voice said, offering a critique. Itachi's tactical brilliance is undeniable, although he wasn't well versed in the intricacies of Uzumaki sealing techniques or the integration of Hashirama's cells. Don't destroy assets, Naruto stated, locking eyes with Itachi. A standard Uchiha needs a decade to recover. Shisui's eye, however, reacts to Hashirama's cells. You know this because Danzo tested it. Naruto gestured at himself. I'm an Uzumaki. My life force is immense. I can tap into the Kyuubi's chakra, a power that can supercharge living things, and... Naruto pressed the seal on his abdomen. I can construct a chakra induction seal, one that compels the eye to process energy with a staggering 5,000% efficiency. The cooldown period? I can slash it from a decade down to a mere 4 hours. Itachi blinked. For the first time, in life and in death, the Uchiha, known for his stoicism, was truly taken aback. Wait, you can actually rewrite the cooldown for the Mangekyo? It's just batteries, Itachi, Naruto answered, extending his palm. Hand over the crow. We might have a use for it, either with Sasuke or Madara. Sasuke's mouth went slack in the theater. He wielded the most potent genjutsu ever conceived as if it were a simple battery, something to be recharged. Did you see that? He just schooled Itachi Uchiha on the ins and outs of dojutsu, Sarada breathed, clearly impressed. Itachi's gaze lingered on Naruto, a silence stretching between them. A fleeting, almost imperceptible smile graced his features. You've truly outdone everyone, Itachi remarked. He passed the crow to Naruto. Naruto quickly summoned a scroll, sketched an intricate seal in a heartbeat, and then sealed the crow within. Asset secured. Koto Amatsukami is now available for play. The sealing of Nagato remained under Kabuto's influence. He felt completely revitalized, the energy of B's chakra coursing through him. He was wrecking them. The King of Hell answered his call. He employed the chameleon. He was an army unto himself. Nagato's the issue, Naruto assessed, narrowly avoiding a searing blast of light. He's got all 6 paths, all in one. No blind spots, either. Itachi, now fighting alongside them, entered the fray. Naruto. B. Focus on the middle. Nagato unleashed Chibaku Tensai. The obsidian sphere ascended, drawing the world with it. Gravity well, Naruto thought. The singularity is the heart of the matter. There's a mass limit. If we bombard it with sufficient energy before the shell takes shape, it will implode. B. Tailed beast bomb. Itachi. Yasaka Magatama. Naruto shouted. Naruto conjured a wind style. Rasen Shuriken. Fire. The 3 assaults came together. The sound echoed. The Chibaku Tensai collapsed in on itself. The haze dissipated. Itachi was gone in a heartbeat. The Totsuka blade, that otherworldly blade of sealing, sliced through the air, finding its mark in Nagato. Nagato's smile lingered as his form started to melt within the confines of the jar. Naruto, Nagato murmured, his voice trailing off. The rest is up to you. You're the final piece of this puzzle. Jiraiya was the first, with the tale of the gutsy ninja. I was the second, a bit of a flop, if I'm honest. And you? You give us the finale we've all been waiting for. Naruto's gaze settled on him. Ending, Naruto pondered. I don't subscribe to the idea of finality. I care about outcomes. But for you, I'll craft something exceptional. Rest, Nagato, Naruto murmured. Nagato disappeared. The departure Itachi faced Naruto. I'll put a halt to the Edo Tensai. Kabuto's my responsibility. I'll send a clone with you, Naruto said. No, Itachi replied. It's my responsibility. You concentrate on the battle, and Naruto. Itachi's gaze was piercing. Don't shoulder everything yourself. You're capable, no doubt. But striving for perfection can be isolating. Lean on your pals. Naruto stopped. Critique accepted. Naruto's inner voice conceded, a hint of vulnerability threading through the words. He sees the crack in my armor. I run the numbers, always, because I'm wary of the things I can't predict. He's encouraging me to embrace the mess. Naruto nodded. I will. Go, Itachi. Itachi vanished in a flash. Naruto faced the battlefield. His fingers brushed the scroll, the one containing the crow. One god, sealed. One god, liberated. One asset, safeguarded. Now, the real work begins. The masked man awaits. The dust settled. The screen went dark. He saved the crow, Sasuke stated, reclining slightly. In our version of events, Itachi's flames consumed it. It was lost, vanished. Yet, here, Naruto preserved it. Imagine if he used it on Madara, Shikamaru said, a chill running down his spine. Or Kaguya. Protect Konoha, an order sent to a goddess. He figured out the cooldown reduction, Amato said, a frown creasing his brow. He approached biological constraints like an engineer would, as if they were just another set of issues to solve. The kid is downright unsettling. The simulation is progressing, the observer declared. The clones appear on every front. The momentum shifts. Yet, the masked man intensifies his efforts. The tailed beasts are unleashed. The theater's screen was a tangled tapestry of devastation. The forest where Naruto and B had intercepted Obito had vanished, replaced by a desolation of upturned ground and shattered trees. 6 enormous forms stood up against them. The reanimated Jinchuriki had completely turned into their tailed beasts. 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 tails. They loomed like mountains, their eyes reflecting the Rinnegan and Sharingan's discordant pattern. The simulation progresses, the observer reported. The war of attrition ends here. The diplomat emerges. And the fox finally gets a name. The broadcast Naruto stood alongside Kakashi and Guy. He was panting. His golden coat fluttered. Tactical situation. Catastrophic, Naruto's inner voice said, the letters flashing quickly across his vision. Enemies. 6-tailed beasts. Each possesses infinite chakra due to Edo Tensei. Each shares a visual link via the Rinnegan. It's the 6 paths of pain strategy, but instead of human bodies, the puppets are nuclear weapons. The 2 tails, Matabi, released a sea of blue fire. The 3 tails, Isobu, rolled into the spiked tank. We can't get close, Kakashi exclaimed, his vest shredded. If we attack one, the other 5 counter instantly. The visual link is the strength, Naruto observed while seeing the coordinated onslaught. But it is also the weakness. 6 massive bodies in a confined space. If I block the vision of one, I blind a sector for all. I need smoke. Debris. Chaos. Naruto gazed at the 8 tails, Yuki, who was struggling with the 5 tails. B is overwhelmed. He's fighting on instinct. I need to take command. Suddenly, the 4 tails, Son Goku, a massive red ape with green skin, lunged. He grabbed Naruto. Got you, Obito's words rang through the beast. The ape expanded its huge mouth, swallowing Naruto whole. Naruto! Guy yelled. Inside the beast the screen went dark before illuminating with a meaty, throbbing crimson light. Naruto was within the beast's gut. Environment. Gastric cavity, Naruto explained quietly, floating in the digestive fluids. Acid levels. High. Chakra chains are binding me. This isn't just a stomach. It's a holding cell. Naruto closed his eyes. Subconscious dive. Target. The 4 tails psyche. The scenery transformed. Naruto stood on a heavenly plane. A gigantic monkey king sat confined in chains. You came to steal my power, too, human? Son Goku muttered. Naruto examined the shackles. Chakra receivers, Naruto said, moving closer. Embedded in the neck, it overrides the beast's will. Obito is treating them like batteries. Disrespectful. I didn't come to steal, Naruto explained, sitting cross-legged. I came to negotiate. Negotiate? Said the monkey, laughing. I am Son Goku, the great sage of the heavens. I don't negotiate with humans. Pride, Naruto assessed. He values his title, he values respect. Address him properly. I know, Naruto replied, and I know your name isn't 4 tails. It's Son Goku. The monkey froze. You know my name? I did my research, Naruto lied, or maybe he read old scrolls. Actually, the 8 tails mentioned it once, but pretending I knew adds weight to the diplomatic gesture. I want to help you, Naruto responded, but to do that, I need to know where the receiver is located on the outside. The anatomy of a tailed beast is complex. If I guess, I might miss. Son Goku gazed at the boy. He did not see any greed in his eyes. Only a calculated, strong desire to solve the mystery of his confinement. It's under the neck fur, Son Goku grumbled, but you can't pull it out. The chains bind me. I'll break the chains, Naruto stated, getting up. From the inside. The escape back in the actual world, the 4 tails remained motionless. Suddenly, his stomach expanded. Clone jutsu with multiple shadows. Using hundreds of clones, Naruto forced the ape's mouth open from the inside. He shot out like a missile. Target acquired, Naruto thought, noticing a small bulge beneath the neck fur. Receiver located. He grabbed it. The chakra scorched his hand. Obito is fighting back. He's pouring chakra into the rod to glue it in place. I need leverage. Son Goku cried, Naruto, from inside. The chains. Naruto entered Biju mode, just the cloak. Chakra output. Maximum. Push from the inside, clones. Pull from the outside, me. Physics dictates the weakest link will fail. Snap. The rod flew out. The chains around Son Goku snapped. The big ape roared, unrestrained of control. He began to dissipate, going to the afterlife, or the ghetto statue, but not before bumping fists with Naruto. "You're a weird one, kid," Son Goku smiled. Naruto felt a burst of lava releasing chakra enter his system. Naruto landed on the ground. Obito appeared enraged. He instantly compelled the remaining 5 creatures to complete their transformation. They began charging tailed beast bombs. There are 5 of them. Kakashi and Guy appeared pallid. Kakashi murmured, "This is it." Naruto stood alone. He closes his eyes. He headed into the basement. Inside the cage, Kurama was watching. He'd watched Naruto save Son Goku. "You saved him," Kurama replied, his tone low. "Why?" "Because he asked for help," Naruto explained. Naruto walked up to the gate. The fox's eyes expanded. "What is your name?" Naruto inquired. Kurama paused for a moment before responding. "My name is Kurama." The sound of the name echoed down the sewer, breaking the walls, and Naruto spoke. "You've been watching me my whole life," Naruto continued, "and you know I don't give up. And you know I never break promises, if you decide to work with me. I swear not to treat you like a monster. I'll treat you as a partner." Naruto held out his fist. "Proposal. Full synchronization. 50-50 control. I drive. You wield the guns. No more rent. We share a house." Kurama stared at the fist. He remembered the sage of 6 paths, Madara's hatred and loneliness. And he stared at this youngster, who had just dissected the psyche of a monkey king and let him free on principle. "Hey," Kurama said with a nasty, toothy grin. "You are a piece of work, Naruto." Kurama pressed his big hand on Naruto's small one. "Let's show them, partner." The gate splintered. It had not been opened. The golden avatar in the actual world, Naruto opened his eyes. The screen turned white, and a shaft of golden chakra erupted from the sky, piercing the clouds. When the illumination faded, Naruto was not merely wearing a cloak. He was within the huge, translucent, golden avatar of the 9 tails, standing in the head with his arms crossed. System upgrade complete. Naruto's inner voice was now a dual-core processor. Naruto and Kurama were thinking in sync. "Kurama. Chakra levels are at 100%. Fusion is stable. Naruto. Avatar's construction is stable. Size fits the enemy." 5 enemy-tailed beast bombs were unleashed, sending 5 spheres of annihilation rushing toward Kakashi and Guy. "Kakashi-sensei. Guy-sensei." Naruto shouted, "Get in." The avatar's hand swept them up. Then the avatar moved. Speed calculation, Naruto, Kurama considered. Too many to avoid. Deflection is required. Naruto lowered the avatar's head and twirled. Tailed beast bomb. But this was no ordinary bomb. Naruto targeted it downward, at the ground, at a precise 45-degree angle. Boom. The explosion generated an updraft, resulting in a tremendous shockwave that struck the inbound 5 bombs from below. Vector manipulation, Naruto stated. By creating a high-pressure zone beneath them, I alter their trajectory upwards. The 5 enemy bombs were thrown off track and exploded harmlessly in the stratosphere. The sky turned purple. Kakashi sat within the golden chakra head, staring at Naruto's back. He deflected 5 with 1. Kakashi whispered. By manipulating the air pressure, the attacking monsters were knocked back, and Naruto's avatar shouted. But then the scene changed to a deep psychological plane, a white vacuum. Naruto stood there, surrounded by the other tailed beasts. 2 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails, together with Kurama. "Welcome," Naruto said, bowing slightly. "I am Naruto Uzumaki." "Who is Kurama's host?" The 2 tails, Matabi, politely inquired. "How did you bring us here?" "The deeper layer," Kurama explained, reclining down. "He is completely synchronized. He serves as a conduit for our chakra." Naruto gazed at them. Diplomatic summit, Naruto pondered. Objective. Form an alliance. The battle is physical, but triumph is spiritual. If I acquire their names, I gain their trust. If I gain their trust, Obito will lose his ammunition. I want to know your names, Naruto stated, all of you. They introduced themselves one by one. Matabi, Isobu, Kakuo, Seiken, and Chome. Naruto memorized them, not just their chakra signatures, but also their personalities and histories. You remind me of him, Kakuo, 5 Tails, said, the sage of 6 paths. Naruto smiled. I'm just a ninja who despises homework. But, I promise you, I will release you from that mask. The monsters bowed and handed him a portion of their chakra before Obito drove them back inside the ghetto statue. The aftermath. Back in reality, the creatures vanished, absorbed by the statue. Naruto stood in his human form, the golden robe fading, fatigued but with flaming eyes. They aren't monsters, Naruto said. Kakashi and Guy. They are only prisoners, and I now know their names. Have you talked to them? Guy asked, tears streaming down his face. Youth. The power of communication. Obito stood on the statue, his mask somewhat broken from the previous encounter. It doesn't matter, Obito replied. Names are irrelevant. The world will end tonight. No, Naruto replied, pointing at him. The world is just waking up. Analysis, Naruto thought, staring at Obito's mask. The crack. Kakashi's kunai made it. But Kakashi tossed the kunai into the Kamui reality. Which indicates. Naruto turned to Kakashi, sensei. Your eye, and his eye, they're interrelated. Kakashi froze. The same dimension? Yes, Naruto replied, that means. I know who's behind the mask. The intermit. The screen dimmed. He figured out Obito's identity through spatial geometry, Sasuke stated, shaking his head. While fighting 6 kaiju, he made friends with the monsters. Himawari smiled, and asked them their names. That is polite. He deflected 5 nukes by creating an updraft, he said. That's fluid dynamics on a planetary scale. The simulation advances, the observer declared. The mask falls. The 10 Tails ascend. The alliance arrived. And the most tragic calculation of the battle is made. The theater was silent, the air was cold, as if the ghosts of the battlefield were sitting in the empty rows, and the screen showed a desolate wasteland under a blood-red moon. The 10 Tails, the Jubi, had risen, a monstrosity of nature, with a single eye staring down at the ants that dared to challenge it. Boruto sat on the edge of his seat, his hands gripping the armrests until his knuckles became white. He knew the story. His middle name, Bolt, Boruto, was a tribute to his uncle Neji. Screw. But knowing the history and witnessing the impact were 2 different things. The simulation advances, the observer said in a courteous and mournful tone. The beast howls. The alliance assemble, and the genius performs his last calculation. The broadcast. The 10 Tails roared, which was not a sound but a physical displacement of air that crushed mountains. Naruto stood in the midst of the commotion, flickering in and out of Kurama mode, his chakra supplies strained to the brink. Target analysis. The Jubi, Naruto's inner voice struggled to digest the facts. Chakra measurement. Infinite. It's not a creature. It's a planet. It is the physical manifestation of the ocean, wind, and magma. You can't fight it. You can only survive it. The allied shinobi forces arrived, and thousands of ninjas landed behind Naruto, including Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, and Neji. We are here, Naruto, Kibi screamed. Naruto looked back. Tactical assessment. The alliance, Naruto considered. Morale. High. Capability. Low in comparison to the threat. Ants are swarming a volcano. If the Jubi assaults, the mortality rate will reach 90% during the first minute. Naruto gritted his teeth. I need to protect them. All of them. I need to function as a shield. Strategy of the cage. The battle began, and the alliance employed the earth style. Great mud wall, followed by the cement method, to trap the beast. Hold it down. Kitsuchi screamed. Naruto watched as the beast struggled. The cage is robust, Naruto observed, but the beast is adapting. It is evolving. Take a look at how the muscle fibers compress. It is preparing for a fission event. Shikaku and Inoichi were gone after the Ten Tails evolved, grew taller and slimmer, and fired a tailed beast bomb laser that destroyed the HQ in a faraway village. Naruto noticed their lights disappear, fathers, dead, communications, severed, command structure, decapitated. I'm the commander now. Obito stood on the beast and said, Naruto, despair. This is reality. He instructed the 10 Tails to perform wood style, cutting sprigs jutsu. Thousands of wooden spears poured down from the sky, guided missiles aimed for heat and chakra. The calculation of death. Naruto was on his knees, his cloak fading, and he was back to being a youngster in a tracksuit. He had used far too much chakra saving others. The spears fell. Trajectory analysis. Naruto's mind raced as time slowed. Incoming projectiles. 4,000. Density. High. Speed. Mach 2. He noticed a volley heading straight for him. Evasion is impossible. The legs are numb from chakra depletion. Defense. None. Kurama is recharging. He spotted Hinata, who jumped in front of him, arms spread wide. Hinata. Again. Defensive posture. She plans to act as a human shield. Calculations show that the spears will pierce her body while still striking mine. Double fatality. Naruto's eyes expanded. The outcome is death. Probability. 100%. I am unable to solve this. I've run out of variables. However, he had overlooked one variable. A flurry of white and green. The sacrifice. Neji Hyuga moved, but he didn't use rotation because he didn't have time to spin. Instead, he used his body. He walked in front of Hinata and Naruto. Variable added. Neji Hyuga, Naruto's mental voice said, detached with fear. Action. Interception. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was slimy and sickening. 3 large wooden spikes entered Neji's spine and emerged through his chest. Neji did not scream. Rather, he sucked, the air departing his lungs forever. Neji! Naruto exclaimed, catching him as he fell. Hinata gasped, and tears welled up in her eyes. Naruto held Neji and examined the wounds. Medical scan. Naruto's mind mumbled, hoping for a different outcome. Lung punctured. Spine was severed. Heart punctured. Blood loss is critical. Healing factor 0. The probability of survival is 0.00%. Naruto's hands shook, and he attempted to pump chakra into the wound, but the wood absorbed it. Why? Naruto asked, his voice breaking. Why you, Neji? You are a genius. Why give up your life for us? Neji looked up, his Byakugan fading and his veins vanishing, but he was still smiling. Because. Neji choked, blood dripping from his lips. Because you called me genius. Naruto froze. The Chunin exams, Naruto remembered. I told him he was a genius of hard effort. I assured him he could change his fate. I finally understand. Neji muttered, his gaze drawn to the sky. The freedom of choosing your own death. Naruto stared as the caged bird seal on Neji's forehead faded. The seal, Naruto explained through tears, binds the branch family to the main house. It only disappears after death. He's not dying as a servant. He is dying free. He broke the cage. Neji's hand fell and his eyes closed. The genius of the Hyuga was vanished. The shattered mind. Naruto stared at the body. System failure, the internal voice yelled. Logic implies that sacrifice is required for war. But this is not data. Hello, this is Neji. He taught me. He fought me. He was my friend. Obito laughed and said, Naruto, look about you. This is what you claimed you'd safeguard, a mass of cold bodies. Say it again. Say you will not let your pals die. Naruto glanced at the sea of dead ninja, then at Neji. He's correct, a dark, logical voice hissed in Naruto's thoughts. Your pledge is statistically impossible. You cannot save everybody. You have failed. Give up. Join the infinite dream. In the dream, Neji is alive. Naruto's eyes became dull, and he lifted his hand to Obito, as if accepting the offer. Slap. The sound echoed across the battlefield. Hinata slapped Naruto across the face. Naruto-kun, she yelled, tears streaming down her face but her eyes fierce. Neji's will is inside you right now. If you lose up, Neji will die. His life becomes meaningless. Naruto blinked, glanced at Hinata, and felt her hand grip his hand. Naruto examined. Warm, trembling, but strong. Connection. He gazed at Neji's corpse again. Neji didn't die to make me unhappy, Naruto realized, his logic revving up, stronger and warmer. He died to buy me time. He died so that the king, the future, could live. If I give up, I'll waste his money. Naruto rose up and squeezed Hinata's hand. Thank you, Hinata, Naruto replied. I'm fine. The distribution of power. Naruto closed his eyes. Kurama, Naruto ordered. We need to change the strategy. I cannot physically defend them. I need to defend them conceptually. I need to make every ninja on this battlefield as powerful as me. That's ridiculous, Kurama replied. Divide my chakra by 10,000? Micromanagement is required on a consistent basis for each individual. I can do it, Naruto said, remembering everyone's chakra signatures when he came. Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba, everyone, I am familiar with their mold. Naruto clapped his hands. Ninshu. The golden chakra did not simply blanket Naruto. It erupted outward, seeking out every ally on the battlefield. The screen displayed the chakras connecting. Hinata has an affinity for lightning and fire. Adjust the frequency. Give her a code designed for gentle fist hit. Shikamaru. Shadow affinity. Increase range and tensile strength. Choji. Caloric conversion efficiency increased. Thousands of ninjas instantly glowed with the Nine Tails cloak, their injuries healed, and their power increased. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that he was no longer alone. He was the server, and the alliance was the network. Let's go! Naruto roared. The bird in the cage had died, but the flock had taken flight. The aftermath. The screen dimmed. Hinata was softly crying in the theater, clutching Boruto's hand. He was free, she said. At the end, he was free. He calculated the distribution of chakra to thousands of people simultaneously, Sasuke stated, looking at the screen with admiration. In seconds, he processed thousands of unique biological data points to ensure the chakra did not kill them. It was the most incredible display of chakra control in history. Boruto stated, he carried everyone, literally. The simulation advances, the observer announced, and the war reaches its climax. The past returns. The founders awaken. The Sage of Six Paths makes his move. Chapter 19, the speaker exclaimed, the god of shinobi, the night guy, and the resurrection of the rabid goddess. The 10 tails had been subdued, but the war had escalated into a battle of gods. The theater shook as the sheer volume of chakra projected on the screen distorted the simulation. The simulation advances, the observer's voice boomed. The dead return to save the living. The red beast burns his soul to ashes. The parent of all chakras descends from the moon. The broadcast. The battlefield was a shambles of explosions, with the 10 tails charging a tailed beast bomb the size of a mountain. The alliance was helpless. Suddenly, a kunai bearing a unique marking appeared in front of the explosive. Flash. The bomb vanished and was transferred to the ocean miles away, resulting in an explosion. A figure fell in front of Naruto, wearing a white cloak with the words, "Fourth Hokage," on the back. I'm late, Minato said. No, Naruto answered, scrutinizing the fresh arrivals. You're right on time, Dad. 3 additional figures have landed. Hashirama Senju. First, Tobirama Senju. Second, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Third. The spectators gasped as the Mount Rushmore of Konoha sprang to life. Analysis. The predecessors. Naruto's inner voice was courteous but critical. Hashirama. Chakra levels equal to a tailed beast. Wood style enables terrain alteration on a continental scale. Tobirama is the creator of the Shadow Clone and Flying Raijin. Cold and pragmatic. Hiruzen, the professor. Master of the 5 natures. So this is the 4th, Tobirama replied, looking at Naruto and his son. You glow like my brother. He knows clone jutsu better than you, Tobirama. Hashirama laughed. Naruto gazed at them. They're bickering. In the midst of the apocalypse, focus, we need to coordinate. The truth-seeking orbs Obito Uchiha has transformed into the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, who floats in the sky surrounded by black orbs and resembles a priest of a dark cult. Minato lost his arm while assaulting him, it did not regenerate. Take care. The second Hokage warned, those black orbs. They invalidate ninjutsu. Naruto paid close attention. Naruto's mind raced with analysis. The black orbs, followed by Gudadama. Composition. All 5 basic natural changes, including yin-yang release. It's a nullification field. If it comes into contact with ninjutsu, it causes the chakra structure to unravel. If it comes into contact with flesh, the molecular connections break down. It is dust release on steroids. Naruto witnessed Gamakichi, the toad, spit on Obito, and the goo hit him. Obito did not cancel it out. Anomaly detected, Naruto's eyes tightened, and he erased the Rasengan. He eliminated Amaterasu, but he did not remove the toad oil. Why? Hypothesis. The orbs neutralize ninjutsu, chakra. However, they cannot eliminate senjutsu, nature energy. Nature is real. It's tangible. You cannot cancel a rock. Dad. Naruto shouted, use Sage Mode. Only nature-based attacks work. He figured it out. Tobirama looked amazed. The youngster is sharper than he appears. Naruto and Minato synced their Rasengan, which had been infused with Sage energy, and smashed into Obito. It connected. Theory validated, Naruto stated. The god has a vulnerability. He's allergic to nature. The night guy Obito was vanquished, after a psychic tug-of-war. But Madara Uchiha used the Black Zetsu to force Obito to fully revive him. Madara returned to life, blind but alive, and stole the tailed beasts, becoming the new Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. He was unstoppable, the cage were like flies to him. Then Might Guy stepped forth. I will protect the springtime of youth. Guy roared. He tapped his chest. The 8th gate of death was open. The chakra turned red, but it wasn't regular chakra. It was blood vaporizing from his pores as a result of the high heat of his metabolism. Naruto lay on the ground, barely aware and watching. Analysis. The 8th gate, Naruto's failing thoughts muttered. Mitochondria overdrive. He is burning his own cells for fuel. Heart rate. 300 beats per minute. Temperature. 400 degrees Celsius. The guy attacked the elephant in the evening. He punched the air, creating a cannon that pinned Madara in place. Then comes the ultimate move. Night Guy. Guy charged, and the space around him distorted. Spatial distortion, Naruto exclaimed, shocked. He is moving so quickly that he is bending the fabric of space-time. This is just relativistic. Gravity is equal to mass times acceleration. He has transformed his body into a black hole of kinetic energy. Crash. Guy kicked Madara, and half of her torso was blown away. But Guy collapsed, and his body turned to ash. He was dying. The sage and son Naruto sank into the void, his heart halted. He stood in a water-filled plain, where an ancient guy floated, holding a staff and wearing horns and Rinnegan. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths. Yo, Naruto asked. Am I dead? Not yet, Hagoromo replied. I am the sage. We need to speak about my sons, Indra and Ashura. Naruto listened and processed the history, including the transmigrants and the feud. Logic, Naruto explained. Sasuke is Indra, the genius, loner. I'm Ashura, the dunce, socialite. We're stuck in a loop. To break the loop, we must reconcile. I don't care about destiny, Naruto said the sage. All I want is to save my friends, and that idiot Sasuke. Hagoromo waved his arms. You comprehend Ninshu, the ninja creed, better than Ashura did. He held out his hands. Show me your dominant hand. Naruto stretched his right. I entrust you with the power of 6 paths yang power. The resurrection. Naruto awoke. He stood up and didn't check his pulse. He didn't need to. He stared at Guy, who was falling apart. Medical scan. Biofield. Naruto's eyes, now yellow with a cross pattern, Sage plus Fox plus 6 paths, glowed. Chakra network. Incinerated. Heart stopped. The soul is leaving the vessel. Naruto approached Guy and placed his hand on his chest. He did not employ medical ninjutsu, and he did not sew the cells. 6 pads yang power. The genesis of everything. I wasn't mending him. I was forcing his life energy to hold steady. I was blocking the drain of his soul. A white seal materialized over Guy's heart. The deterioration ceased. Guy inhaled. He kicked space. Madara chuckled, his body regenerating. And you just delayed the unavoidable. What are you? Naruto pivoted. He gripped 2 black rods. 9 truth-seeking orbs hovered behind him. I'm just a ninja, Naruto replied. He deflected the truth-seeking orb Madara had sent his way. Contact analysis, Naruto considered. I can touch them now. My body is synced with the 6 pads frequency. I can mold them. Sasuke. Naruto called out, not bothering to look. Sasuke materialized next to him, a Rinnegan swirling in his left eye. I know, Sasuke replied, his voice steady. I can see them too, Naruto. Sync rate. 100%, Naruto confirmed, his mind racing. He sees the limbo clones Madara is using. I can feel them. Together, we're covering all the bases. The betrayal and the goddess Madara unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi. The moon blazed crimson. The world succumbed to slumber. Only Team 7, shielded by Sasuke's Susanoo, remained conscious. I have saved the world, Madara proclaimed, descending. I am the savior. Black Zetsu, lurking behind him, smirked. You are not the savior, Zetsu hissed. You are the sacrifice. Stab. Zetsu's hand plunged into Madara's heart. What? Madara wheezed. You thought you created me? Zetsu cackled. I am Kaguya's will, Madara roared. His form began to expand grotesquely. The chakra of everyone ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi surged into him, causing him to swell alarmingly. Naruto observed the scene, a mix of dread and detached analysis playing across his face. Chakra mass. Infinite, Naruto's thoughts raced. This isn't a simple transformation. It's a singularity. The density is far beyond what a human body can contain. He should be obliterated. Why isn't he? Because, Sasuke replied, his Rinnegan quivering. He isn't becoming a monster. He's becoming a portal. The mass began to contract. A woman materialized. She had flowing white hair that trailed behind her. 2 horns adorned her head. A 3rd eye was set in her forehead. She was cloaked in a royal robe. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the rabbit goddess. She hovered, her gaze fixed on Naruto and Sasuke. Indra. Ashura. She murmured. Tears streamed from her Byakugan eyes. No, you are Hagoromo. And Hamura. Naruto felt a chill. Threat assessment. His inner voice blared, the text a furious red. Error. Error. Levels off the charts. Madara was a fighter jet. This woman. She is the sky itself. She seized them. In a heartbeat, the world shifted. They were no longer on the battlefield. They were inside a volcano. Environmental shift, Naruto assessed, barely avoiding the lava. Genjutsu? No, the heat is real. The weight of it settled in. She hadn't conjured an illusion. She'd shifted the whole dimension, or maybe she'd just moved us somewhere else entirely. Amanamanaka, Kaguya murmured. Naruto turned to Sasuke. Sasuke. The odds of us winning are 0.01%. Sasuke managed a grin, even as he wiped his brow. That good, huh? I'm in. We need a plan, Naruto said, hovering with his 6 paths flight. She's got all the chakra. We've got the technique. And I've got a jutsu I've been holding back. The one that works on gods. Don't say it, Sasuke groaned. Please. The reverse harem jutsu, Naruto corrected, his expression serious. Psychological distraction. Even a goddess hasn't seen a dozen naked men. The shock value provided a 2-second window. You're a fool, Sasuke said. I'm a genius, Naruto countered. You ready? The aftermath. The screen dimmed. He saved Guy-sensei from dying, Lee sobbed, clutching his knees. He defied the 8 gates. He kicked a truth-seeking orb, Boruto murmured. He touched the thing that erases everything, like it was a soccer ball. And Kaguya. Sarada shivered. She instantly shifted dimensions. How did they defeat her? The simulation progresses, the observer declared. The final battle for the world's fate. A punch that shakes reality. And the end of the long nightmare. Chapter 20, the voice boomed. The last Team 7 mission. The Seal of the Sun and Moon. And the Valley of the End, Part 2. The theater was hushed, the kind of silence that precedes a storm or a funeral. The screen showed Kaguya Otsutsuki, suspended in her ice dimension, gazing down at Team 7 with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of ages. She was more than an adversary, she was a certainty. The simulation proceeds, the observer intoned, its voice devoid of emotion. The ultimate diversion. The final barrier. And the blood that unites the ninjas past. The broadcast Naruto and Sasuke were encased in ice. Kaguya advanced, her hand poised to siphon their chakra. Tactical assessment, Naruto's inner voice raced, a calmness overlaying the fear. Physical assaults. Nullified. Ninjutsu. Consumed. Speed. Instantaneous. She is a self-contained entity. To penetrate her, I must introduce a variable so ludicrous, so alien to her programming, that it causes her to freeze. Naruto met Sasuke's gaze. I'm doing it. The jutsu. Don't. Sasuke cautioned. This isn't the moment for your. Naruto shattered the ice. He didn't rush forward with a Rasengan. He formed a hand sign. Target profile. Kaguya, Naruto assessed. She is ancient. Alone. Unyielding. She probably hadn't spoken to a man in a millennium. To her, war was simply about dominance. Shame and cultural shock were foreign concepts. Ninja art. Reverse harem jutsu. Smoke billowed. Where Naruto Uzumaki had stood, a dozen shirtless, perfectly chiseled men now posed, surrounded by sparkles and mist. Oh, mighty goddess, the clones intoned in perfect harmony. Kaguya stiffened. Her Byakugan flared. Her mouth fell open a fraction. A blush, a clear sign of utter bewilderment, colored her pale cheeks. Processing lag detected, Naruto observed, the overlay glowing green. Amygdala hijack successful. She's stunned. Her defenses are down for 2.5 seconds. Now, Sasuke, Naruto shouted, returning to his original form. Sakura, watching from the ice below, had a nosebleed. I can't believe that worked. In the theater, Sarada adjusted her glasses, her face a deep crimson. He used that on a goddess? And it actually worked? He weaponized thirst, Kakashi said, a bemused smile tugging at his lips. The kid's a tactical madman. The battle unfolded across worlds. Gravity, acid. Kakashi activated his double Mangekyo Sharingan, a gift from Obito's spirit. A colossal blue Susanoo materialized. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto observed, eyes fixed on the perfect Susanoo taking flight. Chakra reserves. Temporary. But his control of Kamui lets him phase through her bone ash attacks. He's the diversion. Team 7 regrouped. Naruto and Sasuke surged forward from opposite flanks, yin and yang. Kaguya ascended, attempting to escape. She's going up, Naruto calculated. Standard vertical escape. She's overlooked the third variable. Above her, Sakura Haruno plummeted. Don't leave me out of this, Sakura shouted. Sakura's position. Top down, Naruto noted. Momentum plus gravity plus chakra enhanced strength. Kaguya's Byakugan didn't have a blind spot at the vertebra. She could see everything, 360 degrees. But her attention was elsewhere, fixated on the seals of the sun and moon. She was ignoring the weak human. Crack. Sakura's fist connected with Kaguya's head. It was more than a simple blow. It was a declaration. Kaguya was sent spiraling down, directly into the trap. Naruto and Sasuke moved in, hands poised. 6 paths. Shibaku Tensai. The moon took shape. Kaguya was sealed away. The war had ended. The revolution. The screen displayed the sage of 6 paths, summoning them back. The sun began to rise. Happy birthday, Naruto, Minato said, his form fading into the beyond. Naruto wept. Yet, as the spirits departed, the mood shifted. Sasuke Uchiha gazed at the liberated tailed beasts. I'll kill the 5 cage, he stated, his voice steady, and I'll take control of the tailed beasts. I'll become the darkness that brings the world together. With a clap of his hands, Shibaku Tensei was unleashed. The beasts were drawn into the orbit of floating meteors. Naruto watched him. Predictable, his inner voice muttered, weariness evident in its tone. He thinks bond is a weakness. He wants to be the shared enemy that forces peace. It's the Itachi strategy, but on a global scale. I won't allow it, Naruto declared. Then come with me, Sasuke answered. To the beginning. The final battle. The Valley of the End. The statues, now headless, were remnants of their initial clash. They stood upon the water. Analysis, Naruto thought, assuming his combat stance. Sasuke possesses the Rinnegan. He has the chakra of all 9 beasts. He was, by all accounts, the most formidable shinobi ever at this moment. The battle commenced, a whirlwind of physical combat. Sasuke initiated Bansho Tenin, drawing Naruto toward the Amaterasu spikes. He's trying to kill me, Naruto observed, dispelling his chakra cloak to extinguish the flames. I'm trying to subdue him. The odds are stacked against me. Sasuke ascended. His Susanoo morphed, absorbing the chakra of the imprisoned tailed beasts. It became a monstrous lightning entity, Indra's Susanoo. This is it, Naruto, Sasuke's voice thundered. Indra's arrow. He conjured a bow forged from pure lightning. It was the most potent offensive technique ever devised. Naruto remained seated. Energy requirement. Infinite, Naruto assessed. I can't contend with that sheer power using my own chakra. I need the planet's energy. Kurama, in the mindscape, meditated. He drew in natural energy, not just from the valley, but from the entire continent. A colossal, 3-headed Kurama avatar took shape. Asura Kurama mode. Wind style. Ultra Big Ball Rasen Shuriken. Tailed Beast Bomb Rasen Shuriken. Naruto unleashed his attack. Sasuke released his arrow. The two assaults collided. The screen blared white. The sound vanished. The simulation trembled, as if the server were about to implode. The devastation was total. Weather patterns across the globe shifted. The final exchange, when the brilliance subsided, they were on the ground, in the mud. No avatars. No chakra cloaks. Just 2 spent teenagers, trading punches. Sasuke's fist connected with Naruto. Naruto went down. Naruto retaliated, landing a punch on Sasuke. Sasuke staggered back. Chakra. 0. Naruto's thoughts echoed, his vision fading. Stamina. 0. We're just holding on by sheer will. Sasuke loomed over Naruto, gathering a Chidori. He infused it with flames, Kagetsuchi. Goodbye, my only friend, Sasuke murmured. He leapt. Naruto gazed up. One final play, Naruto considered. He's all in on the attack. His Sharingan is shut down from fatigue. He won't see the counter coming. Naruto lifted his hand. Kurama siphoned the last remnants of chakra from the depths. A standard, spinning Rasengan took shape. Trajectory. Intercept. Aim for the Chidori. Don't hit his body. If I do, he's dead. If I hit the Chidori, we shatter. They collided. The unison sign. The screen went dark. Dawn broke. Naruto and Sasuke were sprawled across the fallen hands of the statues. Their blood mingled. Their dominant arms, Naruto's right, Sasuke's left, were missing, severed at the elbow. Sasuke turned his head. Naruto. Why go this far? Naruto stared at the sky. Why? The inner voice was silent. The cold, calculating text had vanished. No calculations. No strategy. No data. Because, Naruto said, a smile breaking through the pain. When I see you hurting, it hurts me too. Sasuke met his gaze. Tears threatened to spill. The Uchiha legacy, the burden of animosity, the upheaval. It all crumbled before the undeniable truth of Naruto's compassion. I lost, Sasuke murmured. Blood from their severed arms intertwined, creating the form of the traditional shinobi seal of reconciliation. The unison sign. The end of the broadcast. The screen went white. The words, simulation complete, flashed. The theater lights gradually brightened. Boruto sat, unmoving. He glanced at his right hand, then at his father's prosthetic. Suddenly, he understood the bandaging. He saved you, Boruto whispered to Sasuke. He saved everyone. Sasuke rose. He approached the screen, staring at the still image of their younger selves. He is a genius, Sasuke said, addressing the group, not because of his jutsu, not because of his strategy, but because he was the only one who understood that hate is a math equation that always equals 0. Sasuke turned to Boruto. That's your father. The loser. The clown. The hero. Boruto swiped at his eyes. He got to his feet. I want to go home, he said. I want to see if he wants to get ramen. Session terminated. The observer's voice faded, returning to reality. The world vanished in a flash of light. Epilogue. The real world. Boruto opened his eyes. He was in his bed. Morning. The sun bathed the Hokage rock in light. He dashed downstairs. Naruto was in the kitchen, still half asleep, pouring coffee. He looked worn out, his hair a mess, in that old t-shirt. Morning, Boruto, Naruto mumbled, yawning and scratching his belly. Want some toast? I might have charred it a bit. Boruto hesitated. He studied his clumsy father. Then he saw the tactical brilliance concealed in those sleepy blue eyes. He remembered the boy who had eaten a tailed beast bomb. He remembered the genius who had outwitted a goddess. Boruto rushed forward and hugged him. Whoa, Naruto nearly spilled his coffee. What's this about? Did you break something? No. Boruto buried his face in his dad's shirt. Just, thanks for the toast, Dad. You're a genius. Naruto blinked, a little bewildered but smiling. He patted Boruto's head. I guess I am, Yano. The end. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this video. I'm thrilled you watched the video. If you enjoyed it, be sure to like and subscribe for even more exciting content coming your way soon.